Sure enough, 30 seconds later, one very annoyed old woman with a scarf over her head, covering her hair and her ears, stomped out and smacked him over the head with a wooden spoon. Then she placed her hands on her hips and glared at him. In my defense, she is the best in my group with food creation, Carl tried. And you didn't think to send someone to keep her in line? One experiment-obsessed Naga queen is not enough. They just hype each other up. Carl could see that. Especially in the kitchen, when Remy was excited about experimenting with new foods. Anything that could be turned into a research project was enough to get Remy excited, and if it was both an experiment and edible, it was even better. After all, food was the introductory level of alchemy in Remy's mind. All the mixing and precise measurements, none of the requirements that the creator have magical aptitude. Carl patted the little mouse woman, who huffed and turned away. They'd better be helpful in the kitchen, with all the mess that they're making, she muttered as she walked away. Ask them to make you extra sweets, and to stock your pantry. High Priestess Lotus will help you out, Carl called after her. The beastkin laughed quietly as the angry chef returned to her work, then laughed harder at the sound of happy squeaking after the door was closed. She could pretend to be angry all that she wanted. But her instincts got the better of her once she was alone with Lotus in a kitchen full of fresh vegetables. Well, now that we know we will be getting a well-stocked pantry for the next week, what would you like to drink? We have ale, mead and wine. Or dwarven whiskey if you have deep pockets, the waitress asked. Ale is good. I'm sure that they'll have something special for dinner soon. Lotus loves to cook almost as much as she likes fluffy ears. The waitress shook her head in dismay. One day, I will meet a sane green dragon cleric. Carl shook his head. That's the problem. This is as sane as they get. The green dragons are just as excitable and curious as their clerics. So, while they can be rational, they're never going to not want to touch the fluffy thing. The waitress smiled gently and nodded. That makes sense. We tell our children to watch for them, like they're a terror, but I can't recall the last time that I heard of a green dragon cleric intentionally starting a fight. They get in plenty, but they never mean to start them. Thor relayed the situation to the others, who were happy to remain in the tiny world for the night instead of coming out to deal with whatever chaos Lotus and Remy had caused. Thor had explained fairly well that the spot Carl had found was not very welcoming, but it would be good enough for the evening, and then they could come out tomorrow to see the city if they wanted. However, his description didn't make it sound all that appealing, other than the food that was promised once Remy and Lotus were done experimenting. Really, this city wasn't all that grand. It was large, and built on somewhat of a hill, so it wasn't too swampy, but the land around it was still very much waterlogged, and the buildings were all discreetly elevated by a meter, with a space underneath to allow flood water to pass when it rained. The terrain was the primary reason that there were no major cities between them and the western border as well. It simply wasn't desirable enough for tribes who had the resources to contend for territory elsewhere to stay. The waitress continued to bring drinks as Carl chatted with the locals about the situation in the area. There were no major incidents lately, which was a good start, but there had been quite a bit of rain, so the roads would be worse than usual between here and the temple. It wasn't open enough to travel by boat, but the Naga group would certainly want to make the last bit of the trip under their own power, as it seemed to be some sort of holy pilgrimage for them. Or at least for their shamans. In fact, it was almost suspiciously quiet in the town, with everything that was going on in the nation to their west. It was only a few hundred kilometers away that things were utter chaos, and the whole army spent all their time fighting monsters that had wandered out of the changing zones. But the tribes here didn't appear to have the same issue, and the problem certainly wasn't a concern this far east. Not only that, but the attacks by the Bomgon army didn't target this region, so they weren't even having problems with foreign spies or curses. It was almost as if Gabel itself were cursed with misfortune. Why did you go to Gabel? That land is dangerous, one of the beastkin asked. Carl shrugged. I was with a black dragon, and her goddess demanded that the excess monster population be kept in check. Gabel has had many issues with them in the past, so the death god decided it was time to start putting things back in balance. The locals at the tavern looked suitably impressed with that answer. Though many of them worked hard to build their power, it was mostly so that they would not be suppressed by more powerful forces in the city. It took a unique sort of personality to willingly go out into the wilderness and put your life on the line when you could grow your system stats with trade skills and a vigorous training regimen. Of course, that logic was why so many never reached more than mediocre levels of power, even with long lives. But it was safer, and it was better in nearly every mind to live a long and uneventful life than a short and brutal one aiming for the top. That thought, naturally, had never occurred to Carl. When Lotus came out with an entire cart full of freshly baked sweets, she was an instant hit with the visitors to the tavern. Even the old construction workers who were sitting in a corner, looking grimly at their mugs of ale, were smiling as she passed them a small plate with a selection of baked goods on it. Her enthusiasm for snacks was contagious, and even Carl had chosen to ignore the fact that she had a large mug of coffee on the tray for herself. If she got too hyper, he could just send her back to Ophelia. The sound of blades clashing and wood smashing from outside caught Carl's attention, and the waitress quickly moved to bar the door. "Is the area that bad?" Carl whispered to the man beside him. The werewolf shook his head. "Probably. We sit near the edge of the district, and the Naga get into it with the trolls on a fairly regular basis. The city guard doesn't care how much they break in their brawls, and they never make them pay for the damage. So, we just get out of the way, or bar the door, so that nothing happens to the building." The building itself was made of common field stone, oblong rocks patched together with mortar. If things actually got serious, Carl knew that it wouldn't take much to throw someone through the wall. But it wasn't likely that things would go that far in the city. "You look like you just had a strange thought," the werewolf noted. "I was just thinking that if they were serious about fighting, it wouldn't take much to throw someone through a non-magical fieldstone wall," Carl replied quietly. The werewolf laughed. "You're not wrong. But they're usually not trying to kill each other, just to assert dominance. A territory fight of sorts between the two most populous groups." A middle-aged catwoman smirked at Carl. "You say that as if you could also throw someone through the wall." Lotus giggled when she heard the comment, and sipped her coffee before patting the woman on the shoulder. "The Carl is a monster in disguise. Forget throwing them through the wall, he could probably throw them out of the city from here, over the city wall." The woman laughed along with her, but Carl did a quick calculation. If he transformed, he was fairly sure that he could hurl an average-sized troll at least 200 meters. That was far enough to make it over the city wall. Of course, if they were an overlord or totem-ranked troll, it would barely injure them, and they would heal before they stopped skidding through the mud. But they would be outside the city. Naga were much more difficult to throw. Remy transformed back to her Naga form and settled down on the bench beside Carl, while Lotus continued to make friends. They had time to kill, and she wasn't ready to go up to the room and pretend to sleep. But she had forgotten that this city had tens of thousands of Naga in it. None of them actually slept, they just rested when they didn't have things to do, conserving energy. So, the schedules of everything in the city were adapted to a population that was active at all hours of the day. The markets were always open, and the staff just changed shifts 4 times a day. The same was true for most of the shops, and especially the taverns. One shift would finish drinking and go home, but another would arrive right after. And that was what the crowd did a few minutes later, once the fighting outside stopped. There were more customers waiting to come in when the waitress lifted the bar on the doors, but Carl noticed that while the wooden stalls of the vendors on the block were mostly smashed, the ones right in front of the tavern were intact, as if the fight had skipped the spot in front of their building. The waitress sighed as she saw the extent of the damage, then shrugged. Well, at least they spared a few this time. Though they might just have not wanted to annoy the totem. She muttered as she welcomed the next group to their seats, along with 2 more staff members, who were quickly served a meal so they could get to work. That also meant a whole new batch of people for Lotus to meet and serve sweets to. The nature priestess was quickly becoming a hit with the patrons, and when they found out that she had completely stocked the pantry of the tavern with stew ingredients and good flour for bread, she became even more popular. Carl realized that would normally be considered very generous payment for simply getting to use the kitchen, especially when she was giving the patrons all the pastries, but that was the way of the dragon clerics. Anywhere that they stopped, they tended to leave behind food, and the better you treated them, the more food they would leave. It could almost be considered a devious tactic to build goodwill and recruit followers, but devious and Lotus didn't belong in the same sentence. It was just impossible to see her as anything but flaky and devoted to her principles. "I should go back to work for the night. I need to make preparations before we reach the temple," Remy announced a few hours later, as a third group of patrons was beginning to replace the second. The waitress who had been on shift when they arrived was long gone, but the one on duty quickly brought them the key to a room, and refused Carl's attempt to pay for his drinks. "The priestess has provided more than enough. Just please take her with you." Someone taught her about cream liquors and coffee, and it's going to end badly, the waitress whispered. Lotus had mixed them in an ale mug, and there was no doubt that the waitress was absolutely correct. Lotus, time to go. Ophelia is ready for a nap, Carl called. 5 more minutes. We've got an idea for better egg tarts. Well, that was hard to argue with. Within half an hour, Lotus was deposited back in the tiny world, escorted by Remy, and Carl headed for the upstairs room. He brought out the haint and the epic guard for company, then took out an elven steel chest plate to do some runic work. Then, he stared at it in confusion. This was clearly not armor, or at least not effective armor. Could it be for Raid to put over a leather base? The spider laughed as Carl stared at the thin and flexible plates of metal with ornately decorated breast forms. It's a decorative armor piece for succubi. It's meant to be worn in the bedroom, not the battlefield. Though, knowing succubi, that is kind of the same thing, Ray joked. Well, if that was the case, Carl knew just what sort of enchantments he should put on it. He got right to work planning runes for comfort, agility, stamina regeneration, mana regeneration and damage reduction. It wasn't a hard combination to make, and normally, it would be the base for some sort of much more grand effect. But for this particular piece, enhancing all of those aspects to the totem rank was precisely what the wearer needed. They didn't need a combat skill. They would only occasionally need serious defensive enhancements, which could be placed on spell gems and accessories. When he was finished, the item hummed with power, and Carl put it back into his inventory, as the guild store was still out of range. They had come a fair distance east, which was closer to Drode, but not quite far enough to put them within range of the shop. With the first piece done, Carl moved on to the next item that Ashbringer had piled into the travel crate for him. It was a simple set of chain and plate pants, designed for a heavy defender. If it wasn't elven steel, the dwarves would love this. Though, once Carl finished, they might not care about what the base material set was. The elven steel was much lighter than the human equivalent of the same name, as well as being worlds apart in durability. So, it could be comfortably worn all day, though it was a bulky design. Again, the runes were deceptively simple, but powerful. It was just better to focus on the primary purpose of the item, and leave the accessories and weapon to add the specialty effects. Though, when Carl brought out the third piece and found a set of delicate steel boots with snowflake patterns on them, he thought some should have a suitable effect for their design. Using some runes from Bulwark, Carl granted the boots basic ice creation effects, then added runes for fire resistance to the standard defensive abilities. Those ones would definitely be worth putting up at the auction in Drode when it was time. Carl lay back on the bed while the haint stared curiously out the window. There were many things in the world that she had not seen yet, and though she had some memories inherited from Lifa, they were mostly on the instinctive genetic level, not detailed like Ray's knowledge of various species. The night passed quickly with very little going on outside other than the steady flow of workers going to and from their jobs. The haint was disappointed. The other times she had been brought out were to watch for threats. But today it looked like she was only here to see how boring large groups of monsters could be when they weren't crazed by the anomalies. But it was her duty to watch Carl as he meditated, and his progress was sure to make one of the others advance very soon. Her bet was on Kara, despite the badger's laziness. Hawk also had a skill at totem rank effectiveness now, but it wasn't quite the same as Kara's grasp of high-powered skills. Even when she was inactive as a weapon, the haint was still aware of what happened around her. And analyzing combat effectiveness was the specialty of the haints. But the living weapon was shocked when the first inklings of advancement did not come from the badger's space, but from Opal's. The butterfly's advancement was subtle, her adolescent body becoming more durable as the totemic blessing formed around it, and she slowly stopped leaking mana. She could still emit it at will to keep the energy in her surroundings balanced, but no longer was she uncontrollably leaking it with every move that she made. This was the point of natural survival for her species, where they could control themselves enough to function. Both the haint and Carl watched in fascination as Opal began to redecorate her space, throwing a party for herself to celebrate her victory. You know, you could do that in the tiny world, and invite everyone, Carl reminded her. Oh, that is a great idea. I can come out and visit with everyone for like 30, no maybe 20 minutes. Carl tried not to laugh. Interacting with others in person really is that tiring, isn't it? Opal bobbed her wings in agreement. She would return to her space, but she could leave her illusion there, and it would fill in for her once her social battery was exhausted. The other beasts passed over small gifts for her, all tailored to either her nature as an illusionist or to something in her space. The thoughtfulness would have made Opal tear up if she had eyes. She was realizing that she had underestimated the importance of the affection of family, even though she had been observing it all this time. Now that she had opened up to being included in it, the feeling was quite warm. Even the notoriously unserious Kara and the food-obsessed Hawk had found her appropriate gifts for her advancement. Then Carl finished engraving an illusion element stone with the golem spell, and placed it on the stage in the small practice amphitheater in Opal's space. "It's beautiful. I can make better solid illusions for my plays," she gasped. "I thought that you might appreciate that. I know that it's not actually an advantage in most of the shows, but now you can have crowd interaction when you want it. I remember that you were reading a book on fake illusionist shows, where they have audience volunteers," Carl explained. Opal flitted around her space in joy. She really did have the best family members. When everyone else woke up in the morning, there was a massive garden party in the open grass outside the guild house in the tiny world, and the Naga were already present, playing darts with moving targets. The game had been a last-minute addition by Opal, but it had been an instant hit. "What are we celebrating?" Dana asked when she saw the party decorations. "Miss Opal made it to the totem rank last night, officially. It's a bit unusual to have her decorate her own party, but she's the best at it," Carl explained. That made sense to Dana. She was born as a master of the illusionary domain, and as long as nobody was actively trying to damage her illusions, the butterfly could create any scene that she desired instantly. The Naga had been shocked by the elaborate setup, but then Butterfly came out in person. They immediately recognized the slightly unstable aura that marked a recent upgrade. "Oh, now I see why the fuss. A new totem is an important day for any clan. Even one as powerful as yours," one of the Naga whispered to Remy. Remy nodded happily. "More of us should make that point soon, as we all work together despite our different specialties. The goal is to have over half the group be totem rank within the month." The Naga chuckled at her enthusiasm, then realized that she was completely serious. Remy's confidence that they would actually make it to totem rank was confusing, but infectious. The Naga was excited to have an alliance with a totem-ranked queen, as it would lead to great respect for his people among the surrounding tribes. What he hadn't realized yet was that Remy had no intentions of staying with their clan after she visited the temple. With Opal present, the party could get properly started, and Lotus started bringing out trays of snacks, while Carl did his best to mimic Opal's illusionary abilities to set off fireworks in the sky of the tiny world. But true to her expectations, after saying hello to everyone, receiving their congratulations and floating around for a bit, she was ready to head back to her space. But Kara had a plan. "Sister, I set up an obstacle course. Come race me," the Chaos Badger insisted. The course was a set of hoops on sticks planted around the garden at various angles and heights, but for smaller flying species, they were an excellent obstacle course. "There is no set order, you just have to pass through them all," Kara insisted, then frowned as she saw that Ray was going around the garden, turning the hoops so that they faced different directions. That would completely change the most efficient route around the course. Ray waved her human form's hands over her head to get their attention. "Line up side by side. Ready? Go!" The two smallest flyers of the group dashed out around the garden, and Kara realized that even knowing the course in advance wouldn't save her. Sister Opal was incredibly fast, and her agility was on a whole other level. Kara weighed close to 50 kilos, and even with her skill to assist her flying, she still took some time to turn. While Opal was technically larger in wingspan, she weighed closer to 5 kilos, and most of that was her body, as her wings were paper thin without the need for bone structure. Kara was only a third of the way through the course when Opal finished and the crowd burst into applause. Noctia chuckled. "We have a similar course at the Dragon God's Temple in my hometown, and there is no way that any of us could beat a butterfly through an obstacle course. They look slow, the way that they like to float around, but they're really not." Opal ran away only 3 runs through the obstacle course later, ready to rest in her space and sleep to plan her next epic play. None of the Naga were shocked by that. The glasswing illusionary butterfly was reclusive by nature, and masters of invisibility. The fact that this one had appeared around strangers was already a great show of trust. But it was also almost time for the auction to start. "I will stay here with the clan. I would like to know more about the temple. You can take the Dana Mage as your +1, Remy insisted. Carl held out his arm for Dana, then returned to the room, where the Haint and the Epic Guard were still on duty, making sure nobody messed with their room. Dana transformed into fox form and followed Carl out. It should be less conspicuous than showing up in human form in the Beastkin Tavern. But she had forgotten about the side effects of fox charm, and the room fell silent when they walked into the tavern. Everyone seemed mesmerized and afraid to speak until the waitress on duty curtsied and greeted them. "Mr. Carl, Lady Dana, were you staying for breakfast?" she asked, not sure where this lovely lady had come from. Had Carl been hiding her somewhere, keeping her for himself? That was a shame. Such beauty should be revealed to the world. Dana's fluffy ears flicked in amusement at the odd voice of the waitress. "No, thank you. We're off to the auction. Carl listed an item, and we received an invitation," she explained, then tried not to frown as all the men in the room sighed the moment she stopped speaking. "This effect is ridiculously strong on Beastkin," she complained with a system message. Carl shrugged and winked at one of the Beastkin as he led her toward the door, accompanied by the Haint and Epic Guard. "Thank you for your hospitality. We may be back this evening after the auction, if we don't head directly to the temple." The waitress smiled and nodded repeatedly, bobbing her head. "I look forward to seeing you both again." Carl stepped outside, and heard the waitress whisper to one of the patrons. "I should have known. How could a man like that not already have a wife? But did you see her? OMG. He must be fighting off the suitors everywhere they go." Dana couldn't help but curse Tien's innocent eagerness to help as they walked down the streets, and heads turned to watch her pass. She wasn't even wearing anything fancy, just her usual silk robes and the decorative armor that Ray had made for her. She had been hoping that it would attract less attention than dressing up, as Carl was in a suit. But it didn't seem to help. When they got to the auction house, the two lizardfolk guards looked extra excited, and then enraged when Carl handed them his token and announced he was here with his +1. "Your guards can wait in the back standing area with the other servants," one of them growled, then ushered them through. "That's not suspicious at all," Dana whispered as they entered. "Yeah, something is off. I suspect we've got about 10 minutes before someone does something stupid," Carl agreed. He extended his senses out, and found that there were 2 mythic-ranked guests inside the auction house already, and dozens of totems. If things went bad, he would toss Dana in the tiny world at the first sign of trouble. They took their seats, and the totem-ranked Beastkin next to Carl nodded politely. "Were you auctioning an evening with your courtesan today?" he asked quietly. Carl shook his head. "I put a master-crafted overlord-ranked weapon up for auction." The Beastkin smiled and nodded. "That could be even more interesting, though I'm sure some will be disappointed that you flexed on them." Dana looked at him curiously. "Flexed on them?" The man nodded. Foxkin are known to be the world's greatest lovers other than succubi, with their illusion and charm magic. For that reason, they live like pampered princesses and there are virtually no female foxes among the commoners. They're all nobility, or taken in as ranking servants to the royal family, which might as well be nobility. So, it's rare to see one in public at all. So, showing up at an auction with one on your arm might as well be calling all the other attendees peasants. Dana frowned. "But you don't seem upset." The Beastkin smirked. "I am the younger son of the regional governor. Far enough up the ladder that even without a title, I still have a fox and a succubus among my courtesans." Dana thought about his words, while Carl thought about his past interactions. He had met many males foxes, but few females. But the thing with keeping fox girls as courtesans was definitely a local thing. The demons weren't as enamored with them, and knew them more for their trickery. A transformed silver dragon seated in front of them turned around with an expression that reminded him of the blue dragons when they were exposed to new information. Fox magic is powerful, but here in Nulnulgod it is stronger than usual because our local foxkin are descended from the divine fox lineages. Unlike the common fox beastkin, their power is 100-fold stronger. If I had to guess, I would say that the young lady is from the Stoneford divine fox lineage. She has the feeling of their magic. Tell me, can you use their healing magic? Dana smiled back at the dragon, who served the dragon god of magic, and shook her head. Unfortunately, no, I didn't get healing magic. Only a small dose of fox charm and a battle mage type class. That somehow made the dragon even more excited, and he gave the man on Dana's side a pleading look. Fine, I will switch with you. But only because I don't want to be caught in the middle. The troll muttered, completely uninterested in talks of foxes or magical spells. At least her charm didn't overly affect everyone, Dana decided. It was mostly just the beastkin that it affected too much, and some of the lizard folk, like the guards at the door. The silver dragon lowered his voice, now that they were sitting side by side. If you're trying to find the answers, I think you are. It's beasts and humans. Lizard folk are technically beastkin, though they get their own species name. The other species will find you charming, but not nearly as strongly. Dana nodded in relief, but the dragon was curious. How did you make it this far without learning the extent of your powers? He asked. It's a recent development. I used an experimental potion to advance to overlord rank, and it had divine fox fur in it. The silver dragon was enthralled now. New magic was as exciting to them as new knowledge was to the blue dragons. So, you were not a fox before? He asked. Dana shook her head. Human. The dragon looked startled. Now, that is shocking. But that might be because I'm originally from Kopji, and the humans there are almost all slaves or menial workers. Letting them grow in power is unusual. Dana frowned. They would have to add that place to the list of places to avoid, though if she remembered right, Kopji was mostly dragons and dragonkin, with a few lesser reptile species. The majority of the group would probably be fine there. We're from Drode. The demons are much less particular, she offered. The dragon nodded in understanding. Yes, demons and humans have an odd relationship. They pretend to despise each other, but in practice they live together without any real issues, as the demons only respect strength and don't try to stop others from growing their power. The auctioneer took the stage and took out a small crystal orb. She cast a spell, and the orb glowed softly, amplifying noise from its immediate vicinity. Welcome, dear guests, to the Cathar auction. Today we will be starting off with a bang. We have procured a rare item for you all to bid on. An epic grade overlord ranked blade made of pure elven steel. The auction house filled with quiet chatter. That was impressive, but not shocking. Then she continued. And the blade has been enchanted by a rune master, granting a wide variety of enhancements, far beyond the standard of any regular blade. Now the auction house was getting excited, and they hadn't even seen the blade yet. It wasn't anything overkill in Carl's mind. Just sharpness and skill damage. But the sharpness skill did ignore the majority of the target's armor. A magical sign above the auctioneer displayed a set of stats about the weapon, including the name of the creator, which was listed as both Carl and Ashbringer of the Darklight Host Guild. A light shone on Carl, who waved at the auctioneer, and the whole auction house turned to look at him, while Dana resisted the urge to facepalm. They had been doing so well with trying to avoid notice after realizing that her appearance had an outsized effect on the locals. Carl turned to look at one of the mythic rank guests, whose attention he could feel. The feeling was creepy, and he wondered if his estimate of 10 minutes might have been far too long before something happened. This should be fun. He's a champion from the Sholaha arenas. The ones that they run for priority rights to the powerful dungeons that they have. I wonder if he's going to try to make a move? The silver dragon whispered to Dana, with the same excited tone that Kara used when she was about to cause chaos. The beastkin beside Carl snorted in amusement. It says right on the sign that he's the actual runemaster. You'd have to be crazy to offend him here and risk having yourself blacklisted from his future sales. The auctioneer turned off the light on Carl and began speaking again. We will start the bidding at 5,000 golden gat. Carl determined that those were the larger local gold coins, and the bidding was quickly going up, but the myth who was giving Carl the strange feeling wasn't bidding at all. Perhaps he simply wasn't interested in an overlord-ranked weapon. The bidding moved quickly past 20,000 coins, then 50, before finally selling for 85,000 coins. That was more than enough to keep Carl happy. Transfer notice, Cathar Auction Guild. Wishes to transfer 80,750 gold coins. That should be the full payment, minus the 5% auction house fee. Transfer accepted. The auctioneer was about to move on when a large winged form leapt from the upper balconies. The mythic rank champion had made his move. He took the voice amplification orb from the auctioneer. The Sholaha Dominators Guild challenges the Darklight Host. We claim the right of ownership over the members Carl, Ashbringer and Dana, he declared. Guild War Challenge, accept? Why? And Carl got to his feet, and the spotlight shone on him as he helped Dana to her feet and moved her through the entrance to the tiny world. The Darklight Host accepts your declaration of war. Do you wish to hold an open war, or settle this by a challenge of champions? Carl asked, raising his voice, so the whole auction could hear him. Then he equipped his armor, letting everyone see the double golden borders of 2 successful over-rank challenges. In her space, Ray smirked. "Oh, I hope that he picks open war." Kara and Matilda are ready to explode with excitement. The dragonkin smirked at Carl and made a "come and get it" type gesture. "We will settle this by champions. Auctioneer, clear the arena." The silver dragon turned to look at Carl. "I hope that you know what you're doing." Carl winked. "Come and watch, you'll laugh until your sides hurt." But Supreme Lady Matilda was hoping for a real war. The dragon went pale as he realized just what the mythic ranked warrior had done. If the Supreme Lady decided not to wait for the duel to be finished, or that she didn't want Carl to be the champion for the fight, she could declare herself the champion, and they would lose by default, as the challenging guild didn't have anyone to fight her. Then, they would have to pay reparations equal to the demand that they had made. 2 overlords and 1 totem-ranked member. Whether the Darklight host took equal payment for them, or killed them didn't matter to the system. The auctioneer opened a portal, and a powerful mythic-ranked mage stepped through with an annoyed look on his face. "Who is causing trouble here?" he demanded. The dragonkin bowed slightly to him. "Your Majesty, my apologies. It's a simple guild matter. We will leave to settle it and the auction can continue." The new arrival looked between them, then laughed. "Oh, I think not. The auction is on hold. We will move to the arena now to watch this battle." That confused the guild master. Why would the king of Nulnulgot care about a guild duel, even if it was at this level? What he didn't know was that all the myths who could use portals had gathered when Carl had advanced, and as he shared a border with Gabble, he had come to see what was going on as well. The advancement of some Totem 2 nations over hadn't concerned the warrior, so he had no idea that Carl was no average craftsman. In the guild house in Drode City, Ashbringer got the message that someone had claimed ownership of him as their guild member, a forced guild contract, and the terms were unlikely to be favorable. But the system said that it was being settled by duel by Carl, so he relaxed a little. There was nothing that he could do from here to stop it, and not much that he could do to help on such short notice. In contrast, Mick was in a full-blown panic. If they lost Carl and Ashbringer, what would the guild branch do? They only had apprentices here, and they would lose most of their ability to fill the higher-level orders that had built their reputation. But more importantly, if Carl were forced to leave, would the others who traveled with him stay? If not, the Drode branch of the Darklight host would quickly become a laughingstock here in Drode, with a few royal-ranked crafters as their strongest members. The king of Nulnulgot cleared his throat and opened another portal. "Champions, please follow me through the portal, so we can discuss the terms of the challenge. Everyone else, you have 10 minutes to reach the arena before the battle begins." Carl jumped over the crowd to land on the stage, using swims through air to avoid a hard landing. The spectators began to talk excitedly about his casual acceptance and his physical control. But the king didn't wait, and the two followed him through to a room that overlooked a sandfloor arena. "What the fuck were you thinking? A mythic ranked duel here of all places? Here, forget the fact that the word is already spreading about you challenging someone in Nulnulgot. You did it in the middle of nowhere." The king raged. "And you, why did you accept instead of negotiating?" Carl shrugged. He demanded ownership of guild members, including myself. Nothing about his terms was acceptable for negotiation. You should feel blessed that I didn't demand a full-scale guild war. The champion snorted in amusement, and the king growled at him. "Jerome, do you have no sense left in your brain? The Darklight host has a supreme-ranked Chaos Dragon among their members. If they refused to accept a duel, there might not be a nation left for you to go home to, even if you won the fight," the king informed him. Jerome, the dragonkin warrior who had started this whole mess, stared at the king in confusion. The only supreme-ranked dragon on the entire planet is Supreme Lady Matilda. Yes, you just challenged your guild to a guild war. Carl's smirk nearly set off the warrior, and the king of Nulnulgot sighed. "Do you have to keep annoying him?" he asked. "Keep annoying him? I fully intend to kill him," Carl corrected. "A third ring would look good on his tabard. I can see that this won't be solved peacefully. I will have the Royal Council reinforce the barriers on the arena. Take your positions, and I will signal the start of the battle when the barriers are ready." Carl and Jerome both jumped down onto the sand to wait while the arena filled. Already, portals were opening, and mythic-ranked fighters in well-worn armor were filling the best seats. These must be either friends or competitors of Jerome, though none of them were his guild members. "I hope that you're ready to start crafting. I don't give days off for failed challengers, Jerome taunted. You know, I always wanted a mythic dungeon of my very own. How much time is left on your claim? Carl replied. The people in the stands burst into laughter. The annual contest had just ended. He had it for over 300 more days. At 20% tax on what was taken out, Carl would be filthy rich by the end of the year if he could actually win the fight. But if he could, then he could likely claim a totem-ranked dungeon in next year's challenge anyhow. Not that any of them expected him to actually win this fight. The visiting mages joined the royal council in reinforcing the barriers, trapping the two contestants inside. Hey, what's the rule on duels? Ray asked. She had never properly seen one done in an arena like this before, and wasn't entirely clear on whether she got to come out and play. Carl checked the system interface. No bonded partners or outside assistants. Only the two champions and effects created by their abilities are allowed in the arena, Carl read. Clearly, someone had tried to sign a contract to have a more powerful ally come to them in a challenge before, and the system had turned it into a disadvantage to classes like Carl's. You should leave your weapons in storage and just beat his face, Kara offered. Carl did have brutal pugilist, which was far more effective in dragon form. 15% unarmed damage per rank. Totem was the 8th rank, so that was 120% in total. I hear what you're thinking. Definitely punch him in the face, Kara laughed. The king's voice boomed through the arena. Combatants, finish your preparations. The arena has been sealed, and we have confirmed neither party is suffering from negative status effects. Carl smiled and called the Haint, the Epic Guard, the Lamia duo and a pair of dire bear golems, then activated Avatar to transform into the massive form of a world dragon. Jerome smirked. It was all posturing. He was mythic, with 90% reduced damage from all the totem rank trash. He could just ignore the extras, and it would be impossible to miss a dragon that size with any skill he used. But the audience was beginning to place wagers with renewed enthusiasm. He might still be outclassed, but this Darklight host champion had talents far beyond simply crafting. Plus, he had no fear. That alone put him far above most underranked champions. The hesitation and instinctive need to protect their lives actually cost most of them their fights. Inside the tiny world, Opal was recreating the arena scene outside, while Remy did the narration with much more colorful interpretations than what the king had given to the live audience. Begin, the king declared, resigned to the waste of this duel. No matter who won, it would be an overall loss for everyone else. Jerome leapt forward, while Carl swatted at him with a massive claw. Dragon claws met mithril as the strikes clashed, while the two opposing skills exploded outward in a burst of energy that shook the barrier over the arena. Jerome roared as he cast an additional layer of physical buffs on himself, but Carl wasn't concerned. Physically, he was still the far stronger of the two. The issue was going to be the level of power output. His arm still ached from that strike, and it hadn't even split the scales. Nullify, yes, that was better. Jerome wouldn't have time to fully restore his buffs. Carl didn't wait for his opponent to finish preparing for another attack and struck again, using Void Blast to rain explosions on the warrior from a distance. Then he followed it up with Ghost Fire, used like a dragon breath attack, intending to confuse the enemy. Jerome flung himself to the wall as the flames licked out. Dragon fire was evil stuff, and if Carl set him on fire, he would have to waste precious seconds putting himself out instead of dealing with this overconfident crafter. Pushing off the wall, he hurled himself back into combat, but the Haint shoulder checked him, and aimed her long claws directly between his legs. Carrot cheered as the claws struck home, but the warrior's defenses held, and he was thrown off course with a painful shriek of claws on metal. When he landed, the Lamia bombarded him with ranged blade attacks and the bear's charge, keeping him away from Carl, who was still unloading constant, void blasts at him. You damnable coward. I am going to rip you apart, then resurrect you and do it again. Carl gave him a huge draconic smile and snapped his fingers, using Tien's earth manipulation, skilled to create a spike of earth, aimed upward from the floor. Jerome was forced to roll away again, and the crowd burst into laughter. If Carl lost this fight, the warrior was definitely going to torture him to death. Repeatedly, Jerome hurled a barrage of slash attacks at the summons, but Carl created stone barriers in front of them that stopped the skills, even though the barriers themselves shattered on contact. So, the warrior charged into close combat, quickly slashing both golems to death before the haint grabbed him from behind, and the lamia stabbed him with all 4 blades, sending their skills directly into his body. Carl's massive paw smashed down on Jerome's head, tearing open his face, and ripping the chest plate of his armor off with pure brute force. The 3 long claw marks, from his forehead to his navel, gushed blood as hemotoxic strikes passively prevented healing from physical injuries. Jerome burst with power, throwing the haint back and destroying the lamia. "It's just you and me again," he growled, looking pleased with himself. Carl swung at him again, and Jerome erected a shield in front of himself. But at the last second, Carl stopped his paw and used it as the focus to hurl purgatory flames at the warrior, engulfing him in flames that used every bit of mana in Carl's body. Mana that he was quickly recovering from the mana crystals in the tiny world, and from the spaces of the beasts. Jerome staggered back, scorched and dropping ash from his body with every step. He coughed, and smoke burst from his lips, even as blood spattered the ground in front of him. Carl swatted him with one hand, hurling him against the barrier and leaving 3 more long claw marks across his chest. The warrior fell to the ground, barely conscious. He struggled feebly and tried to blast the massive foot off him as Carl repeatedly blasted his scorched body with ghost fire. Blood loss was making it hard to focus, and Jerome couldn't understand why his heroic regeneration skill hadn't fixed his body yet. It was repairing the burn damage faster than Carl was inflicting it, but the claw wounds weren't closing, and his body only held so much blood, even with regeneration skills in effect. Jerome activated heroic intervention, an emergency skill that boosted his power and skills for a short time, then rip and tear, an area attack version of rend. Golden scales flew as the skill tore into Carl's body, and the warrior forced his foot up, pushing Carl onto his hind legs and forcing him to retreat. Carl called back the lamia and the golems as he retreated. The extra bodies bought him a few seconds for Void Body to begin closing the wounds, but he wasn't the only one with abilities to slow healing. Void Body was working, but at less than half of its usual speed. The 2 combatants growled at each other, oblivious to the roar of the crowd outside the barriers. They had been expecting a fight, but not like this. This was not a duel, this was a grudge match, and the 2 powerful combatants were tearing each other to shreds. Jerome's body was starting to show actual flesh again, but Carl's mana had almost recovered. The mana storage of the tiny world was low, so he wouldn't be able to use the same technique more than one more time. But one more purgatory flame strike would be more than enough to finish off the warrior. Jerome frantically hurled attacks at Carl, trying to finish him off before the blood loss got to him. But Carl met the strikes with his claws, coated in multiple layers of barriers and totem-ranked stone. With the summons back in action, it was only a matter of time now, and already the warrior was slowing, his mind becoming fuzzy. He repeatedly tried to go for potions, but before he could get them to his mouth, the uncanny accuracy of the lamia shattered the bottles, dumping the healing potions in the sand. If he hadn't had the mythic rank blessing, those massive gaping claw wounds would have bled him out in a matter of seconds, but as the minutes drew on and the stalemate continued, he was still holding strong. The sand of the arena was entirely soaked in gold and black blood from the dragon and dragonkin, as well as scales and ash from scorched flesh. But still Carl couldn't get the advantage. "We're getting low on mana," Tien warned. Their spaces were at a third of capacity and holding steady, but they wouldn't be able to make much of a final push if Jerome had more skills hidden. Then, the warrior seemed to deflate, and simply collapsed. No attempt to stop himself, Jerome simply fell face down as heroic intervention ended and the last of the energy left his body. "This duel is over, winner. Carl of the Darklight host," the king announced before the dust of the impact had even settled. It wasn't hard to see what his intention was. In a duel between a totem and a myth, he was not going to allow a last-minute strike that would do permanent damage or prevent the recovery of the defeated opponent. He had also recognized the Soul Link skill of the Haint, and knew that Jerome's soul was heavily damaged at this point. It would take him months to recover without specialist treatment from the dragon temples, and if he let Carl finish him off, it would prove nearly impossible to recover enough of his soul energy to resurrect him. And that would touch off an actual war among the mythic dungeon guilds. Carl patted the Haint on the head and let her return to storage, while he dismissed the rest of the summons so the king knew that he wasn't going to fight over the decision. With the battle over, Carl transformed back to cat demon form, and into his armor, which now had a third golden ring on the guild tabard. But this one was much more ornate. Not a simple line around the tabard, it was an interwoven knot design all the way around, and had a dragon skull pattern at the bottom, where the tabard came to a point. The barrier came down, and a mythic ranked cleric from the Sholaha Dominators Guild came to rescue his guild master. He winced as he saw the extent of the damage, but the hemotoxic strike skill only affected non-magical healing, and he was a mythic ranked cleric of the White Dragon. Jerome was carried out of the arena by a mythic ranked mage, and Carl turned his attention to the cleric. "High Priest. Welcome." The man looked startled that Carl was greeting him courteously. They had no idea what had touched off the war, as Jerome hadn't elaborated in the message that said he was going to claim a group of powerful crafters for the guild. "War champion. Congratulations on your victory. Tell me, what was the agreed prize? The guild master didn't inform us in advance." "A totem-ranked rune master, and 2 overlords. A grandmaster demonic smith and a divine fox-kin woman." Carl informed him in a dry tone, attempting to convey his anger without actually snapping at the cleric. "And your counter?" the cleric asked, knowing that had to be what Jerome wanted, as they didn't have any such members. "The whole proceeds of his current dungeon claim." The cleric blanched and then cursed repeatedly in a language that the system didn't translate. "Is there a chance that could be negotiated?" he asked hopefully. "Everything in life can be negotiated, for the right price." The cleric sighed in relief, and gestured to the exit of the arena. "Perhaps we could do this in private?" From the stands, there was a round of booing. "Hey, no taking this to a back room to pressure him, we're enjoying the show," someone shouted. "Fuck you, Bill." A number of the other spectators laughed at the interaction. Of course, they wouldn't negotiate terms in public. Bill just wanted more of a show. But the battle between the World Dragon Avatar and the Battle Master with a whole rank between them had been an epic that would be told for ages. Carl hadn't noticed, but even with Void Body working, he still had countless slowly fading scars, both small and large, visible to everyone on his face and arms. It was only the insane amount of damage reduction that he had with the extra 20% from his new class, plus the limited invulnerability from Void Body that ignored the first portion of damage that actually made it through, which had given him the ability to stand against Jerome's attacks. None of the others were confident that they could take such a beating and still keep fighting. The cleric led Carl to a sitting room that looked like a staff break room, and then flopped down on a sofa. "Give me a moment to come up with something. I know you're not obligated to, but I think that I can make it worth your time without causing a riot among the guild members." Carl shrugged. It took 5 mythic ranked members to clear the dungeon in question, so it wasn't like he could do anything with it on his own, even though there was free access as well as the tax on those who the guild allowed to enter. A few seconds later, the door opened and 2 more people entered. One wearing the logo of the Kingdom of Nulnalgod, and a mythic ranked mage whose pointed ears made Carl think she might be an elf or some similar sort of Phi species. "What have you come up with? No offense, but we've talked to the guild master, and nobody among the juniors is particularly eager to sign a servitude contract with the Chaos Dragon. Have you seen what she does to the vampire?" Carl cleared his throat, and the woman jumped. "Sorry, I forgot you were going to be here. I'm sure she's a very nice person, but making a totem-ranked vampire council member where? Never mind. I can't bring myself to say that in public." Carl laughed. He would ask Kara about it later. Supreme Lady Matilda was actually quite fond of Tiffany, but it wouldn't surprise Carl if she treated the vampire like a living doll. "It's not that bad. Matilda has been making her wear the same dress that Ray has Mick wear to work, only with a shorter skirt," Kara explained. "So, a black and white frilly Lolita dress. That didn't sound so bad, but who knew what else Matilda had done to it? Though for someone of Tiffany's stature and age, it would be much more embarrassing than it was for a young shop clerk." The cleric leaned forward and took out a sheet of paper to write out a list of something, while Carl and the mage waited. The elf girl turned to Carl and tilted her head. "You're an interesting one, but I don't see why the guild master went so far trying to recruit you." Carl shrugged. "It might be because I'm a rune master, or it could just be that his little head was doing all the thinking. The second person he demanded was my wife, while the other was our guild's Grand Master Demonic Blacksmith." The elf rolled her eyes. "I wish I could say for certain that you were wrong. But a rune master at the totem rank is an insanely valuable guild asset. Wait, pretend that I didn't say that." The cleric winced, then sighed. Praising the man who was about to determine if their offer was equal to what had been demanded of his guild was not helping their case when he was part of the deal. But come to think of it, how did you value a war champion with multiple victories? That thought gave him a renewed headache. The tax from the dungeon was the primary source of income for their guild, which had no crafting division. It was primarily assembled around a team of mythic-ranked adventurers and their lackeys. Once they removed that source of income, the guild would fall apart, and at this point, there were over 200 people relying on that income, as well as the income from the other dungeons that they visited as a guild. The guild also owned a few businesses, but they weren't profitable yet, and building them would take some time. There had to be something that he could offer the war champion. Drode was at a significantly lower power level than the dungeon region around Lake Naraletum. What if he offered him knowledge? That should offset some of their loss, but it wouldn't be nearly enough to cover the debt unless he could come up with something incredibly rare. Thor's words were amused as he contacted Carl. The dragon gods think that it's funny that you're making him sweat. All three clerics say so. Carl tried not to laugh, as that would just confuse the two mythic guild members in front of him. Finally, the cleric sighed, and began striking out ideas on his page. The elf went over and started crossing out other ideas until they were staring at a sheet with every idea crossed out. It looks like you're having some issues, Carl noted. Almost there. Just a few more minutes, if you're not in a hurry. We can request that someone brings food while you wait, the elven mage offered. Carl waved off her concern and reached into Remy's space to grab an entire cake that her and Lotus had made at the inn. I have cake, take all the time that you need. The elf simply stared at him in confusion for a few seconds as Carl cut and plated slices for everyone after creating plates and cutlery with earth magic. We're missing something. I can sense it in his aura. His mana is too calm, even for someone meditating. He's enjoying watching us struggle. She whispered to the cleric, who just rolled his eyes at her. Of course, he was. He had all the advantages here, and there was a good chance that even 2-on-1, they couldn't take him. So, not only did he have the system on his side as the winner of the challenge, he was the more powerful party all by himself. Carl watched them struggle for a few more minutes, then decided to relent and give them a few hints. Perhaps you could combine payment methods. Honestly, I'm not interested in taking unwilling guild members. They're just more trouble than they're worth, even if I use compulsion on them. But we do appreciate treasures and rare skills, he suggested. The cleric gave him a thin smile. Perhaps we can work something then. The guild has 2 treasures, and we can offer you payment on top to make up the difference, he offered. Carl nodded. If they're suitable, I don't see why not. The elf looked pained, but nodded in acceptance, and the cleric took the items out of the guild storage. The first was a mythic-ranked bracelet, and at first, it didn't look all that special. But when Carl actually looked at it with the system interface, that changed immediately. Eternity's Blessing. Artifact grade. Mythic rank. Equips in guild inventory. Activates the guild skill, Eternity, granting guild members the physical stats expected to be present at the peak of their life, at their current rank. So, that was how the guild skill function worked. The bracelet wasn't something that a person wore, the item was equipped for the guild. For some of them, this would be negligible. Most of the ladies were close to peak physical form by age right now. But Noctia would get much more powerful with age, even within the overlord rank. It would also help Tien if it applied to him. While Carl inspected the first item, the elf put the second item reluctantly on the low table between them. Amulet of Destruction, Immortal rank. Epic grade. Increases the effect of 1 spell per minute by 1 rank in the mortal ranks, or 1 sub-rank for immortals. Carl couldn't hide his joy as he saw the item. Activating Avatar at the mythic rank would be absolutely devastating, and it was incredibly unlikely that it would be dispelled within a minute. But they were balancing items against 3 lives, including his own. At least they were taking it seriously. The elf and cleric shared a look, then nodded in response to whatever message they had sent each other. We can also offer you the full proceeds of 1 trip through the dungeon every week for the remainder of the year that we hold the rights. That's normally 1 epic grade totem ranked item per week, plus the assorted lower grade items, the cleric offered. Carl considered the options, including any and all crafting materials and trash drops that come from the dungeon. As a crafting guild, the Darklight host also has need of the raw materials. The cleric sighed in relief. That was very reasonable. Alright, what is the best way to keep in contact? as neither of us has branch offices in the same city. Carl considered the options, then took out a piece of overlord-ranked stone from the dwarves. You can send me a message, but I will make you a recall stone, so you can just send someone to drop the items off at our guild shop in Drode. The cleric laughed, and the elf looked embarrassed. You don't know the spell, do you? Carl realized. Both shook their head, but Carl only shrugged. Open a portal to a safe spot outside your guild house, and I will put not only the spell but both locations on the stone, so your runner can go back and forth, he explained. That intrigued the elf, and she opened the portal to the courtyard of their guild house in Zalaz. Carl stuck his head through, looked around and nodded, certain that he could find that spot again and locate it with the recall spell. The pair of mythic adventurers sat quietly for half an hour as Carl carved an egg-shaped relic. He wasn't much of a sculptor, but with Tien's earth manipulation, he could make an egg easily enough. Though, he realized when he was nearly done that he didn't actually need the stone from the dwarves. He could have just made one that would hold totem-ranked runes. The overlord-ranked mana jade was pretty, though. There you go. It will bring you right outside our gates, beside the guard post, so if you send someone powerful through the portal, it won't alarm Lord Drode about your intentions. Our guild house is right next to the city gates, you see. Carl opened a portal to the location in question, and the guard on duty waved at him. Good morning. Just checking in to make sure everything is fine, he explained. The guard gave him a thumbs-up gesture. All good. Is your guild challenge settled already? Carl nodded. All done. We will have ongoing visitors with restitution payments, though. I don't know who they will send, but they will appear right here. The guard nodded. It wasn't outside the wall, as city rules demanded, but it wasn't far. Carl closed the portal and the pair smiled at him. You really do get along well with the city guards, don't you? We've got a nature priestess who excels in fertility charms, a healing pulse area effect on the whole yard, and a smoking bench on the other side of the wall, so they can take a break out of sight. The elf giggled softly. The Darklight host really had made themselves popular with the demons. Especially the city guards and the commoners, who were more likely to need a healer but not have coin for a specialist. The cleric got to his feet. If that settles everything, I will lead a group through the dungeon to prepare the first week's payment. With so many of our competitors here, I can't afford to wait too long to announce the terms and prove that we're paying. The dungeon region is highly competitive, and we don't need anyone slandering us more than they surely already are after a challenge loss. Carl patted him on the shoulder. Best of luck. Let me know if things fall apart for the guild, and I may be able to work something out with you. They had red, green and black dragon clerics, but no white so far. With a bit of prep work and that new amulet, he could definitely help out, and reap the bonuses that the system was sure to give him. The mage and cleric walked back into the arena, while Carl put the new items in his inventory. He didn't bond the amulet of destruction yet, though he couldn't see himself giving away something so valuable. It would surely be useful to the others as well, but only one person could bond and use the bracelet. So, it made sense for the strongest to use it. The epic guard was already excited about it. She would love to be mythic rank. But the stronger you were, the scarier that item got. Not much in the world would be able to stand up to an immortal rank skill, or damage an immortal rank defensive ability. If they were given time to prepare for a battle, the amulet would allow them to stack up an impenetrable fortress. Well, in theory. Carl knew that there was a chance that when you chose another spell to buff, the other one would return to normal strength. That seemed like the most likely outcome. The system seemed to think it was funny to thwart the best plans. Now that the negotiations were over, the guests were beginning to go back to the auction, but Carl had no intentions of returning after the chaos that their presence had caused the first time. So, instead of continuing the day as planned, he walked out into the arena, where he was immediately surrounded by the more powerful spectators congratulating him on his victory and their assistance. Most had prepared a small token for him, as congratulations on making a third overranked victory, and for a victory against a myth. That was an incredibly rare occurrence, as you had to deal 10 times the damage that your opponent did just to make it an even fight. Or some combination of that and damage reduction, as Carl had. Champion Carl, do you have a moment to chat? I believe that we might have a proposal that you would be interested in. A mythic ranked mage asked, pushing through the crowd. Carl's first thought was that he was a beastkin of some sort, due to his size, but like Professor Tank, he seemed to be simply a mountain of a man. You know that mage specializes in casting, fist, Kara giggled. He certainly looked like the sort, the way that he was glaring at others. Mages lack physical skills, so he built his own, Thor noted, pleased with the man's ingenuity. He had compensated for his weakness. What sort of offer? Carl asked curiously. My group controls both a mythic and a totem-ranked dungeon. We would like to discuss a guild alliance for our people to work together. Carl smiled and nodded. I believe that could work well for us. As a guild primarily of crafters, we are always short on raw materials, and we are lower in number than most adventuring guilds. The massive mage smiled, and a few other guild leaders pushed forward to join him. These are the leaders of our other allied guilds. Might we ask, who is the guild leader of the Darklight host? The mage asked. Carl chuckled. Supreme Lady Matilda is our ranking member. But I am the head of the Drode branch of the guild, as she doesn't often concern herself with other regions outside her own territory. The others all made protective gestures in front of themselves, and Carl shrugged. It's fine to deal exclusively with the Drode branch. I understand that our guild leader has a bit of a reputation, he suggested. The guild leaders conferred for a moment, then one by one reached out to shake his hand. We will let the others say their piece first, and then we can talk business. With that, the assembled spectators who hadn't returned to the auction cleared out, leaving only Carl and 5 mythic-ranked guild leaders. Why'd I get the feeling that Drode is a bit underlevel? Carl joked. The big mage waved his hand dismissively. The Zalaz region of Sholaha is one of the highest power regions on the Dragon Isles because there are nearly 24 totem and mythic-ranked dungeons all in one area. Most of the Dragon Isles are similar to the rest of the island, with myths leading larger cities, though some have far more totems than can be called reasonable. Dragons are like that. Carl led them back to the sitting room where they had worked out the deal for the defeat, and took a seat on the same sofa again. Only 2 of the 5 guild leaders chose to sit on the provided seats, the others took their own from inventory instead. Alright, let's get started. What sort of crafters do you have, and what do they specialize in? We know that you're supposed to be a totem-ranked rune lord. But you said your whole guild branch focuses on crafting. Carl nodded. We have an overlord-ranked runic alchemist, an overlord-ranked demonic grandmaster smith, a master leatherworker and tailor, and assistants to them all. Mostly at the commander and royal rank. A guild master with tattoos all down his arms smiled. So, you have the ability to provide a steady flow of commander rank healing and cleansing potions? Carl nodded. We sell them as regular stock at the store in Drode. The man looked startled. Really? Nobody keeps healing potions as regular stock. Getting enough ingredients is a nightmare, so most of us just keep a few as backups in case we get out of range of the healers. Carl tried not to laugh at the expression on the lone druid's face at that comment. Apparently, the myths weren't any better at staying in range of the healer than the overlords in Bara were. Possibly worse because they had more confidence in their powers, as they were among the peak powerhouses of the continent. So, that's what you want out of the alliance? A steady supply of weapons, armor and potions for your juniors? Carl asked. Partially. We would also like to send some juniors as apprentices. Too many of the arts were lost, or kept insular. You're the first rune master that we have heard about outside the dwarves in centuries. Then, you have a runic alchemist, and that art was lost so long ago that I've never even heard of it, the big mage explained. Ah, so training and supply. That's a reasonable thing to want. One of the others cleared his throat. Don't forget about the higher rank items. What drops out of the totem ranked dungeons is mostly crafting materials. It's a Phi dungeon, and all the rewards are plant-based. So, those of us who don't use bows and staves are still a bit starved for weaponry. One of the warriors laughed. The mythic ranked dungeon that our group controls drops 1 rare or epic grade mythic rank item every 4 runs on average. The rest is all considered trash loot, not better than a rare grade totem ranked item. Sure, it's great for filling out the juniors, but it would actually be better to have higher grade items at a lower rank for the diversity of buffs they would give. I don't know why the mythic dungeon is so cheap with its loot, but it's a cruel one. The druid nodded in agreement. It rewards based on some sort of internal calculation, and not directly from the killed mobs. Carl sighed. I've seen ones like that before. They're a bit of a pain, especially when you realize there is a loot cap that doesn't care if you carried the group, fought evenly in a small group or brought a whole 10-person team. I take it you've been to Bara, then? The druid asked. Carl nodded. I made a deal with the dwarves, and they gave me tax-free entrance. I really should go back again soon and clear it a few more times. Or at least send guild members. It's the primary source of crafting materials for the guild right now. The druid smiled as he recalled that the item he had put up at the auction was made of elven steel, the primary export of the Bara dungeon. The fact that Carl had turned that into something that would touch off a guild war with a mythic raiding team was impressive enough that he wouldn't have any reservations about taking them as a full partner in the guild alliance. Normally, guilds would have to fight and prove that they were worthy of being full members, as that came with implied protection if one of the guilds was threatened, or someone tried to take their resources. But the Darklight host appeared to be powerful enough that they could stand as a life skills guild equal to the top rating guilds. Can you provide a few samples of items that your guild can produce that aren't on the market? The druid asked, making sure that they hadn't overestimated based on Carl's combat ability. Carl smiled and began to take out random items. A totem rank blade he made the other day, with flaming body on it. A set of decorative armor that Ray had made for Ophelia, but hadn't found time to give her yet. A few overlord ranked, full recovery, potions from Remy that would heal, refresh stamina and regenerate mana for the imbiber. A prototype advancement potion, now with a slower release rate and much lower potency, so it could be used as a supplement to aid growth, and not just to break bottlenecks. And finally, Carl took out an arcane element stone and carved the recall spell on it. Anyone could use the spell to return to their guild house, even without setting a location or having a marked stone with them. So, it was useful all the time, and to anyone. Plus, the spell was rare and powerful, but easy to write. The guild masters stared at him as he worked, then the stone when he finished. Well, I have to say, this is all special order quality. Epic grade, totem-ranked berserker armor, for a female berserker, is quite a nice touch. But what is that strange overlord-ranked potion? The full recovery potion is a masterpiece, and I would like a few of those today, if possible. But that other one? The big mage asked. Oh, that's an experiment that our runic alchemist is running. She discovered a way to force advancement through the lower-ranked bottlenecks, and she's been adapting it to not risk the life of the imbiber. That one should be more like a health tonic. Drink it at lower ranks to advance quickly. Well, not too low of a rank. Royal or monarch ranked imbibers are best. I can ask her to make lower grade ones for the youngsters to grow more quickly, but that one would probably make them explode with an overload of mana their bodies couldn't process. Carl explained. The druid looked intensely curious. If you don't mind, can we sample it and see if it's a legitimate potion, or another snake oil attempt to recreate a legendary potion? He asked. Carl nodded. Go ahead, who do you plan to use it on? That was a good question. He hadn't thought about who to actually feed it to. The big mage opened a portal, and brought through a beastkin girl in a maid outfit. Here's your big chance, Leah. You've been bloodline locked at Peak Royal for a while now, and this might help you break through to Monarch, he explained. Carl chuckled. That was exactly the same tactic that they had used in the past to get people to drink suspicious things that Remy made. The maid didn't even hesitate as he handed her the potion, and Remy came out of her space to watch while draped around Carl's neck. And who might this be? The druid asked. This is Remy. She is our runic alchemist, and that is her handiwork. She's also my bonded partner, a Naga queen that evolved and grew from a hatchling spirit snake at my side. The druid smiled. It's good to have friends. We should have brought our team's ranger to watch today, but he was out playing with his dog. The warrior beside him laughed. It's a frost mountain wolf, and he's a beast ranger. But he treats that 500-kilo monster like a lap puppy. Remy giggled. It's nice to be appreciated. We have an impenetrable bulwark behemoth with us who absolutely adores having people brush his scales. As soon as the maid drank the potion, her power began to grow, and her body became a bit more youthful looking, adapting to the longer lifespan of a monarch-ranked beastkin. It was a clear victory, but her power was still slowly growing. Not fast, but noticeable by the powerful guild masters in the room. How long will that last? The druid asked. Remy waved her serpentine head side to side as she calculated. About an hour. There is an initial surge to help break the bottleneck without damage, then I slowed down the rest so that it didn't overload the user. The first version released all that energy at once, and it was somewhat less than optimal. Dana was still mad at her. What would happen if she immediately drank another after this one was done? Could she reach Overlord in a day? The big mage asked. Remy bobbed her head. Probably, but she would never advance even a little bit again, and she would most likely die in a few months. The plants that go into that potion are a sort of toxin that most cleansing spells don't touch, and the fast advancement makes the cells of the body unstable. If she drank another one next year, it shouldn't be any more harmful than this one, but I don't know how much closer together would be safe." The mage smiled. Such a moral and considerate researcher. If Dana could hear him, he would likely strangle him. Or Remy. The only reason Remy knew the answer was because she had done the math after she had used the first one on Dana, and watched her body recover. Advancing Dana to totem as soon as Remy was able had definitely been an early option, before she discovered the side effects. The big mage ran his fingers through his hair. That potion changed things. It could bypass bloodline limitations and move people a rank over their limits. For those like him, who had dragon blood, it wasn't much of an issue. But for the beastkin, the elves, the Phi species and those with monster blood, it was practically a divine gift. They had never even dared to hope that they could make it past their bloodline limits. The elves and Phi could theoretically reach immortality. But something about their compatibility with the system left them stuck at random spots. Nobody understood why, but the older dragons said it was just part of the system awakening, and if they waited a few hundred more years, the problem would go away. However, if you were stuck at commander or royal rank in a city full of overlords and totems, those would be 200 really lousy years. Like Drode, Zalaz and most of the other major cities of the Dragon Isles set social status by power level. In Zalaz, the standard was royal, not ascended, to be considered worthy of basic dignity in the workplace as an adult. Like the beastkin maid who had just made it to monarch rank. The guild masters silently conferred about the terms of the deal that they wanted to offer. Clearly Carl and his team could offer far more than expected, not just a steady supply of gear and basic potions, which would have already been enough to make them an invaluable asset to a large alliance. "You know, this sort of thing really does make it difficult to work out equitable terms," the druid muttered. Carl laughed. "You have no idea. Keeping the Dark Light Host Guild members happy is a never-ending battle. Half the time we just go for keeping the Green Dragon Cleric happy, which entertains everyone else. But advancement opportunities, especially ones that please the dragon gods, are always near the top of our list. My class grows in power far faster than it logically has any right to, and everyone else that I came up with is struggling to keep up. Most are monarchs now, but we will have them advanced to overlord as soon as someone verifies that the new potion is safe enough." The druid snorted in amusement. "So, when you said that the potion was experimental, you meant that it worked in theory, not that you'd actually begun trials." Carl shrugged. "This is version 2. The first one definitely worked, but nearly killed the imbiber, even with totem-ranked healers present. This one is much safer, but we didn't know if it would be effective enough. The real danger is that using it might damage their future potential. Getting them to overlord now, so they're only one rank behind me, is a good start. But if it hinders their ability to make it to the totem rank, what are they supposed to do when I reach mythic? I have already confirmed that my progression should be smooth and without a bottleneck, so, if I don't do something, I will end up leaving them behind." The druid smiled softly as the others argued about the terms of the deal. "That is somewhat inevitable, I fear. You're already a dominant force among totems, and even if they make overlord today, there is little to no chance that they will manage to match up well enough to keep joining you in the near future. However, with a guild alliance, you will gain access to over 200 more overlords between our guilds. That's more than enough to keep everyone occupied. What classes are the rest of your group? We might be able to fit them into an existing raid group, as we have a number that are recently advanced," he offered. "That's the fun part. There are 3 dragon priestesses. Of the red, green and black, though they all hold advanced classes now. Then an Ursine Avenger, the rare grade version of a Titanic Bear Totem Berserker. And a Mystic Blademaster, who has a particular skill with golems, thanks to her class," Carl explained. "So, it's just you and the Berserker, surrounded by beautiful clerics and a divine fox beastkin lady mage. I can see how that might have drawn enough envy to start a fight." The big mage laughed, beginning to understand the backstory to the day's events. "It was only the mage and myself at the auction. The others are resting and waiting for me to finish my journey to the Naga temple so that we can let the Naga queen here visit the shaman god shrine. If he had known that we were blessed with so many enviable members, he might have demanded more. Also, the Berserker is a female werebear. Well, possibly a human with the transformation ability from her class, but I rarely see her outside werebear form," Carl explained. The druid whistled in appreciation, and Remy giggled. Why is everyone so obsessed with the werebear? Not that it's not funny to see her get hit on everywhere she goes, but she's more into dainty nature priestesses than large men who are into werebears. Remy asked. The druid shrugged. I don't know. I was more impressed that Carl managed to land a group like that. The obsession with big-muscled women isn't for me. Oh, I've got a picture. He took out a picture of a middle-aged badger-type beastkin woman, heavy-set and surrounded by children. You've got a lovely family. My sister Kara says you have good taste, Remy informed him. You have a sister with you? The druid asked, confused. Kara came out to stand by Carl, startling the group, and Remy darted her head in Kara's direction as a way of pointing in snake form. That is my sister Kara. The Chaos Badger. The druid was fully belly laughing now, distracting the others, who had only noticed that something was going on when Kara appeared. But when they saw that Carl's group had a badger, it didn't take them long to put things together and realize that it was something to do with the guild master's family. Chaos Badger is redundant, isn't it? All badgers are chaos. Especially as children, he chortled happily. This one is extra crispy spicy chaos. Not only can she fly, but she can see the future sometimes. The druid smiled and nodded. That's a good friend to have. We will have to talk more about your group later. I should join these guys to discuss the terms of the alliance offer. It only took them a few more minutes before they had a full offer ready to be presented. It was drafted by someone in their guild, and the beastkin maid presented it to Carl with a reverent look that said she would not hold it against them for using her as a test subject. Carl unrolled it, as they had written the offer in the form of a scroll, and looked through the terms. Nara Group Guild Alliance Offer. The Nara Group invites the Darklight host to join as full members of their guild alliance. Included as basic terms of the alliance are a protection services should the Darklight host or its members be challenged or attacked by guilds outside the alliance. A 30% off wholesale price for raw materials from the allied guild warehouses. A open access to the Guild Alliance Dungeon Team Organization Board. As additional terms to the alliance, the Nara Group requires a open access to new items created exclusively by the Darklight host. A purchase order priority for epic grade and higher crafted items before they are placed on the open market or at the guild store. A wholesale pricing on epic grade and higher items crafted by the Darklight host. The Nara Group additionally offers open access to totem rank and higher item drop bidding. A once-weekly escorts through totem rank and higher dungeons for Darklight host members of suitable ability, free of charge. Carl read through the scroll and had a few questions. How does the bidding for totem rank items usually work in the alliance? Hugo, the oversized mage, smiled proudly as he answered. Normally, the only ones with the right to bid are those in the group, and if they don't need it, the next offer goes to those at or above the level of the item with an associated class. It's our way of making sure that items make it to the ones who need them first. Also, the bidding is not done with money or items of value. We only trade opportunities. A priority spot on a dungeon team, or bidding spot on another item, and so on. For you, I suppose that it would be fine to trade favors, as you are the only totem-ranked crafter in the guild at the moment. Carl smiled. Being able to trade things he could make for things he wanted would make his life much easier. Dave, the druid, nodded in agreement. It's how we maintain our power. Most guilds hoard items, or let members do so. If we're not actually going to use the item, it goes to bid. Thanks to that, we're one of the best geared alliances around the eastern shores of Lake Nereledum. Can I have a moment to confer with my guild members? I don't see this being an issue, but they might see something that I don't, Carl asked. Of course. Carl passed the scroll through a small opening into the tiny world so that everyone could read it on their own. Your control of transport magic is impressive. What is your portal range? Hugo asked. Carl shrugged. Intercontinental, if I keep the portal small. I'm not particularly well traveled, but I have no problem reaching back to the Kabtumia continent, where I was born. The myths all paused to stare at him. That is absolutely broken for a totem. Not just that, but it would make the exile process completely redundant. We've recruited a few overlords into the Guild Alliance who arrived close to the bottleneck, and if it was so easy to just go back when they reached totem rank, most would have. Fortunately for their home nations, none of them were mages to guide the spell with a group of totems backing them. Carl chuckled. Every so often, I send care packages home of items suitable for my friends at home. What nation are you from? Dave asked. The golden dragon. The druid nodded. That explains your fondness for priestesses. When you start out not expecting to make it above commander rank in your life, a friend who can create food is an important traveling partner. Carl agreed. Dave snorted in amusement. That's a concern at every level. Hell, if it wasn't for the dragon clerics, half of the guilds would starve. The area around Lake Neraletum is an unofficial war zone. There are constant monster spawns, over a dozen high-ranked dungeons just within walking distance of the city, and the highest concentration of psychopaths and narcissistic losers on the continent. But the opportunities are so good that we still stay. The terms look good for us. Even Ray is happy with them. Dana informed Carl, so he could take the scroll back. Carl took the scroll back from the tiny world and signed it, then shook hands with the guild leaders when the system notice appeared in all their interfaces. System notice: the Darklight host has joined the Nara Group Guild Alliance. Carl saw a whole new category of system functions appear for him, including the Alliance storage area, the dungeon team signups, a bulletin board, and a separate Alliance leader chat. Moments later, the Darklight host section of the board began to auto-populate, based on what was in their guild store inventory. Carl also noticed that he could access the guild store inventory again. The guild houses of the Alliance members served as a bridge of sorts, shortening the distance between him and the bank location. Or perhaps it extended the distance you could access the store from? Either way, it worked, and now Remy could start loading in all the stuff she had been stockpiling. As could Ray, though she just put a bunch of stuff into the guild house storage with labels for various members. There was immediate celebration in the Guild Alliance chat channel, and the Darklight host's guild bank balance was increasing at an insane rate. Not even the commander rank healing potions were safe. You guys really were short on crafters, weren't you? They bought over 1,000 healing potions in the last minute, and the store put a 10 per customer limit on them. Carl laughed. The guild leaders shrugged. Not everything is done in a group, and if you don't walk around with a cleric beside you all the time, it's good to have potions on hand. Not only did they sell a massive number of potions, they were also cleared out of accessories. Weapons were much more common drops, but specific accessories were almost impossible to get from a dungeon, where the stats on the very few that dropped were random, and rarely perfectly matched to any class and specialty. So, even if they were commander and royal rank, the ones that were sold by the Darklight host were still an upgrade for basically all the Alliance members overlord rank and under. For the stronger members, even one stat in their category was enough to make it better than anything at the royal rank. However, the guild leaders had hopes that Carl would soon put a few items at higher ranks up for sale. Ashbringer's overlord ranked weapons had sold very well, though they weren't all gone yet. But when Carl put up a dozen overlord ranked rings for warriors, they were gone faster than anyone could feasibly have read the full description. I think that I have some work to do once we get to the temple, Carl laughed. How many overlords and totems are there in the Alliance? Remy asked, planning her potion production. There are a combined 64 totems and nearly 200 overlords between the 5 guilds. We're all membership capped at 199 regular members each. So, nearly 1,000 members in total. One of the other guild leaders snapped his fingers and pointed at Remy. Brilliant. I just realized that your branch house only has like 20 people. With a totem rank leader, you should be able to have 100. So, we could transfer all the hopeful crafters in the Alliance to the Darklight host as members, he explained. Carl frowned. We are somewhat particular, not just about skills but personality. The guild treats each other as family. The guild master shrugged. That's fine. We've got 5,000 people on the waiting list to enter one of the Alliance guilds. I'm sure that you can find enough junior craftsmen or aspiring apprentices to do a full round of interviews. Carl nodded in understanding. I will talk to the group leaders about bringing in more people. We've still got work to do with some of our other crafters, to get them up to our exacting standards. But after that, we can take in a new batch of children to train. Is it that hard to learn trade skills, that you have to start as children? Dave asked. Carl shook his head. No, I could teach you a trade skill now if you don't have one. But how much actual crafting would you get done? The druid nodded in understanding. Good point. My whole life would turn to chaos if I was suddenly being asked to make mythic rank crafted items at every hour of the day. I have far too many responsibilities for that, and frankly, I wouldn't want to. But on a related note, you're going to get plenty of requests for accessories. Carl nodded. I have a load of overlord ranked raw materials on hand, I just haven't been focusing on making extra items, just custom orders. We have an agreement not to sell higher-ranked items from the guild store in Drode without a custom order. In the past, I put a bunch of them on the shelves, and it caused some issues with exporters. Carl looked through the list of alliance members from totem rank and higher. Over half of them were warriors, and the majority of the others were mage and shaman-type spellcasters. They didn't have many clerics at all, and most of the shamans and druids were tagged as healers in the member nodes. Carl noted that someone had tagged him as Runemaster and Crafting Team Organizer already, which seemed a bit ironic given how he had ended up in the alliance. They hadn't even known the extent of the Darklight host's crafting skills until after the negotiations started. You said that you were going to take this lovely young lady to the Naga temple, right? Why don't I open a portal for you, and we can continue this chat there? The Naga will be going crazy over a new queen for at least a day or two, Hugo suggested. Remy was confused. Are there that few Naga queens? Hugo chuckled. There are under 20 of them, in total, on all 4 islands combined. Deeb nodded in agreement. There is roughly a 5% chance that a Naga princess will become a true Naga queen. Most tribes are led by princesses. Some are even led by shamans because they have no royal lineage left. That sounds like they're going to be annoying, Remy muttered. But she still wanted to see the temple. Please open the portal. I have a whole group of Naga waiting to show her the temple. And we've made them wait a whole day already, Carl suggested. Hugo opened the portal to a small rocky hill overlooking a massive temple complex, the size of a village. Welcome, Queen Remy, to the Naga temples. Now, where are the Naga who wanted to escort you? Did they say what entrance they would be at? Remy laughed. We have them in a separate space. Carl opened the tiny world, and the whole group exited, with the excited Naga leading the way. You weren't joking, your group really is the envy of most guilds, Deeb joked. Isn't that a behemoth? One of the other leaders, a warrior named Raj, asked. Thor nodded. I sink in the swamp if I don't transform. It's a really useful skill. The guild leaders didn't miss that he lifted Tessa by the waist to lift her over swampy puddles, but they refrained from joking about the behemoth's obvious crush on the priestess. She clearly didn't object. The Naga search party leader eagerly shook Carl's hand with both of his own. Thank you so much for bringing us right to the temple. I will arrange somewhere for you to rest while we give Queen Remy the tour. Some areas are off limits to all but the Naga, and those are the ones where it is most important that the queen visits, he insisted. Alright, I have no problem with that. Remy, have fun, we will see you tonight. Remy nodded, then transformed back and realized that she was still draped over Carl. But she had transformed too early, it was muddy out here, and who knew what was in that mud? Oh well, eternal lightning would keep it off her scales. The procession attracted huge amounts of attention from the temple guards as they approached with multiple totems and 5 mythic guild leaders in their number. That was not the normal process, as each should be welcomed individually if they were going to visit the temple. But when they noticed that there was a Naga queen leading the procession with one of their own at her side, the temple guard nearly forgot that they had duties other than as greeters. They all prostrated as she approached, and Carl felt Remy's happiness at the chance to have random people worship her just for showing up. Don't get used to it. Carl reminded her. Just for a little bit. I mean, how often do I get to meet so many new Naga? Once Remy passed, the temple guard turned to the rest of the group and bowed politely, though not nearly as low. Welcome honored guests. What brings you here today? The guard captain asked. We are the guild members and escorts accompanying Queen Remy. If you could find us a place to wait while she finishes her visit to the temple, it would be appreciated, Carl explained. The guard looked briefly confused, but nodded. Of course, we will arrange that now. These Naga are acting particularly sketchy. If anything seems off, return straight to your space, don't wait to find out how bad things can get, Carl informed Remy. Yeah, now that we're away from the group, all the worship is getting super creepy. People keep trying to touch me. Carl tried not to laugh at the mental image of bowing Naga reaching out to touch her scales as she slithered by. The temple guard led them all to an empty dormitory full of small rooms around a large common area, similar to the ones at the Seminary Academy, or the capital cathedral. Rooms intended for simply sleeping, while everything else was done elsewhere. But it had comfortable seating in the main room, and a pair of Naga in servants' uniforms waiting in the kitchen. Hugo settled onto a recliner that groaned under his massive bulk, and turned his attention to Carl. Now, I don't suppose that you could make a few custom items while we wait? Carl shrugged. I don't see why not. I have the materials. What did you need? The mage smiled. I don't suppose that you can buff spell power directly with your skill, can you? Dana snorted in amusement. The man had set his expectations far too low. I think that I can come up with something suitable for a mage. I've got an elven steel bracelet here that will do the job. Carl mentally worked out the best way to put spell damage, skill activation speed, and mana cost reduction on the item, then quickly carved them and empowered the runes. The guild leaders watched with rapt attention as the runes flashed through the colors, then settled on inky black at totem rank. It wasn't epic grade, just rare due to the limited runes on it. But the combination was perfect for a mage. How is that? Better than what you have? Or should I try with something a bit more precious? Carl asked. It wasn't like they could possibly know that the outcome was based entirely on his efforts, not the actual materials. Hugo turned the item over in his hands reverently as the others examined its system information. That is beautiful. Exactly what I was hoping for and more. Even though it's totem ranked and rare grade, it's still worlds better than the one that I have been using, Hugo agreed. Then he took out a number of mythic ranked gems and metal bars. Suitable payment? He asked. Perfect choice, Carl agreed. Dev cleared his throat, but Raj stepped in front of him with a challenging look. Carl laughed. Don't worry, I have more bracelets to work with. I can make one for everyone easily enough. Just tell me what you want. Strength, speed, skill power. Raj insisted. What Hugo got looks good, Dev replied, still giving the item envious looks. The other pair of warriors gestured at Raj. What he said, warriors are simple creatures, and we're all the main tanks for our guild raid teams. So, Carl got to work, first making a duplicate bracelet for Dev, and then starting on the warrior class specials. There was limited room for runes, and he couldn't go overkill with elven steel, as it was an overlord ranked material, and he was already overloading it a little making totem ranked rare items. They had more material at the totem rank, but there hadn't been any reason for anyone to use it with Carl gone. So, there were no pre-made items available. Draconic strength, improved agility, skill damage and damage reduction all complemented each other with a bit of dwarven poetry on Carl's part. Each of them might not be as high as only adding 2 or 3 buffs to the item, but as Carl added the mana, the bracelets were stable. The effort of making 3 at a time left Carl panting, and gave the others the impression that was his daily limit. But the success was undeniable, and the 3 warriors cheered as they looked at the identical items. Even the percentage bonuses and flat damage reduction of 350 points were the same on them all. That wasn't a lot of damage reduction, especially for mythic ranked warriors, but it was not a primary bonus for the items. The greatest of the bonuses was the extra strength, followed by the skill damage, which best matched with draconic strength. Well, gentlemen, is that what you needed? If not, I can try to make something different tomorrow, Carl offered. The 3 warriors shook their heads. No, this is perfect. It's got everything that we wanted, plus a bit of damage reduction. Flat damage reduction isn't worth nearly as much at mythic rank, but it's enough to nullify the damage from weaker creatures. Perfect. Now, did you want to stay here the night? Or are you heading home? I suspect that Remy will be a while, Carl asked. We will wait. Something is off about these Naga, and I suspect that if we leave, they will start to cause you trouble. Our alliance agreement did say we'd help, so call this a preventative intervention, Hugo insisted. The pair of Naga servants looked vaguely nervous at his comment, but confused, as they hadn't actually been informed of why this group was at the temple. As the lowest ranked of Naga workers, they didn't even qualify to be told. After all, 100 more like them could easily be hatched if something happened. They've shown me the various historical sites, and now we're going into the temple area for the Naga shaman goddess. Oh, there is a shrine to my lucky statue lady here too. Goddess shaman Naga looks grumpy. I wonder who carved her. We need to have a talk. Elemental spells are fun, she should be a smiling goddess. Oh, there's a big ceremony thing. Cleanse myself first? I can do that. Remy's narration made Thor and Kara laugh, especially when they realized that Remy had downed a long-acting purification potion before washing herself so that she wouldn't be affected by negative spells for at least the next hour, unless they were stronger than her potion. As Remy started her ceremony to be properly introduced to the Naga gods, a group of senior Naga shamans came in to greet Carl's group. Thank you all for bringing the young queen here. It is so rare that we get to meet a new member of an ancient royal family. Their leader announced, speaking common with a heavy accent. You can continue in Serpent if you prefer. The system translates it without any issue, Carl suggested. The aging Naga laughed and made a gesture towards himself. Unfortunately, I do not have a system interface, he explained in Serpent. Carl shrugged. That's fine, I can understand you anyhow. The guild leaders and the other members of his group all nodded. They had no problem understanding the shaman. In that case, this becomes much less stressful for me. Can any of you tell me of the origin of Queen Remy? Her clan isn't listed in any of our records, and when we did a divining, something went wrong, and it said that her mother was born hundreds of thousands of years ago, but her egg only hatched a few years ago, likely less than 3. Carl nodded. Her egg was recovered from a dungeon, and she was born as a Naga spirit snake. She then evolved to princess, and later queen as she gained power. The shaman was visibly shaking with excitement before he sat down, collapsing onto his coiled body, and the servants brought him a cup of tea. So, she is from an original pure Naga bloodline. That explains so much. But you are certain that her egg was from the dungeon? Not a monster spawn anomaly? He asked after a few moments to calm himself. Carl nodded. It was definitely a dungeon. The other shamans made notes and discussed the possibilities as the servants brought around food for the group. That is wonderful. The dungeons were formed ages ago, so Queen Remy won't have been affected at all by the generational changes and selective breeding over the many centuries, one of the shamans declared. I take it that is important to you? Carl asked. The shamans all nodded eagerly. It has become nearly impossible for most royal families to even reproduce enough royals to keep their population up, much less expand to fill in the gaps in the depleted tribes. An original queen should be able to hatch an entire clutch of princesses at will. The shaman saw the confusion on the faces of most of the group and decided to elaborate. The majority of Naga evolution determinations are decided before hatching by the queen or Naga mother that birthed them. Only, they can't choose a rank above their own. So, warrior and servant mothers can't make royal guards, shamans, or royals. Carl shook his head in dismay. If you're hoping that Remy will have a clutch for you, you are likely to be disappointed. She's still quite young, and it will take quite the Naga warrior to impress her. Well, unless you've got a Naga king like her father. The Naga looked startled. They didn't recall kings being a part of Naga culture at all. Male shamans, sure, but they weren't royals. Can you describe this Naga king? The elder shaman asked. Sure. He had some elemental abilities, water-based. He was 3 times the size of a full-grown shaman queen, and massively physically strong. He was the boss of the dungeon where we found Remy's egg. There is no question about the status, as the dungeons are excellent about naming their occupants, Carl explained. 2 of the shamans raced out of the room, which alarmed the myths. But the elder shaman held up his hands in a placating gesture. They've just gone to the library to look for historical references to a king among Naga. Our society is matriarchal. A male royal is something new to us. Lotus tapped the table to get their attention. Maybe that's why you're having problems keeping up the royal lines. Nobody made any male royals, so there are no men strong enough to be worthy of a proper queen? Like, with dire bears. If the male is too weak, the female simply kills him for insulting her with his advances. He wouldn't be able to make strong enough children. But a grizzled old former alpha bear, well, past his prime and barely mobile, doesn't get the same treatment from the females, even though he would struggle against the weaker males in a fight. The shamans considered her proposal. A servant of the green dragon understood animal nature very well, so they couldn't just discount that the genetic imperative might apply in their case as well. But if that was true, it could derail their plans. How could they convince a true queen to help them with their lineage issues, when they didn't have a male present that she would deem worthy? And what would happen if someone tried to force the issue? Queen Remy was only an overlord, but she had powerful friends. The first of the shaman elders returned within a minute, pointing excitedly at a picture in a book that appeared to be an ancient book of Naga fairy tales. I found it. There was a Naga king. The Naga king. He was a legendary rank hero from another world who saved the Naga race from the aggression of the lizardfolk warlord Eschidzal. Then he simply vanished. I know it's just a story, but it might be based on reality. If there were a pure royal lineage with both male and female royals, then we really might have lost something important. He blurted out before his body had even stopped swaying from the sudden stop. Lotus nodded in satisfaction. She knew that her knowledge would be correct, even if she didn't know the Naga that well. "Remy, how are things going?" Carl asked. "They're doing some sort of ceremony to wake the shaman goddess so that I can be instated as a full queen of the Naga," Remy replied, distractedly. Lotus pulled the edge of the book down so she could see it, then stole the ancient tome from the shaman and turned it to face the group. "Look, it's that guy." She was right. That image was definitely of the Naga king in the dungeon. Every detail was exact, so whoever had drawn it had seen him. "I believe that the story was not quite what you expected. That drawing is exactly the same as the Naga king in the dungeon, right down to the markings on his head. So, I think that whoever wrote it had been there, and had made up the story afterward to explain what they had seen. So, it's real. It's really real, and verified that a Naga king once existed." The elder shaman breathed quietly. He was lost in thought, but the other shamans waited for him, as they all had much to process before they said or did anything else. Oddly, it was one of the servants who connected the dots first out of anyone. "Master Solomon, if the young queen was placed in a dungeon by the gods, what will happen when the welcoming ceremony ends?" she whispered, but not quietly enough for Carl and the majority of the group to miss it. The shamans were immediately alarmed. How were they supposed to know that? What if the goddess was upset that someone had brought her out? Worse, what if she sided with Queen Remy and turned on the temple residents? There was an ancient school of thought that the dungeons were actually a preservation method, to remind people what the original members of the various cultures lived and looked like. Had the other shamans already informed her of the breeding program? Or had they wanted to wait until after she was initiated and the goddess' influence was stronger? The shaman goddess is really friendly. She says that there is a reverse scale to the apocalypse spell, and Brother Hawk is going to hate it, Remy cheered. "So, their ritual worked?" Carl asked, while watching the shamans silently conferring about the servant's speculation. "Yep, it worked well. It's not done yet, though. She says I'm going to get a present." The shaman elders were looking nervous, and the guild leaders all gave Carl matching, "This is about to get sketchy," sorts of looks. But before anyone said anything, a surge of divine power from the far side of the complex slammed into them. The Naga prostrated themselves, and everyone under totem rank was forced to their knees, while Carl resisted the urge, but bowed under the pressure. The mythic guild members were showing the strain as well, but they were all seated, so their positions didn't change much. Then, the power was gone, and the distinct feeling of an advancement filled Remy's space. Sudden shouts of panic filled the temple complex, and then alarms began to blare while someone began to ring a gong, causing chaos in the room. "What is happening?" Dev demanded as he leapt to his feet with sword and shield in his hand. The elder shaman flailed his hands wildly. "Please calm down. I don't know what happened yet. That is the emergency alarm, but they are ringing the gongs for intruders on the loose inside the city, instead of the bell for invasion. Our temple guards will protect this area. Please rest assured that you are in no immediate danger." In her space, Remy downed one of her own diluted advancement potions in an attempt to stabilize her advancement and get a bit of extra power boost, then watched the situation from Carl's point of view. It was only getting more intense outside, and then an explosion in one of the temples alerted Carl to the fact that this might not just be about Remy vanishing from the temple. That had been his first assumption, and the reaction of the Naga would have been somewhat justified, but it appeared that they really were having issues. The sound of explosions became the sound of combat in the streets, and then guards were surrounding the building. They barricaded the doors, locking the elder shamans inside with Carl and his group. Dev gave Carl a confused shrug. "Well, it looks like we're not the threat they were so worried about." The elder shaman turned to him. "What do you mean? You've all been acting off all day, and we thought that you might be trying to abduct one of our allied guild members. But that doesn't seem to be the case," the druid explained. The Naga looked embarrassed. "Well, I admit we intended to ask her to stay with us, but there was no violence in the plan. Do you have contact with her? Is the young queen all right? Is she in danger?" Carl smiled and shook his head. "When she advanced, she went home to consolidate her gains. She's not in any danger." One of the shaman elders sighed, while the servants quietly laughed. The elders had been talking all day about how they had such big plans to recruit the queen to stay at the temple, and she just went home when she got what she wanted. So fast that nobody could even try to stop her. It was very much regal behavior. The opinions of lesser Naga were irrelevant when they contradicted her will. Of course, they didn't know that Carl meant a separate mental space right here. The assumption that everyone else, including the guild leaders, had made was that she had returned to Drode. After an advancement, it could take days before your power was stable enough to be fully active, and most people preferred to sleep off the change in their own bed if possible. Which was exactly what Remy planned to do. But on her altar, with the new statue of the Naga shaman goddess she had obtained to accompany the old lucky statue she had. The shaman elders quickly came to the same realization that the servants had. Remy was a true Naga queen, and she had dismissed their opinions as less important than the stabilization of her advancement. The best that they could hope for now was to convince her people to bring her back for a visit, where they could try to recruit her again, or at least convince her to stay for one clutch so that they could spread royals to some of the declining tribes. Without intervention, they would surely fail. But there weren't many options when most of the royal lines could hardly produce a successor at all. So, they tried to convey the urgency of the situation to Carl, who appeared to be her closest ally. Totem Carl, please relay an urgent request from us to Queen Remy. I know this might be very forward, but it is imperative to the survival of many of the tribes that they find a new royal lineage to continue. He paused as if unsure how to phrase the next part. We would like to ask Queen Remy to part with a clutch of royal eggs so that they might repopulate the royal families of our declining tribes. In her space, Remy snorted in amusement. They thought that they could just pass her eggs around like party favors. That was not how it worked at all. A queen could only be born in circumstances that were worthy of them. If the tribe was disloyal and had forgotten the old ways, they would never have a queen. The goddess had said so, if they weren't so stuck on their delusions that the shaman elders could guide Naga society. They would realize that it was their divine mistress, serpent lady of the swamps and seas. That was the true deciding factor behind Naga society's future. Carl caught most of her thoughts, though she was too drowsy to relay them clearly. I have relayed the message, and Queen Remy has a response, of sorts. She says that it might be possible in the future, but no queen can be born to a weak tribe, or one that puts others above the will of the divine mistress of the swamps and seas. Carl relayed. The shaman elders all froze in shock. That name, how do you know it? Carl blinked slowly, wondering if the day's events had shocked them too much. There was, after all, a massive battle raging through their temple complex, and they were more concerned about getting royal eggs. Before Carl could answer, Lotus snapped her fingers and gestured wildly as she came to some realization. I get it now. That's why this place feels funny. It's a zoo. A Naga zoo, where the young are raised in captivity and domesticated. The shamans looked somewhere between horrified and offended. We are not zookeepers. We are raising the future royals to know their duties to the people in Naga society, one of them retorted. Lotus shook her head. No, I am right. They're being taught to follow orders and submit. That's not right, it goes against the divine magic of this place. The elders were about to explode with rage, but the senior among them raised his hand in a cautioning gesture. The Green Dragon's priestess speaks her truth. Indeed, the Naga have become civilized with the times. No longer are we feral tribes building shrines in the swamps and seas. We travel, we trade, and most importantly, we have forgotten that the shaman elders are not leaders of the Naga. We are servants of our goddess, first, foremost, and only. Lotus nodded happily. That was the right answer, even if he didn't believe it or intend to give up his power. Carl patted Lotus on the shoulder. Queen Remy agrees. The tribes no longer follow the ways of their goddess, so they are losing her blessings. Even with the system active again, if their patron doesn't favor them, then the royals will continue to fail to become queens. A glimmer of soul energy caught Carl's attention, and he motioned for Ray to grab whatever was hiding in the corner. It turned out to be a tiny spirit snake, a hatchling that had hidden from the battle in a corner of the roof, then made its way inside. Carl took the startled snake from Ray and gently stroked its head as he considered the next step. Can you tell me who is attacking your temples? It could be important, he asked the elders. The shaman elder looked embarrassed. It appears to be one of the Naga tribes that was visiting. I don't have a reason for the attack yet, but they appear to be targeting one of the dormitories and a secondary temple. A particularly traditional tribe? Carl asked, leading the shaman elders to the desired answer. The elder nodded. As you say, they were resistant to the idea of having their young shamans trained at the temple. The council determined that they had strayed from the goddess teachings, so their next generation of leaders was brought here for proper education. Dev sighed and shook his head. You realize how that sounds from our side, right? It sounds a lot like you abducted the heirs to their tribes, to indoctrinate them into your version of the Naga traditions. The shaman elder shook his head. It's not like that. Their tribe was falling into savagery. If we didn't act, they would have been wiped out by their neighbors. The mythic ranked druid shrugged. Sounds like they don't agree. But as the matter doesn't concern us, we won't get involved in Naga politics. The tiny snake in Carl's hands bobbed its head in agreement. Well spoken, druid. The goddess approves of your stance. Carl considered setting the spirit snake down so that she could properly address the crowd, but she seemed to have a high level of affinity for head pats, and actively rubbed against his hand when he stopped. For a moment the shamans were confused, then one of them realized what had happened. Princess. Call off your tribe. Violence against the temples is not the way of the goddess. The tiny spirit snake laughed, shaking in Carl's hand with amusement at the shaman elder's assertion. Why don't you ask the goddess to expel us from her temple? Surely, if your ways are the right way, she will protect her loyal shamans? The little princess asked. The shaman elder visibly calculated the chances that Carl would not interfere if he attacked the little snake. It was only commander rank, a tiny obnoxious little royal that he could squish with a single strike. But the battle was getting more intense in the compound, and the fighting was getting closer to where they were now. One of the other elders pushed forward to address Carl directly. Can we count on you to do the right thing, if there is no peaceful resolution? He asked, but his tone made it more of a demand that expected to be obeyed. Let me confer with the goddess, Carl replied. The elders looked confused as Carl borrowed the new goddess statue from Remy's space for a moment and placed it in his other hand, while still holding the spirit snake up. What do you think? He asked the statue, with a small pulse of mana into the carving of an offering in its hands. The image of a six-armed Naga shaman goddess appeared in front of him, then dissipated into a blue water magic barrier over the tiny snake. I think that's our answer. Carl replied with a shrug, then gave Remy back her statue so she could finish stabilizing her power. The shaman stared in shock at Carl, and even the tiny spirit snake was frozen in confusion. Did you just get a direct answer from the goddess to your question? The little princess asked quietly. Of course. That's kind of how holy relics work. As long as you ask them the right question and offer them some mana in good faith, they'll give some sign as to their opinion. Though, I would note that no answer is an answer of its own, Carl explained. The spirit snake tilted her head in confusion. How is that? Haven't you ever met someone who asked questions that weren't worth a response? Not even a flicker of recognition? Carl asked. Dave and Lotus began to laugh, while Tessa and Ophelia shared a knowing look. Lotus was 100% guilty of being that person on many occasions. But it made her happy to ask, even if she'd already made up her mind to do the thing anyhow. The young spirit snake was looking at Carl as if he knew the wisdom of the universe, and even the shaman elders had to smile. It was a bit more complex than that, but surely the young one would remember this day for the rest of their life. As short as it might be. They were about to take action when the doors swung open and the temple guards slithered in, followed by two younger shamans and a Naga princess who looked a lot like Remy had before her coloration had changed at overlord rank. Carl's first thought was that this meant the battle was over, and the insurrection had been handled, but the look on the faces of the elders said that was not the case. Hi, Mom. I made a new friend. He's friends with Queen Remy, and the goddess answers his questions. The spirit snake greeted their new guest. That's nice, darling. The newly arrived princess replied, clearly confused by the situation. Then she turned to the elder shamans. Greetings, honored elders. I believe you will find that there have been some changes made around the temple today. The goddess is most pleased with the change of management, but it does come with some restructuring. Your managerial roles will no longer be needed. However, we will be blessed to keep you on as advisors to assist the future of the Naga with your decades of wisdom. Guards, kindly escort the advisors back to their rooms. I believe that they require a good night's rest. Tomorrow will be a long day for everyone. The shaman elders were shocked when their own guards turned on them, politely but firmly leading them out of the building, where Carl could still hear some lingering battles. Then another group of Naga royals entered, before looking around the room in confusion. Should there not be one more queen here? One of them asked. The little spirit snake popped her head up to get noticed. Queen Remy is sleeping off her totem rank advancement, she replied helpfully. The totem-ranked princess nodded. That is understandable. I take it that you are all friends of the young queen? It appears that she's in good hands. with those who respect the will of the gods. If you would like to remain here, we will ensure your safety during the transition of the temple." Hugo shook his head. "I think that we've done what we came here for, and I really don't feel like getting caught in the middle of a political transition. So, if Carl will turn over the young snake, I will open a portal to our guild house in Zalaz, and we can continue our introductions to the rest of the ranking members of the guild alliance." The spirit snake was startled. She had forgotten that Carl's hand was more than a warm and soft place to rest, and that it would inevitably leave with him. She quickly slid down his arm and across the floor to climb up her mother, another safe perch where she could still see what was going on, and relay the heroic tale of her spy activities, while omitting the part where she was instantly caught by Carl's friend. "Good luck with your work here. We can catch up in the future if I happen to cross your territory, or see you again when Remy returns to confer with the goddess," Carl informed the Naga royals. "Perhaps we will see you again. Once you have met once, it seems much more likely that fate will pull you together again in the future," the spirit snake's mother agreed. Then, Hugo opened a large portal, so he didn't have to duck to walk through, and led the way out of the Naga temple. Hugo made a grand gesture as they stepped through the portal. "Welcome to the Nara Group Castle. It doesn't belong to any of the guilds. It's cooperatively owned by the Alliance itself, with hired staff to maintain it." In front of Carl was an enormous stone building, 6 stories tall and large enough that it rather resembled a warehouse with a stone wall around the parking lot. Call it ostentatious, but with 10 mythic-ranked members, over 60 totems, and 200 overlords. Among our combined 1,000 members, we have plenty of big egos to cater to, and this location is closer to the dungeon that the group controls than any of our individual guild houses. Now that you're members, we will arrange a section of the building for the Darklight host members to use when they are in the area. The layout is somewhat unique, as you will see once you get inside. The Lake Naraledam region is a haven for the desperate and the overconfident, as there are also dozens of minor dungeons in the area, mostly monarch ranked and higher. There is a magical map on the wall, showing which ones are active and which are on timers, as guild alliance groups trigger the cooldown on many of the dungeons, the same as guild members clearing the instance do. The big mage stopped to catch his breath, and a group of dragonkin servants came running out to greet them. "These are some of our apprentices, guildless hopeful adventurers who work at the Alliance House for job experience and the chance to get taken on as a porter, which comes with loot rights to dungeons," Hugo explained. The Dragonkin warrior, a teenaged boy at the commander rank, nodded enthusiastically. "The dungeon doesn't put a minimum rank on entrance, so we can do the looting, collect materials and carry items for adventuring teams who don't have inventory space," the boy explained. "No inventory space?" Carl asked in confusion. Hugo shrugged. "Some classes get strange inventory options. Some get a chest, some only get a few dozen spots to place items, and if they carry a lot of random junk, they're always out of space. Do you have a lot?" Dana snickered quietly at the thought of all the loot that had to be hiding in the beast spaces, but Carl just nodded. "The system considers me a sort of support class, so other than my bonded items, I have a number of chests, each one larger than the one I got the rank before. Not that he used them much. In fact, they were 90% empty, with only 2 even being used regularly. For items to be upgraded and finished items, naturally." Dave wrapped an arm around Carl and Dana's shoulders as they were standing together, and led them forward. "Just wait until you get settled in. It's going to be great having actual crafters in the Alliance. Tell me, Miss Dana, how are you at dealing with pathetic pleading and tears?" he asked. Dana laughed. "Surely, with so many dungeons, things aren't that dire." Dave smirked back at her and ran a hand through his curly brown hair. "Sure, if you're a monarch or overlord and willing to risk your life for the 1 in 10 chance that someone in your team will get a decent item from a dungeon run. I know that this might come as a shock to you all, but most people have no intention of going into the dungeon in poor quality trash drops in order to get the gear they need to get into a better group." Dana winked at the druid. "That's what we have Carl for. The monster man can solo a 5-person dungeon on his own rank, so we're relegated to the role of moral support and security for the healers." Dave thought about her comment for a second, then realized the imbalance. He's got the beasts with him, and they all count as him, so it's only 1 person to the dungeon. Oh, that is pure evil. Queen Remy should be able to summon bodyguards, right? Most queens can, he asked. Carl nodded. It's a very useful skill. We should get you a spot for the monthly totem run. It's a 40-person group dungeon, so there's always room for more without things getting crowded. It's also well suited to the Darklight host, as it supplies a lot of the resources that we sell to keep things running here. The trick is that it only opens once a month, and it can only be done by members of the same guild or guild alliance. Carl nodded. So, there can't really be weak guilds outside an alliance because they'll miss out on the biggest opportunities. I am assuming that the mythic rank dungeon is much more exclusive, but the totem ranked ones should be something that most groups can do with some effort. Deeb nodded. Most of the larger totem dungeons are guild locked. The 5-person runs are all open, and the vast majority of adventurers do arranged or pickup groups. But honestly, the loot is awful. For the most part, a dungeon drops equipment a full rank below its difficulty, and only the bosses have a chance to give items of rare or epic quality. So, doing Overlord ranked dungeons mostly drops common and uncommon grade Monarch ranked gear. Which, compared to the cost of living here, is worthless. Dana looked confused. How can the cost of living be high here? I mean, if you've got totem ranked dungeons, actually living here should be the smallest of concerns. The mythic guild leaders all laughed at her naive view of how things worked in Sholaha. Taxes by the head, and by the square meter of land owned. And the immortal monarch doesn't want us hoarding wealth and taking over, so they set it for mythic warriors, and then discounted by rank. So, a menial job here actually pays an insane rate, but 3/4 of it goes to the tax collector. Or you work for a guild, or guild alliance, who pays your head tax as part of your employment, Hugo added. The Dragonkin apprentice nodded. With meals, rooms and taxes included in our pay package, we can focus entirely on our growth with the money we make, and just send a cut to the guild. I swear, the alchemists have a racket going. Every rank, the supplements and buff potions get exponentially more expensive. Remy looked up in her space. That was excellent news. Hugo led the group into the massive hulk of a fortress, which turned out to actually be an outer shell containing many warehouses for bulk supplies, as it wasn't a proper guild branch for any of the residents. The interior was set up like a neighborhood with streets, apartment blocks, and even a few villas with courtyards. There are actually 8 major residences with courtyards here, but you will be our 6th alliance member, so after you move in, 2 will be empty. Members who live in the city full-time, as well as the apprentices, live in the villas or the blocks. It's a bit strange having our own miniature city inside the fortress, but we inherited the building from a guild that went bankrupt after making a number of bad wagers on the tournaments. So, the design wasn't our choice, but it works well enough for our purposes, and it is secure. You can restrict a portal location to only be used by your guild members. There is one in the house I'm leading you to, and it was fully reset after we took over, so nobody else has access. Ah, here we are. Hugo stopped in front of a modern-looking villa with a flower garden, and Carl nodded in approval. It's not large outside, but there are 5 sleeping rooms on the 2nd floor, common areas on the main, and a basement crafting lab, along with the apprentice dorms, which are usually placed on the 2nd or 3rd basement level, if you choose to hire some. Dana frowned. Are they expecting everyone to hire dwarves? Who puts bedrooms on the 2nd basement level? The myths chuckled at her question. It's a security measure. Battles between totems and myths tend to have collateral damage, so if the fortress is raided, the lower-level members can retreat to the safe rooms in the sub-basement and wait it out. That didn't used to be the case, but guild raids would lead to hundreds of deaths, and that was just bad for everyone involved, Deeb explained. Lotus repeatedly poked Carl in the back until he turned around so he could see her pleading, pouty eyes expression. Tien does it better. Carl reminded her, but Lotus silently kept it up. Yes, we will try to find some cute apprentices to hang out with you, but you can't keep them from their work. Lotus gave a fist pump, and the guild leaders shook their heads in dismay. I am beginning to understand the group composition a bit better now. Raj, the darkest-skinned of the warriors among the guild leaders, chuckled. Ophelia nodded in agreement. Lotus is secretly the center of our group. You see, Tessa is her childhood friend. I was the only female berserker in my class, and Dana was the strongest female mage when we formed our group to travel. And how does Carl fit in that metric? Raj asked. Carl has all the beasts, and you know how green dragon clerics are. But also, he's so incredibly overpowered that it would just be ridiculous to not want to go with him. Ophelia replied with a shrug, as if it should be obvious. Carl pulled a sleepy Tien from his space and handed him to Lotus, who immediately cradled and began to pet the little fox. The guild leader stared at the pair. "Is that a baby stone for divine fox?" Dave asked after a few seconds of silence. "Indeed. The newest addition to our little family. And the newest reason that Lotus has to remain nearby. Though, she usually stays at the back in larger battles, as she has a tree of life transformation, and her area healing skills are outstanding," Carl explained. "We will help you all get into dungeon teams if you're planning to remain here for a while," Hugo insisted. Carl checked with the others, and they all appeared to be on board with the plan. But Ophelia had other ideas as well. Remy had proven that her potions didn't always risk death, so there was a chance that they could all be pushed to the Overlord rank. They had advanced their classes already, so if they could join Overlord-ranked dungeon teams, they could gain both experience and resources. Though, if they were all at Overlord, they could just go together. There were 5 of them, and the golems could serve the role of tanks. Or Ophelia could, as her new class was actually specialized in the role. Their presence was starting to draw curious onlookers, as it wasn't often that all 5 of the Alliance leaders gathered anywhere unless it was for work. But today, they were in front of a vacant house, and everyone had gotten the notice about the Darklight host joining the Alliance. What none of them had realized was that this was the same Darklight host that Supreme Lady Matilda led. If they had known, they would have been much more cautious about approaching. "I believe that we will head in and check the place out, then I see that we will have many requests for custom goods. Or possibly goods in general. I haven't checked how our store inventory is doing," Carl joked. Hugo laughed. "Well, there are 1,000 members in total, plus the newer apprentices who we didn't have a guild slot for. So, I would say that your guild store is likely out of stock." Carl checked the store inventory while Hugo led everyone inside. They had some items available, mostly the simple things that they mass-produced for merchants. The utility rings for daily tasks and water creation. Then a few of the commander-rank warrior rings with bonus skill damage on them, and the damage reduction bracelets. Everything else had sold out. Even Ashbringer had his section of the shop tagged with a "Forge Day, refilling stock" label. The Alliance members bought everything he had. What Carl and the guild had forgotten was that transport wasn't cheap if you couldn't open your own portals, and the Dragon Isles were seriously lacking in craftsmen in general. So, with such high demand in the Lake Nereledum region, prices here were normally 3 to 5 times higher than anywhere else. But the Darklight host had just put everything up at retail to see who complained and demanded a discount. Only, nobody did. The interior of the house was beautiful, but largely unfurnished, with only a few pieces left behind by the last occupants. "I may have forgotten that there was nothing in here but pieces the last guild didn't want," Hugo admitted as they walked into the main hall, with double-curved stairways at the far end, which led to the second floor. "I see 3 floors, but I don't recall you mentioning the 3rd floor," Ophelia noted as she looked up at the vaulted ceiling. The mage looked confused as he counted balconies. "You're right. I don't know what is up there. I thought that these were all the same. The 1st floor in my guild's manor is much higher than this one." The cleaning staff complain incessantly about the ceiling height, he agreed. Not for much longer, Carl suspected. They had bought out all the functional rings that they could get their hands on, and while some were certainly for resale here, the staff should have some for themselves. Ophelia crouched, then jumped to the 3rd floor balcony. The berserker landed smoothly on the ledge, then stepped over the stone banister and looked back down with a shrug. "It's just one big open room up here. I don't know what they were intending to use it for, but I suspect that it might be for hosting parties or something. There is what looks like a wooden portable bar station sitting under a drop cloth. That wasn't as cool as what everyone else had been hoping for, but it might come in useful in the future, as the main stairwell ran all the way up to the 3rd floor, and they could block off the private areas of the house which were in between. But that would also allow them to move smoothly between the 2 areas of a party, or disappear into their rooms, should they wish to leave the party, or need a touch-up." Carl looked around the space with satisfaction. "This will do wonderfully. Let me know what the Darklight host needs to contribute to the Alliance fund for the upkeep, and I will transfer it to you. I know a few furniture makers in Drode, but there are likely some local ones as well." Dave smiled and nodded eagerly. "There is one just down the street. I can go talk to her for you if you'd like. I think that she's sweet on me." "Sure. Bring your lovely lady friend here, and we will see about decorating the place, and in the meantime, we can talk to the Alliance members who have gathered outside the door, waiting for the bosses to leave so that they can plead for custom items to be made," Carl agreed. Raj burst into laughter, clapping his hand on his leg as he roared in mirth. "Oh, they'll have plenty of those. You know how it is when you start getting powerful. Suddenly, money stops mattering because what you need and what you want are simply not available for any price. So, many of them have been gathering treasures for decades, hoping that one day they'll manage to find those last few pieces that they need to make their setup absolutely perfect. But what all are you going to offer them? No offense, but I have no idea what your actual crafting skill can do," he explained. Carl shrugged. "I can put skills that I know on crafted items, create items with specific skills or random ones, or even directly teach beasts and beastkin skills." Dave was almost out the door when Carl said that last part. "Wait, back up. You can directly teach skills that aren't part of a skill tree?" Carl nodded. "You have to be compatible, and I have to know the skill, and there has to be some sort of beast blood involved." That last part was an outright lie, Carl's group knew. He was just playing favorites to limit the number of people who asked, but keeping the knowledge open so that he could sell the skill. "Wait here, I need to go get someone before the furniture maker. Actually, I will have Jedina go deal with the furniture maker. They get along well." Tessa smirked as the druid ran out the door. "He's coming back with a ranger, isn't he?" Hugo nodded. "Yeah, the one from his raiding team. But he's completely forgotten that his mother is an owl beastkin, and that he should qualify as well." 30 seconds later, Dave ran back in carrying a small man in his arms like a princess. "I brought the ranger." Lotus patted him gently on his shoulder. "You can put him down now. And we should likely explain things to him because he looks really confused." "Right. Sorry, got excited. This is the Rune Master, and he can teach skills. Tell him the thing." Dave insisted, but the mythic ranked ranger didn't look any less confused. Carl nodded politely. "My name is Carl, a Beast Master champion by class, and a Rune Master by trade. It sounds like Dave thinks you might need a skill that I have." The petite ranger laughed, but nodded in agreement. "I have been after a specific skill for many years. You see, I have unlocked a system quest for an advanced class, but I need an elemental control type ability. That's not part of my skill tree, and I have never heard of a skill book for one, or a way to learn it from study. It's not a thing that rangers can learn, normally. We're not shamans, but the system says there is some way that I can do it and become a ranger stormlord." Carl shrugged, and pressed his finger to the man's head while muttering in ancient Dwarven, for that air of mysticism, as the system didn't translate that particular language. Hee poke. In their spaces, Kara and Tien rolled on the ground, laughing at the childish joke. But the ranger's eyes opened wide in shock. "Champion Carl offers knowledge, skill, minor water control will be transferred to the puddle splasher Arthas." Then his eyes went vacant, and the mythic ranked ranger froze. "Is that normal?" Dave whispered. "He's in the class selection scenario. I've seen this more than once before," Carl explained. When he finally started moving again, Arthas held out his hands, then make a bow drawing motion. A bow made entirely of water formed, with a shining metal arrow. "Beautiful. Now, I can finally use some of these skill points. I've been out of new skills since late royal rank," he sighed. As he was mythic now, there was little doubt that he would soon possess every single skill that his new class could offer. Especially for someone who was part of an active dungeon farming team. Everyone on Carl's team had noticed by now that system-linked incidents granted more skill points than everyday life events. Crafting, dungeons, monster spawns. All were great sources of skill points, to the point that Carl's team members were rarely as lacking in points as Carl himself was. Not many classes wanted 50 points for a single skill, after all. The cleric skills were mostly under 5 points each. Then Carl turned to Dave. "How about we gift you something to help you in the dungeon as well?" Dave shrugged, unsure that Carl could offer him anything that would benefit him at this point. Beast Master Champion Carl offers knowledge, skill, limited invulnerability, will be transferred to the heroic tree lover, Dave. Skill already known, Beast Master Champion Carl offers knowledge, skill, crushing blows, will be transferred to the heroic tree lover, Dave. Skill already known, Beast Master Champion Carl offers knowledge, skill, bestial regeneration, will be transferred to the heroic tree lover, Dave. Skill transferred. Dave's eyes went as wide as Arthas had. Then he pulled Carl into a bear hug and spun him in circles. "The healers are going to love this. A self-healing bear tank will be even greater than the Blood Knights and their life leech skills," he shouted. Ophelia nodded in agreement, and Carl remembered that he had been slacking on his group benefits. Beast Master Champion Carl offers knowledge, skill, brutal pugilist, will be transferred to the Cuddle Bear Ophelia. Ophelia smiled gently at Carl in thanks, not wanting others to notice that he had granted her something as well, then frowned as she actually read the message. Since when was Cuddle Bear her most notable title to the system? It was definitely messing with her. Speaking of self-healing bear tanks, Ophelia here is an excellent one. She's also got a similar skill set, plus she can damage transfer from the group to herself. It's limited, but with strong healing abilities and damage reduction, I think that she will be quite the hit with the Alliance once we have time to get everyone pushed to Overlord, Carl offered. How long will that take? Hugo asked curiously. Depending on the resources, less than a week. But making Overlord-ranked epic potions requires some really rare materials, Carl explained. Even Remy didn't have many of them in her space, and she had been planting them in the tiny world to try to grow more. She did have enough of the new style potions ready for her girls, though. She had begun to work on them as soon as the first one had worked, so they would be ready when the group finally had a few moments to themselves to make an advancement in peace. Advancements using special techniques were definitely a private thing. At least when it came to her own people. But it looked like they were going to be busy for some time, as Carl and the crafters back home filled all the orders that the Guild Alliance needed to recover from the resource drought that they had been in. So, when the big bosses left, she would take them into the tiny world, and get them all advanced while Carl and Sister Ray worked. So, how are we doing this? By rank descending? Dave asked, now that the excitement of helping his teammate had worn off. Carl shrugged. That works for me. I can take pre-orders from the myths first, then from the totems. I will get all those filled, while the apprentices at our Drode Guild House fill the common orders. They've been going hard trying to restock and prepare for the influx, but there are only a few of them, and countless orders. Especially for the decorative items, which take hours each to carve. The guild leaders chuckled. Of course, that was going to be the great limitation. Having a powerful item was nice. But having a cool-looking, powerful item was much more important to most. Fortunately, the Darklight host understood the issue, and they were planning to work with them. Why don't you do robes first? I've got so much totem-ranked clothing here, and the selection is excellent, Ray suggested. By excellent selection, she meant that she had silk shirts for men, in black. Then 3 different styles of mage robes which could be good for anyone, and countless dresses for ladies in multiple colors. All that they needed was Carl's final touch to add a few more abilities to them before they were activated for the first time. Why don't we start with the mages instead? At Totem and Mythic, naturally. I have a decent selection of mage robes, dresses and a few shirts available in Totem-ranked spider silk. I can upgrade them with runes and gems much more quickly than most items, Carl offered. Oh, that would be good. Can you make one that we can show to the mages when they arrive, so they know if it's better than what they have? Dave asked. I don't see why not. Just be patient with me. It takes a bit to write everything up without ruining the appearance of the item. Dave's outfit included a powder blue tabard, and there was a matching set of generic mage robes among Ray's options, which were gender neutral, as far as Carl knew. Surely, his group had a mage in it. Though, if it was a guy, they might not be as impressed by the color as Dave was likely to be that Carl could match his tabard. Carl didn't miss the strange looks when he took out the robes, then immediately turned them inside out and took out a paint pen. It's the fastest way to dye fabric, and I'm utter trash at embroidery. There are some decorations on the outside of the outfit, but I'll put the runes on the inside, so they're only visible when the robes are filled with mana, Carl explained. None of what Carl did next made sense to the guild leaders, but Carl looked satisfied after he wrote 1 line of runes down each arm and then 5 vertically down the back. Item created, Totem rank, Epic grade, Robes of the Inexhaustible Well. Adds 250 points to spell power, 10% bonus to casting speed, 5% bonus to total spell damage. Additional effects, Self-Repair level 2, Mana Storage level 7. Carl nodded in satisfaction while the others inspected the robes. How much mana is storage level 7? Dave asked. Carl wasn't sure how to answer that. He didn't have a direct number for his mana pool. About as much as the average overlord can hold on their own. Give or take a few percent, he offered. You're saying that simply wearing those robes would double an overlord-ranked mage's mana pool? Dave asked. If he wasn't wearing any other gear, yes. The spell power and spell damage should combine very well. I considered making it self-recharge and reduce casting cost, but that would push the boundaries of epic grade without adding magical stones, which would massively increase the cost, Carl explained. Let's get the mages in here. I suspect that everyone is going to want new robes. Did you say that you have other styles as well? Carl smiled at the druid. For the ladies, yes. You see, the clothing is made by my friend the Blood Destruction Spider, and she loves ladies' fashion. The gentleman can get by with robes. The guild leaders chuckled. Dealing with eccentric master craftsmen was an everyday occurrence when you were in the higher ranks. If that meant putting their mages into strange but powerful outfits, they wouldn't care. Even if it made them look like a fashion show runway. Besides, half the totems and myths were batshit crazy to begin with. The first of the mages showed up a few minutes later, and Ray smirked at Carl as she passed over a bright red layered dress with golden embroidery all over, in an ancient style which would make the mage look like an imperial concubine from the Golden Dragon Nation's historical dramas. It also had a large totem rank fire element gem woven into it over the heart, so Carl prepared to duplicate the former robe, then add the Hellfire Vortex spell to the robes. That should be a spell that not many, if any, mages knew. Welcome, welcome. Please, inspect the first set of robes while I work on another, Carl informed her, then nudged Tien to make him a large stone work table. They needed somewhere to show off Ray's designs before Carl upgraded them. But this mage was getting what she was given. Ray insisted. Unfortunately for their plans to work in peace, making a whole new set of robes was far too distracting, and the new arrival simply watched him work in silence for 20 minutes as more mages slowly filtered in and began to inspect the robes on display with hushed voices. There, finished. Lady Ray insists these ones are only for sale to you in particular, Carl explained as he turned the robes right side out to show off the embroidery. Item created, totem rank, totem grade, flaming robes of the inexhaustible well. Adds 250 points to spell power, 10% bonus to casting speed, 5% bonus to total spell damage. Additional effects, self-repair level 2, mana storage level 7, Hellstorm Vortex. The other mages were practically drooling as they gazed upon the stats of the robes. Especially after Dave explained just how much mana they could hold. But Carl was more interested in that totem grade label. That was a new one, and he hadn't known there was a quality ranking between epic and artifact. Or perhaps there wasn't until you got to totem rank? How much? The dark-haired mage asked simply. She was a mythic rank battle mage, she was not short on funds. Lady Ray requests magical stones or other raw resources of equivalent value, Carl informed her. The mage nodded and began taking out bars of metal, an assortment of rocks that exuded immense magic, and a few magical gems. Ray nodded in satisfaction. There was a totem-ranked shadow stone in there. That was good. Carl shook her hand, then held up the robes for her to equip them and replace the simple shirt and pants she was wearing. Oh, you need to get her a hair thingy. Let me out and I'll do her makeup, Remy insisted. Opal giggled and passed Carl a simple commander rank illusion stone she had enchanted with a disguise. She could make simple disguises with a thought, and illusion stones naturally held them. If they weren't so rare, she would do this more often. It was a great trick for her interactive performance plans. Carl handed the mage the tiny stone, and she simply frowned in confusion, wondering why the merchant was giving her change. Activate the stone, it goes with the robes, Carl explained. She shrugged and Dave whistled, while Raj made a low grunt of rather carnal-sounding appreciation. Her face turned pale with bright red lips and immaculate makeup, while her hair was pulled into an elaborate updo, with a golden tiara and jade hairpins. The mage took out a mirror and smiled. Your Lady Ray has exquisite taste. I like it. Kara dug through her pile of loot and found a large oval illusion stone. Then, in a stroke of brilliance, cut it into wafer-thin slices with disintegration. Sister Opal, take these, you can use them to make illusion tokens, she explained. That would work wonderfully. Not for strong illusions, as it wasn't a complete stone, but for doing hair and makeup, it was just right. One of the other female mages giggled. Oh, is this a fashion contest? We all get to play dress up in new battle gear? Carl shrugged. It is now. Don't worry, gentlemen. I've got both popular types of traditional mage robes. The flowing ones and the ones preferred by the spellblades and martial artists for mobility. The only other mythic ranked mage was the woman who had just spoken, and Ray insisted that she needed either an idol-style frilly short dress or Dana-style combat robes. So, Carl held up both to let her choose before he got to work. "Really?" she asked. "I can do traditional robes as well, but this is what the lady offers for alternates." She sighed. "So, Nyx gets to be an imperial concubine, and I'm a magical girl? Because I'm definitely not dressing as her bodyguard." Carl held up simple black mage robes with shimmering threads that looked like stars in a night sky. "You can be the imperial magician, if you'd like." After careful consideration, she pointed at the pop idol dress. "Ha, I knew it. She just didn't want to admit it in public." Ray cheered. Carl considered what to do with this one. It didn't have a gem in it, but the last item had come out with a whole new quality ranking that Carl hadn't seen before. But it did have totem rank bone slices in the corset to hold the shape, and those could be upgraded separately. Carl was about to start when the memory of his old mauve flashed in his mind. That was a brilliant addition to an armor piece. He took the bones out and began carving the runes for the multiple casting effect on them. It probably wouldn't be as good as the maul had been, but it should let the mage cast more than one spell at a time. If it worked, he would make another like it for Dana. Item created, totem rank, totem grade. Idol dress of the inexhaustible magician. Adds 250 points to spell power, 10% bonus to casting speed, 5% bonus to total spell damage. Additional effects, self-repair level 2, mana storage level 7, spell storage. Spell storage allows up to 5 spells to be pre-cast and held in reserve to be instantly released from the item at will. Not quite the same as the maul, but in a way, both better and more versatile. The maul could only stack identical copies of an attack spell as you used them. The dress could hold 5 random spells. Carl handed the completed work over, and the mage changed. Then Ray passed Carl matching thigh highs and shoes for the outfit. "Here, add these. They're totem ranked silk, and they should bond." She laughed as she changed, then did a twirl and made a pose with a golden scepter in her hand. At the door, a disgruntled noise stopped the laughter. A mythic ranked warrior stood at the door. "I should have known it. The insanity of the Dark Light host is contagious. What the hell are you wearing?" The mage rolled her eyes. "Oh, relax. We're just having a bit of fun. They made me new combat gear, and look at this." She pulsed with power, and 5 layers of arcane energy barrier formed over her instantly. Dev hummed to himself. "Maybe I need that dress." Raj snorted. "But with a longer skirt. Nobody wants to see your balls in combat." Carl smiled at the warrior to diffuse the tension. "Why don't we try to find gear for you next? I think that I know just the right one." The warrior stood at the door for a moment, then slowly came forward with a disgusted look at the mage, who lifted one foot and waved her scepter at him in a cutesy pose. Then stuck her tongue out at him as he passed. Maybe the Dark Light host was contagious. Ashbringer had just finished a suit of armor out of totem-ranked metals, and while it was currently at the Overlord rank, that would quickly change as Carl got to work. It was traditional plate and chain, but altered for greater than usual flexibility, as Ashbringer had made it for someone who used a two-handed blade or axe. The guild leaders had said that they were the main tanks for their groups, so this new arrival should be a damage-type warrior. The armor was also a very dignified ash black, with a fiery red underglow from the demonic magic that Ashbringer had used to create it. It had incredible fire resistance, and nearly perfect damage reduction. So, Carl focused his rune work on adding damage, agility and strength, along with the sharpness, skill. As he finished, the totem-ranked runes surged and the armor began to emit a black demonic mist, casting shadows around the pieces on the table. Item created, totem rank, totem grade, molten armor of 1,000 cuts. Adds 250 points to skill power, 10% bonus to skill activation speed, 5% bonus to total skill damage. Additional effects, self-repair level 3, mana storage level 5, sharpness. Sharpness, slashing, stabbing and disintegration type abilities increase in damage by 10% per rank. The warrior stared at the armor with pure greed, and began to reach for it when Carl stepped forward and smiled. "I believe that you will find that the price is quite reasonable. 3 weights of the armor in totem ranked or higher raw materials," he insisted. The warrior simply stared past him at the armor, clearly pondering his chances of getting past Carl to simply take the item. But his guild leader was right there, and the rational part of his brain said that it would be a terrible idea to start trouble with their new alliance members, who were willing to make high-quality items for their main raid team. And this was far better than what he already used, which was mythic rank but only rare grade. Slowly, he began piling items on the table, then took out a scale and weighed them. Carl resisted the urge to laugh at the expression on Raj's face as the grumpy warrior paid for his purchase. Nobody seemed put out by it, and while part of that would be because of his power, most of it should be that they were just used to him being a grump all the time. Once he was satisfied that he had paid down to the last gram, he equipped the armor, and was instantly surrounded by a thin layer of black fog with a deep crimson glow from under the black plates of his armor. Now, that looks properly intimidating. I wonder if we can mass produce it so that we can have a whole raid team of cool-looking warriors? One of the totems joked. How about fuck off? The warrior grumbled as he stomped away. Carl gave the guild leaders a curious look, and Hugo made a gesture that Carl took as, I will explain later, and not in public. A totem-ranked battle mage smirked after the grumpy warrior left, and wrapped his arm around the myth in an idle dress. At least the mages can all look cool. I think he said that he had battle mage combat robes. There are enough of us to send a full team out dressed the same. Or we can convince the ladies to get coordinated outfits, so they look like an idol troupe, he joked. Dave cleared his throat. First things first. I want to order some stuff. Then I need to run off and take care of guild business. He handed Carl a paper which simply said, like they got, but cooler looking, in wobbly script. Got it. I will work on that after we pass out the mage outfits, as they're already made, and I will need custom items made for you, Carl explained. Works for me. Let me know when it's done. Totem Team 1, if any of you are in here, move to the front, you are scheduled to be at the dungeon in 2 hours. A surprising number of people moved forward, and Dave chuckled. Team 1 is a 40-person dungeon team, so, they've got a dozen mage and mage-adjacent classes on the team. One of the mages nodded. 2/3 of the totems in the Alliance are members of Team 1's, but the dungeon that we do is only once every other week, so we're also on other teams. Team 1 is also the team for the monthly dungeon, Hugo added. Carl nodded. Well, in that case I should make friends, as I might attempt to work my way into a spot for that monthly dungeon. The mages seemed confused by his comment. I thought that you were a crafter? One asked. This is just my trade skill. Spending all day inside writing esoteric runes on various pieces of gear and statues would drive me insane. I'm actually quite adept in combat, Carl explained. The guild leaders laughed quietly. That was one way of putting it. Change your outfit and show them, Hugo insisted. Carl activated his armor, showing the mages his tabard, with the decorative third golden ring to denote an above-ranked guild challenge victory at the totem rank. Seriously? The mythic mage asked, placing her hands on her hips and taking a calculated pose, playing to her current idol outfit. That's how we all met, and I ended up as the 6th guild leader in the Alliance, despite not being at the mythic rank, Carl agreed. So, that's how it happened. I thought that they had just found a crafting guild when they went to the auction. You need to tell us the story sometime. A floating butterfly appeared beside Carl, representing Opal, who despised having to go outside in person. An evening showing of the recount of the mythic duel will begin at dark tonight, here in this manner. The illusionary text appeared in the air above the butterfly, and Dana giggled. Well, it looks like we're hosting a watch party tonight. I will talk to someone about getting the house set up for guests. Carl shook his head. Opal and Tien are already on it. Hugo laughed at the expressions of the mages in the Alliance. That would have been his thought as well, had he not seen it in action. A totem defeating a myth was simply something that didn't happen. It shouldn't happen. It would disrupt the entire power balance of the Dragon Isles if totems could routinely defeat myths, or if overlords could defeat totems. The damage reduction was too powerful of a buff. But it was undeniable that the system recognized it, as a few of the mages had pulled up his list of titles, and found that there were indeed 3 guild champion titles, with over-ranked victory notes. And the latest wasn't even 2 days ago. Hugo's expression turned contemplative as he finished laughing. You know, it would be a good exercise for them to get to spar with you. It's not often that we're challenged by other alliances, but it's incredibly rare that anyone trains in advance to fight against other system users, he suggested. Like self-defense training? That's not a terrible idea. Guild challenges might be infrequent, but they'll be even more infrequent when the others know that your guild is prepared. A challenge is their peak against your peak, or representatives at a designated rank. But what if the challenge is refused? That happened to us in Drode, but the attacking guild wasn't prepared when we launched an artillery strike on their guild house. Carl explained, and the mages all paled. That was absolutely horrific. Forget the rank differences. The guild houses normally housed entire families, servants and other non-combatants. The mere thought that someone would bombard one when the challenge was refused was enough to terrify many of them. Others recognized that it was the attacking guild who had been bombarded, and while it was still horrific, they had brought it upon themselves. Then there was the third group. What do you mean, bombarded? Isn't the Darklight Host a tiny guild? I only see 4 members at totem rank or higher when I search the guild listings. One of the mages asked. One of my bonded partners is a Ghostfire Thunderbird, Carl began, while the mage nodded eagerly. Ghostfire is brutal, and he should have the ability to create a rain of fire, right? The mage asked. As well as a meteor storm and flaming vortexes, Carl agreed. The mage whistled. That's just brutal. Most of us struggle against flying targets, as they can just retreat to a safer distance, and the spell travel time lets them dodge unless we focus on tracking them. Carl smiled. There are a few spells with no travel time, but yes. Generally, it's hard to hit a target thousands of meters away unless it can't move. Hawk tends to take it personally if someone actually manages to hit him. The mage chuckled. You named a Ghostfire Thunderbird, Hawk. I like your style, Monster Man. Dana almost choked, trying not to laugh. Tell him, she insisted. He evolved from a Windspeed Hawk, Carl elaborated. Now, most of the mages were laughing, while Dave shrugged in acceptance. How very appropriate. Bird is Bird. And Carl is Carl. And Dana Mage is Dana Mage. Hawk agreed in his space. To prove his point, Dave summoned a small group of Hawks at the common rank. It was a popular skill with druids for scouting. But druids could also learn the skill, speak with animals. So Dave was likely the one that understood what went on in Carl's head the best. The birds flew around for a few seconds before Dave dismissed them, and then he sighed. All right. We should let the man work if we intend to get our outfits done in any sort of reasonable time frame. Pick your outfit and meet back here at 9 for the evening showing of the duel. I don't know what they're planning, but that was a glasswing butterfly, and if she says she can put on a show, she can do it, Dave insisted. Carl nodded in agreement. We will set up the upper floors, but there's only room for 100 or so to sit comfortably. Dave and Hugo turned together to look up at the top floor. There should be room for twice that. Unless Carl was making comfortable chairs for everyone and leaving space for servants to deliver refreshments. But if he said 100, that was what they would bring. Tell the others, we have space for all the totems and myths for the show. We will throw a larger welcome party later, and you all can tell your friends the story tomorrow. It's been a big day for the Darklight Host, and we should let them rest, Hugo informed his alliance members. Carl set out outfits of each style, and the mages came forward with color requests. Then said their goodbyes to the ladies, leaving them alone with Carl as the myths shook hands and headed back to their work. Now, time for me to get to work. Ray, you can make outfits for the rogues next if you want. Ashbringer will take care of the warriors as he gets time. Metal armor takes more effort to craft, and you know how the warriors are. They'll mostly want that heavy defense. Ray came out in humanoid form and shrugged. Don't worry about that. I have a system worked out for the warriors. Tien can make metal plates at totem rank with his earth control skills, so he can make them Brigandine armor sets if they don't want leather or cloth. Not as flashy as the shiny full plate of the knights, but certainly a valid option for heavy armor. The issue was that Tien had no crafting skills, so it would be entirely up to Carl and Ray to finish the armor pieces that he made the metal plates for, in order for the item to be considered completed by the system. If they had a blacksmithing skill book, they could likely train him, or they could have him train under Ashbringer. But there simply hadn't been time for any of that yet. Not to mention that Tien was small enough to fit in Ashbringer's palm. It was still too early to be starting him as a traditional apprentice, even if he had a humanoid form. Like Kara, he had shown no interest in changing shapes. Tien was currently upstairs with Opal's illusions, making theater seating and a stage. Tien made the chair frames, Opal made the cushions. It could have all been illusionary, but they had decided that it was better if the chairs themselves were real so that they could be more easily rearranged later. Opal would be concentrating on the show, so if she made the room as one large illusion, then it would cause extra work and mana drain on her when people changed the furniture positions. But if she just linked independent illusions to the chairs, it didn't matter if people messed with them. At worst, someone might break the spell on their own chair. Ray used Shadow Step to go join them, and offered up piles of cushions, instead of using illusions. She had made thousands of them, testing theories, and she could spin up 100 chair cushions in minutes. That left Opal free to focus on the stage that Tien had set up, while the Fox and Spider arranged chairs on large platforms so that each row was slightly higher than the one in front, like a proper theater. They couldn't have any bad seats for the show, after all. Tien did make the whole structure slide back together, so it could be placed against the wall. Then he didn't have to make it twice, and they could just store the chairs in someone's space until they were ready to use them again. Or put them in a row in front, but that didn't look as good. Carl worked as fast as he could to make the mages matching robes, all to the same totem rank, epic grade standard as the demo set. It would be strange to have so many people in armor with the exact same stats, but there really wasn't anything else that the mages needed, other than even better armor with a spell effect attached. That would take much longer, and Carl would charge a fortune for it. So, nobody had pushed the matter. Besides, they didn't want to annoy their bosses by paying to buy up armor as good as what the new guild had made for the mythic rank mages. A few could afford to. But they had heard that the Runemaster also made excellent weapons and accessories, so they could just come back and place a custom order with him later. That would let them have just what they needed for their own specialties. Word spread fast through the Alliance about the actual state of the Darklight host. There weren't many of them, but they weren't to be trifled with. Their guild leader had some sort of crazy support class, and the Runemaster trade skill. The fact that he could simply add a skill that he knew as a usable skill on a piece of equipment was enough to nearly make the Alliance members vomit blood and envy. Over half of them were still stuck with the basic warrior class, and skill book drops rarely happened in any of the dungeons they had access to. Plus, the librarians only had a handful of useful skills for them, and they all had them, unless they were very young. There were rumors that one of the mythic dungeons dropped skill books, but if it was true, nobody was putting them up for sale, or giving them to the blue dragons to be duplicated. Of course, it was possible that the items bonded to the person who got them and simply couldn't be given away. Carl had finished with the mage outfits and was started on the first few of the leather armor sets that Ray had provided for the rogues when the Alliance members began to return for the show. "Are the preparations ready?" Opal's butler just led the first guests inside. Carl asked with a guild message. "All good. There are food and drinks, as well as illusionary servers. The show is ready, the chairs are ready, and everyone is set to welcome them and meet new people. Except Kara. Kara is napping," Tien replied. That could be either good or bad. Either she wasn't interested in meeting all these strangers at the same time, or she felt that she needed some extra energy for whatever she had planned for later. With the Chaos Badger sleeping, it was impossible to tell by her thoughts. "Welcome, welcome. Mages, please come get your robes and dresses, I have them all prepared. If there are any rogue-type classes, or agility fighters who prefer light leather armor, I have a few samples on hand for you to look at. Warriors, we will have some armor samples for you tomorrow afternoon," Carl declared as more guests began to pour in the large wooden double doors. "How does this count as protection?" one of the rogues asked, looking at a piece that was little more than a leather bra with transparent silk and a few straps to hold weapons and gear between it and the tight-fitting pants. "It's totem-ranked spider silk, no easier to cut through than the leather. Not great against bludgeoning attacks, but the suit has excellent damage reduction," Carl explained. One of the warriors chuckled as he looked at the armor. "I've seen this style before. It's incredibly popular with the obsession demons. They're twice as agile as the average dragonkin or beastkin, and this style lets them keep all their weapons handy without slowing them down. It doesn't matter how bad your armor is against clubs when nobody can hit you." Ray came to join them and nodded happily. If someone is beating the rogues with a club, the warriors have already failed at their task. It's more important that the damage dealers are unrestricted in their killing than it is for them to waste potential bonus points on defense. "I already compromised on the design by having the runes for damage reduction added, instead of a bonus to edged weapon damage, which could have been an extra 15% of base damage, on top of the other damage bonuses," she explained. "You are the leatherworker?" the warrior asked, only slightly disturbed by the aura of this strange humanoid monster. Ray nodded. "I am also the one who spun the silk. All of these are my precious masterpieces." That brought the mages over to thank her for her hard work. Everyone had changed into their new outfits to show off their purchases to their teammates. With Ray's fashion sense, that didn't make the event seem any less flashy, especially once the mages started storing mana in their new robes, which made the runes and sparkling threads shine in the dim light until the mages figured out how to hide the effect. The rogues joined Carl and Ray, looking at the options, which went from simple and outdoorsy, more suited to rangers, through cloth outfits with leather-reinforced vital points, which were great for martial artists or battle mages, like Dana. Then there was the selection of sexy leather, which Ray had deliberately made better than any of the other options, so that more people would buy it. Carl knew better than to argue with her, and he had even prepared a few sets with additional skills on them, in case someone from the mythic teams wanted to upgrade right now. The thing was, he didn't know if there was a female rogue on the mythic team. Unfortunately for Ray's big dreams, there were not. There were rogues, but all small, nimble men. Not all suited to her fashionable outfits. But they knew people who were, and who would be willing to pay full retail. Carl had been setting the prices randomly, so while the Alliance was supposed to get a discount, he didn't actually have a base price. He would just have to charge more to non-Alliance members. Dave nodded as he entered. "You don't mind if we call a few other guild leaders over, do you? It's good for the Alliance to maintain relations, and they can bring the members who will want Lady Ray's fashion." Carl nodded. "All right, one of these sets has sharpness and shatter on it for pure damage output. The other has perfect camouflage and lifesteal with maximum bonus poison damage, so the wearer will passively keep healing if a stealth strike goes wrong. I thought about giving it invisibility or Night Haunter, but the number of rogues who could actually use those skills is limited, and there would be no point in having them wear armor with them on it." Dave sent out a few messages, presumably to send a runner to escort the other guild leaders to their fortress, and then took a moment to admire the outfits. "Do you have a skill that could completely hide someone's true appearance? We have a few intelligence officers who can fake their name in the system display. But a simple disguise spell can only change so much," he asked. Carl nodded. "I can make a trinket with humanoid transformation, or beast form. Either should turn them into an entirely different looking person."
"How different are we talking? Is it detectable?" Dave asked.
"What is my true form?" Carl asked. The druid blinked and stared at him. "Isn't this your true form? Surely, it's not the dragon form. That was an avatar-type holy magic spell." Carl smiled and shook his head. "This is the beast form spell. I'm more comfortable this way." Dave smiled. "That is magnificent. Even if it does make them furry, there are enough beastkin with heavy beast blood that nobody would question it. However, I don't know if humanoid transformation will work for them, as they're all dragonkin and already humanoids." Carl shrugged. "I haven't tried on humanoids. I think it does, though. If my memory serves, the larger troll species and giants used it to fit into smaller spaces." Dana walked over and ran her claws gently up Carl's back under his shirt in greeting. He smiled and leaned down to kiss her forehead. "There are some problems with the transformation spell, though. Sometimes they make you too adorable," Carl joked. Dana rolled her eyes at him, but the Alliance members all nodded in understanding. Fox Charm was a subtle but powerful skill, and only Dave could tell that the attraction was partly from the passive skill and not just the adorable fox girl. "I take it that you are not a beastkin, then?" Dave asked. Dana shook her head. "Human, actually. Pure human. I just fit in better in this form." One of the totem-ranked female rogues gave her a thumbs up. "I approve." Dana smiled at her, then realized that the girl had pointed dragon ears with tufts of fur at the end. She had never seen a dragon with fur before, but she had read about the winter dragons, a form of ice element drake that lived in the mountains. So, this woman likely shared the blood of the dragons that the winter dragons had descended from.
"Humans smell funny anyhow," one of the men agreed.
The dragonkin rogue with the tufted ears snorted in amusement. "You say that as if you don't smell like an unwashed ogre half the time. This is the first time you've smelled like soap in months."
"I bathe when I get dirty." The man grumbled, then dropped the topic.
"We can make charms to entirely hide scent as well. I just don't put it on the armor, as so many stealth sorts already have a solution or skill for it," Carl offered. It was a simple effect, and it was already included on many of the cleaning rings that the apprentices made. Only, it was normally used on the room you were cleaning, not yourself. Their store sells all sorts of useful things for that purpose. I see that they also have scented soaps," one of the rogues noted. Carl quickly checked the guild store. Indeed, they did have scented soaps, and they were medicinal. Each of the bars had a slightly different scent, but the most popular one seemed to be the floral-scented one that granted an 8-hour, self-cleaning effect that would make most dirt and debris fall off the skin without sticking. There was clean, and then there was magically clean. It was a potion, but the apprentices thought that it would be better if they weakened it into a bar of soap, so you got the effect with every washing. They sell a case a day to the locals in Drode now. Remy informed Carl proudly. Her apprentices were learning to make the best of mistakes and turn them into new products. Not many alchemists had that level of innovation. A tinkling chime from upstairs informed everyone that the play was ready, and the guests started to filter up the stairs. Only a few stragglers were left, but Carl waited downstairs for the final guests, who were coming from their own guild houses nearby. While he waited, Carl made a few trinkets with beast form on it. Those ones seemed much easier to make than most spells, perhaps a side effect of his class, or possibly the favor of the beast gods, as he was visually turning people into beastkin. The spell was also remarkably simple to write, compared to most other illusion and transformation type spells.
So, when 6 new mythic rank visitors entered together, he had the spells ready, and the armor still waiting on the table for the rogues.
There were 3 rogues, but only 2 women, who would hopefully be suitable for Ray's fashion. The male beastkin rogue was more interested in Carl, staring at him as if he would see through the disguise if he just looked hard enough. It's a physical transformation, not an illusion. If you have nullify or dispel, you could probably force me back to my natural form. But you can't see through beast form, Carl offered. The man smiled and adjusted his hat as small round ears shifted it out of position. How much for the token? Even if I'm not impressed with the armor, I want one, he asked. Carl laughed, and tossed him the amulet. On the house. The beast gods want you to have it. Technically, it was Carl who thought it would be entertaining, but that was the same thing, really. The rogue caught the token and transformed, turning fully furred, with a badger's head. But not all black with white on the back like Kara. It was more brown, with white and black stripes. Oh, grizzly badger. Good choice. Carl realized. The rogue laughed as he moved to inspect the armor, then his hands, then his companions. I shrunk. The world looks different from down here, he realized. His guild master, a mythic-ranked paladin named Alfred, patted him on the shoulder. Well, there are no more concerns about you being able to sneak through small spaces. Or about him looking down into our cleavage constantly. He's not tall enough anymore. One of the female rogues joked. The badger rolled his eyes and turned his attention to the demonstration set of armor, then to the female sets. What is with this bias? There are multiple skills on those, but none on this, he asked. Carl chuckled. Lady Ray prefers women's fashion. But that set was the demo model for the totems. We can make you a set equal to the female sets, it will just take a few days. The rogue who had been teasing him about perving on her picked up one of the others, a bodysuit with many pockets. I don't see a restriction on it, so technically, you could wear this one. It would just be a bit sexier than you're used to. Carl noticed that she wasn't putting it down, though.
It was the set with sharpness and shatter on it, and stats for maximum damage output. I love it. How painful is this going to be for my pocketbook? She asked, already sounding pained at the thought. As guests of the Alliance, I will cut you a discount, the same as the other myths got. A 3 weights of the item in totem-ranked raw materials, or mythic items and materials of equivalent value. Carl offered. Deeb nodded. That was what he had charged the others, though only the warrior who had been rude about the idol dress had to pay the 3 weights price. The mythic rogue took out handfuls of treasure with an extremely reluctant look on her face that reminded Carl of Kara. It seemed that the reluctance to part with treasures was not exclusively a badger species trait. Carl also noted that the badger thought he was being smart as he picked up the totem-ranked demonstration armor and took out totem-ranked metals and leathers, which were the heaviest of resources that he could pick, reducing the cost of his loss. But he had not realized that as a crafting guild, the Darklight host was just going to turn that into more gear and sell that new gear for the same price. Their warehouse floor was going to suffer. Speaking of which, there was a warehouse attached to the manor and marked for their use. So, they could load it up with all the loot they got here. Once Carl figured out how to link it as a guild warehouse so that others could actually get the materials back out. While the badger rogue was counting out his materials, the bodysuit had been equipped, and his guild mate was checking herself out in the mirror.
admiring how it hugged her curves just right and gave that extra bit of lift to carefully control sag and bounce when she moved. Lady Ray is a genius. She really does know what it takes to show off, she giggled.
Ray nodded happily. It is important to make a dramatic entrance when you face an enemy. If not, how will everyone else remember that you can kill them?
That made the myths all a laugh. Even for a blood destruction demonic spider, Lady Ray was particularly bloodthirsty even when she was in a good mood. The third rogue came to inspect the armor set out for her and smiled. Did you make the armor for us, or choose us to visit because you had the armor? The second one. Carl agreed. The advanced class that I got specializes in poison-based damage over time effects. So, perfect disguise. And, lifesteal, with maximum bonus poison damage is practically my dream wish list. This armor alone will nearly double my damage output, and the amount of healing that I will gain might make our cleric cry tears of joy. Her guild master laughed. That's because you keep getting hit when you push for an extra stack of damage. If you just back off one step earlier, he wouldn't hate you so much. The two ladies stared at each other for a second, then sighed and began stacking mythic resources on the counter. That should be the value equivalent of 3 times the weight in totem resources, the poison specialist declared.
Carl nodded in satisfaction. It was close enough, and he didn't know the local prices. In Drode, it was far more than equal.
Carl clapped his hands once in satisfaction. Wonderful. Now, would you like to join us for a show? Our guild's Glasswing Butterfly is putting on a retelling of a guild challenge duel tonight, for the ranking members of the Alliance and their guests. The guild leaders pulled Dana and Carl to their seats at the back, while Ray spun a hammock to hang from the corner of the ceiling, her preferred angle to watch from. The other beasts preferred to watch from inside their spaces, as they could get a better view there than from any spot in the room. An announcer in the form of the King of Nulnulgod appeared on the stage, which transformed into a view of the arena, where the seating area of the manor was just a small portion of the stadium, as Opal activated Illusionary Domain to make it possible to have a life-sized show. Welcome everyone to the recreation of the Guild Challenge duel between the mythic warrior Jerome and the totem-ranked beast master champion Carl. The illusion spoke, and 10,000 illusionary voices cheered from the crowd. The two champions took their places and began to taunt each other, which made the Alliance members chuckle at the audacity. He didn't, did he? One of the warriors asked when the illusionary Carl declared that he would take the mythic dungeon as compensation if he won. The guild leaders laughed, confirming that it had actually happened. Everyone present had a general idea how this would end, as Carl and his guild were now members of their alliance. But the confident trash talk leading up to the duel had been enhanced slightly by Opal's retelling. As had the size of Carl's avatar form, from here, it looked even more majestic than the guild masters remembered it. But the way that the overflowing power still slammed into their chests had been perfectly recreated by the butterfly by using air pressure changes. The sound of claws on steel and steel on scales was deafening, and the scent of blood and ash filled the impromptu auditorium as the duel continued, drawing the crowd from tense to excited, and then to roaring with laughter as the Haint and Carl taunted the mythic warrior. Carl's paw slashed at the warrior, and the sound of warping steel and breaking bones filled the room as Jerome bounced off the barrier surrounding the arena, then took another dose of ghost fire to the face. Carl tried not to laugh as Opal had him posing grandly as he recalled the bodyguards and golems to beat Jerome down for the final time, and the crowd gasped as he activated his final buff skill to increase his strength and speed. For a few moments, it actually looked like Carl was going to lose, and everything was splattered with dragon blood, which Opal had made to dramatically drip down the barrier, though in reality it didn't stick at all and simply fell to the ground. So well done was the reenactment that by the time that Jerome dramatically collapsed to the ground as heroic intervention ended, it almost felt anticlimactic. The King of Nulnulgod rushing over to save Jerome's life as his soul was visibly leaking toward the Haint was the final high point of the battle, before the scene changed to Carl alone in the arena. The assembled alliance members cheered and clapped as the avatar form of Carl spread its wings and made a slight bow in their direction. Though, Carl did notice that it was looking directly at him. Excellent work, Opal. I dare say that they've never seen a show this impressive before. Are these shows a regular thing for your guild? The mythic mage in the idol dress asked as the chaos after the show died down. Yeah, we have movie nights a few times a week. Either recreations of historical events, stories from storybooks, or an original series that Opal is working on, Carl agreed. A few of the guests got up and were going to walk down the stands, either looking for an exit or exploring the area. I wouldn't go too far. If Opal ends the illusion, you'll land in the living room on the first floor, Carl informed them. The warriors laughed but continued off into the stands. I'm more interested in this illusionary space. This is absolutely brilliant. It has to be a domain-level spell, right? An illusion strong enough that it can warp space, he asked. Carl nodded. That's right, it's her species' racial specialty. The warrior sighed. I had hoped that it was a skill your mage was using. If that was the case, there might be a chance to learn it. I could use a training arena like this. Carl nodded. It's not the best for that, as damage will break the illusion. But layered with a few other spells, it would theoretically be possible.
If you do happen to research the possibility, I would be glad to help you test it. Though, you could likely do that yourself. Anyone who can toss a mythic ranked warrior around like a rag doll certainly doesn't lack the power to test their own defensive artifacts.
Dave chuckled. The real fight was insane. They actually had to constantly reinforce the mythic rank barrier over the arena because neither of the fighters cared where their missed skills landed. If we hadn't gathered so many powerful spectators, they likely would have broken the arena protections. What sort of skill even lets a totem take hits like that? Watching it felt like two mythic warriors going at it. A warrior in the crowd asked. Everyone turned to Carl, as none of them had the answer to that question. I've got an advanced version of limited invulnerability, plenty of damage reduction, and then another 20% off all damage taken thanks to a class skill. So, I'm only taking around half as much as normal, and I ignore a large base amount of damage. Enough that against most enemies, I don't even take damage until they go all out, Carl offered.
And with skills like that, you chose to make weapons for a living? The warrior asked, confused.
Oh, that's really just a hobby to keep the guild's funding afloat. I do a little bit of whatever keeps life interesting. The group from the Darklight host who are here now were all out hunting excess monsters from the spawns to please the Black Dragon God and keep their population under control. The warrior shook his head in dismay. That's nuts. If I could make this much money in an afternoon, I would never leave the house again.
Carl chuckled. You might never get the chance if you could. You see, it's very difficult to stop once you get started with advanced crafting. So few crafters advance in rank due to making the same thing all the time that higher ranking equipment is in demand all over the world.
So, if you don't run off to do something far away, you end up in a workshop all day every day for the rest of your life. The warrior realized. Exactly. Dave chuckled and patted Carl on the back. Well, you'll be stuck here for a while. We've got plenty of custom orders and bulk item requests to catch up on what an alliance as large as ours would like to have in stock. But once we're fully stocked, I promise to help you keep doing interesting things at least once in a while. Opal gently pulled everyone back onto the area of the illusion that would be over the actual floor, and returned the space to its natural look. That revealed that the chairs were set on the stepped stages, but they were quickly reorganized so that groups could talk more smoothly. Illusionary maids brought snacks and drinks around, keeping everyone happy while they discussed the short viewing of the duel. Then, 20 minutes after the duel viewing ended, the stage shimmered, as Opal brought up a new illusion. For those interested, we will begin a viewing of the adventures of the first King Drode in 10 minutes, the stage announcer declared. This was one that she had done multiple times before because the story was one of the great epics from the last resurgence, and at this point it was basically a fairy tale, despite being based on verifiable historical events. Many of the guests migrated back to the main floor to chat and drink, while over half settled in for another show. If the Darklight host was going to do a full movie night for their meet and greet, nobody was going to argue. It was much more interesting than most of the welcoming parties they had been to, where you just stood around chatting with the same group of people that you'd seen at the same 50 events before. While that was also true of this one, as they were all Alliance members, they had seen a reenactment of a mythic rank duel and the mages had new gear to show off, so they had something new to discuss, even if they were around the same small group of people. The gear was as much a talking point as the duel itself was. The fight between the two powerhouses was almost too fantastical to believe, as if they were at the same rank, and not as if one were fighting with a 90% damage reduction handicap. So, discussing the powerful, but clearly visible new outfits on the mages was much more interesting. Especially when the ladies were suddenly so fashionable. You know, this will be a cultural revolution for the Alliance. Now that the mages look so good, it's going to be difficult for the rest of us to keep up but it's the best drop, mismatched fashion statement on our way to the dungeons. One of the rogues laughed. A warrior chuckled. Right? We all look like hobos, and now they're practically a uniformed force in totem rank robes. Maybe we should all start actually wearing our guild tabards, just to give us a bit of uniformity. The rogue chuckled. Fighting in a tabard was a pain. It always got in the way, flapping around when the more agile fighters were performing acrobatics in combat. Nothing was worse than flipping over an attack and having a loose bit of cloth flip in your face, blocking your view. In that way, race fashion for the mythic rogues made perfect sense for them. There were loose or flapping ends on the sleeves, no loose sashes, as many used for fashion, and some slack in most of the tops, but they were all secured at top and bottom, so nothing would move around when you were fighting. I just think that we might have larger issues if we start letting the mages dress like idols. They're already a bit strange, who knows what they'll do if they are encouraged to cosplay in their daily life. One of the warriors joked. There was some quiet laughter, but not from the mages. They looked like they were seriously considering it. The rogue snorted in amusement. I am pretty sure that is a one-off sort of outfit. It wasn't among the options that the totem-ranked mages got. But I wouldn't be surprised if the tailor made more of them if the mages requested it. I don't think that most of them will, though. Can you imagine Genestra willingly wearing a short, frilly skirt in public? The others nearby laughed quietly at the thought. Genestra was currently wearing one of the most traditional mage robe-style outfits Ray had offered, and she was a notorious buzzkill. She didn't even approve of public displays of affection of any sort, or any sort of provocative outfit. She made the matrons of the Red Dragon orphanages seem relaxed and forgiving. In contrast, her younger sister, a royal-ranked mage apprentice with the guild, was notorious for the number of warriors who had been through her bedroom. Not just men, but always warriors. Carl went downstairs to join the guests who were more interested in new gear than the show, and was immediately swarmed with excited adventurers. It's first come, first served, right? I mean among the totems. Obviously, the main raid team will get their gear first. One of the warriors asked. Carl nodded. For custom orders, to an extent. Some things are easier to make in batches, so when we get to an item on the list with numerous requests, multiple people who requested the same thing will all get it at once. For other orders we will go through them as they were ordered, so the waiting time is somewhat reliable. That's a relief. At least that way, we won't have to wait ages for our equipment. Well, some of us, anyhow. I know that some of the flashier sorts are going to request that you make something extremely ornate. Does your guild even do that? The clothing so far has been very high quality, but the plate armor was really distinct, not engraved like most warriors request, he asked. We actually have a number of sculptors and artists on staff. They might not be high-ranking to finish all the items they work on, but there is no harm in letting them do the artistic portions, and then letting the master craftsman finish the enchanting, Carl explained. Oh, that is a good point. You can upgrade a non-magical statue or a partially completed armor piece if the material is right. Perfect. His relieved tone earned him a companionable pat on the shoulder from one of the warrior women. But can you do heavier armored versions of the rogue leather? I am an agility-type fighter, but I need more protection than that, and a brigandine isn't going to work for my fighting style. Carl nodded. Lady Ray can do you some hardened leather, chitin or similar armor, or we can do plate over a leather or cloth base for mobility. Just put in the order for what you would prefer, and we will do our best to fill it. The masters know multiple styles as well. So, not just the knightly armor plates that are more common, but also the layered plate exposed brigandine and lamellar that is more traditional in Drode, or the other demonic fashions. You can also request specialty materials, but in most cases, you will have to provide the materials plus a crafting fee. Working with new materials also helped crafters expand their skills, and unlock new abilities related to their trade. So, letting people give them exotic materials to work with was a win for everyone. It also saved Carl from having to take on random missions to find rare materials. The revelation that he would work with their materials if it was something that his people didn't have in stock was enough to get many of the Alliance members motivated to make new gear. Totem-ranked crafters often had multiple requirements before they would make a custom piece, but the Darklight host had agreed to very lenient terms with the Alliance, which would surely keep them busy for months. That was part of Carl's plan, though. Hawk and Thor needed to advance, if possible. Then someone would need to motivate Kara, if being behind her siblings wasn't enough. He thought that it should be. She was already the last sister to advance, so she should start working on a way to bring herself to totem rank soon. The warriors came forward with interest, and one of the stronger totems was pushed to the front as their spokesperson. Does that offer to make custom items extend to the blacksmith in your guild? We have many rare materials that have aspects we would like to imbue into an armor set, he asked. Carl nodded. I can't make guarantees that you will get everything you hope for out of an item combining multiple rare materials, but I can ask him to craft it with the desired outcome in mind if you make a list of bonuses and effects you would like to see. Do keep in mind that forging an entire suit of armor takes multiple days, and that's all he would be doing for those days, so if he's going to make 30 sets of armor for the warriors of the Alliance, it will be 3 months or more before he's finished with the totems. And that's without additional delays from specialty processes for rare materials. So, you will have to be patient, and the simple bulk orders may be pushed ahead of the custom work to get more of the warriors' orders filled. He is also the one doing the metal weapons. The warriors grimaced as they heard that last bit of news. The Dark Light Host smithy team was simply too small. Didn't he even have an apprentice? No, he likely did, but the apprentice would be filling lower-ranked requests, while only one master smith would be able to do what the totems needed. Are there any options that aren't as backed up for totem-ranked equipment? One of the warriors asked. At the totem rank, we're basically out of stock, so everything is being made to order. However, I can make you simple amulets, rings and totems in short order, as they're quick to upgrade, and I can make a few every day, Carl offered. The warriors nodded. They could all use accessories, and they were fast to use, but they were not the most important parts of their gear. What is the armor you were wearing during the battle scenes before you transformed made of? It looked pretty cool, the warrior spokesman asked. Carl smiled and shook his head. That is an armor skill. It's not a physical suit of armor. The warrior sighed. That's too bad, though if it looks cooler than your actual armor, I guess it makes sense. It's actually an epic grade skill. It gives me epic grade armor level stats. So, there is no need for me to have real armor. Though, I do have a lot of fashionable clothing for when I'm not in armor. Can't you make better gear than epic grade, though? You could improve your stats with proper armor. One of the mages reminded him. They had seen the totem grade items that had been turned out today, so it wouldn't be outlandish to think that the creator would have a full set of items at that level. That is true. The real advantage is that if the armor spell gets trashed, I can just refresh it, and it will come back at full durability. Some days I can be very hard on my equipment, but I do have excellent accessories. That was true, in a way. Superb, for the day that he had created them. A bit outdated now. A lot of what drops in the mythic dungeon is metals and gems, but the totem-ranked dungeons that can be done weekly are heavier on the leathers and scrap weapons. Most of those get smelted for metal as well, but it just feels wrong for a warrior to go to battle in leather armor. One of the men explained. Carl shrugged. I know a few agility-focused warriors who fight in nearly nothing, but that's why we did the Brigandine. It's not as metal-intensive as most armor, and the outer leather coat provides a lot of protection on its own. Alternately, we could do something with hard chitin, but our stocks of that are limited as well. One of the female rogues giggled, drawing attention to herself. Seashell bikini armor. See, now you're talking. But I suspect that it might be difficult to find anyone to battle test it, the warrior's spokesman joked. The rogue pulled a bundle wrapped in canvas out of her storage, and placed it on the table by Carl. If you can make me a suit of armor out of that, with a focus on negating fire and poison damage, I would appreciate it. Those are the major elements in the dungeons that I do, she explained. Carl nodded. I can do that. I would assume that most of you are going to need those same resistances, with different bonuses. The warrior nodded. Those plus physical damage reduction for the warriors, especially the tanks. Carl made notes, and then tapped the pencil on the notepad in thought. How many tanks do we have in the group? If you don't mind giving up offensive capability, I can fully stack up defensive bonuses for you. In a duel, that's not great. But in a group, that should be precisely what your teammates need. Plus, the healers will thank me. If you want a full defense set of gear, raise your hand, and bring me your supplies, or tell me what sort of armor you want. Then I will sort the damage dealers by class. 2 hours later, Carl had notes on all the fighting members of the Alliance at totem rank or higher, and a better grasp of just how lopsided the system's assignment of classes was. Even before the adventurers chose their specialties. There were only 6 tanks among the 64 totems who had been present for the party, and 14 healers. The other 44 members consisted of 30 warriors, 8 rogues and a few of each other class. The imbalance was huge, even worse than it was at the academy with the young elites. According to the totems, it was even worse at the overlord rank, as many of the totems had been handpicked to fill roles on the teams. Those at lower ranks were mostly filler to the guilds here, and while they contributed heavily to the alliance, they filled vacancies with mass numbers, and not targeted recruitment. Of the estimated 200 overlords in the alliance, there were over 170 warrior and rogue class members, with a coven of druids who had come to study under Dave making up almost all their healers. Dave looked over Carl's shoulder as he stared at the notes he had made, and then patted him gently on the shoulder. We simply don't have the resources to pull mages to us. Any guild alliance can do the same runs we do, and the lack of competition was enough to bring in the totems for our teams, but the overlords prefer to study under guilds who have more mages at the top. The druid sighed. Well, perhaps I can do something to help that balance. I have a Dana mage with me, and she's got some impressive skills as a former Muram battle mage who advanced to a mystic blade master. I don't know if she will be interested in taking on more responsibilities, but we might be able to bring in a batch of weaker mages and bring them up through the ranks with a bit of time, Carl suggested. Dave considered that. An overlord-ranked mage might have the skills with an advanced class, but it would be a hard sell, when so many other guilds had mythic and totem-ranked mages in their top ranks who were actively recruiting. I think that you can save your mage the trouble, unless you're going to do something extreme and take in the outcasts and failures from other guilds. I know some go that way, hoping for the diamond in the rough, but there is a good reason that they were kicked from their old guilds in the first place. Losers stay losers, and they'll just end up chewing through resources for zero results, as their potential is trash, Dave explained. Carl nodded. That's a problem everywhere. So few have an easy time advancing, and the resources to push them higher get increasingly expensive, with ever higher side effects. There is a potion that I heard of used in the past, to push someone from commander up to overlord in a single shot. But then, they would be stuck at the start of overlord forever. But worse, 9 out of 10 times it failed, and they instead got stuck at some point in royal rank instead. Dave looked horrified. What level of desperation is that? I can see some of the demons doing it, with their bloodline limitations, but that is insane. Carl nodded. People will do anything if they think that there is a chance that they can actually get out of a desperate situation. Those potions that Remy made have much smaller side effects, but I still wouldn't use them more than once unless the progress in between was smooth, and it was a time constraint that was causing the desperation. Dave frowned as he thought about that. What about crafters? If you can teach them crafting skills, you'll get many more mages and magic using classes. They tend to love knowledge the most. Is the Dark Light host planning to take in new crafting team members? Carl smiled. Of course. Probably not at as high of a level as the immediate demands would like, but they'll get there. By the time that they make it to overlord rank, anyone who wanted to be a crafter likely already has a trade skill, and that makes it hard to train them, as they will be limited by the skill they have, while our techniques can be considered a specialty trade skill for the most part. Dave nodded. I will come by tomorrow with some potential members for the Darklight host. I think that I know just the members that you want, and while they're rejects from another guild, they might be a good fit for your guild of interesting characters. Then Dave left before Carl could ask just what sort of interesting characters he had in mind. It was already very late in the evening, and the last of the guests were headed out to their own homes, leaving the Darklight host members alone in the new house. Well, this place is nice, and Ray went and set up some extra furniture for us. But what are we even going to use this place for? A staging area for more difficult dungeons? Maybe a second store? Dana asked. The Alliance can buy straight from our other store using the system interface, so I don't think that we need a second store. But yes, a staging area for dungeons. Dave also thinks that he's found more crafters for our guild. So, I will see what he brings in the morning, and we might make this a second crafting house. If we can pull a few skilled individuals, we can leave them mostly unsupervised. Or, we can keep moving back and forth. Remy does most of her instruction remotely, but we should check in on the guild more often. I'm thinking that we should set up a permanent portal between the two houses, so members can just walk back and forth. Then, they can sell and shop wherever is better for them, Carl suggested. Carl considered the options, then headed for the safe rooms in the lower basement. Those were intended to protect the weakest of guild members, but they would also be the best of the workshops and labs for the Darklight host. Carl looked at the small and dingy rooms of the first basement level and frowned. It was more like a dorm than anything, similar to the second level of the Drode Guild house, but even larger, as it apparently extended the entire distance under the courtyard. There was enough space here for 100 people, and while it was brightly lit and well decorated, it still felt like a cramped budget motel. I think that we can make some updates here, but that can wait. The lowest basement level will be the most important, and that's where I want to put the portal, Carl informed Dana, who had followed him downstairs. The lowest level had a safe room, complete with thick metal door, and then a large open area, with a few glass-walled lab rooms, already set up for just what they needed. The labs could be observed from outside, but had powerful barriers on them, and Carl could see that someone had set mana crystals into the walls by the doors as storage for the barriers. That was an excellent start, and it would allow the guild to work in safety on experimental projects. I think that we can place the portal array right here, Dana suggested, with a gesture toward what Carl would have called the reception area for people who had come down the stairs. What about at the back of the room, so that we can put security at the door? I can give it a gargoyle or two, in case someone tries to mess with the building, Carl suggested. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Having them near the stairs, and then we can put a few more upstairs as well. But inside the building, so that the other Alliance members don't think that we're threatening them. Dana moved to stand where Carl was, and looked around the room. Most of the labs were visible from that location, but not the entrance to the safe room, which was set around a corner. That would keep it out of the direct line of fire if the enemy came from the portal. Alright, I think this spot works. Though, we could put it in one of the storage rooms, so it could be locked down. Carl chuckled. I am going to put the other entrance in the illusionary city of the library. If they can get that far, it will be extremely impressive. In that case, there isn't much to worry about. Nobody will even know that it exists. Are you going to have Opal set an illusionary domain here as well? Carl shook his head. No, I'm going to set one with an illusion element stone. We can have the gargoyles set up in a manicured garden area, with a hedge maze. The 3 exits will lead to the 3 ways out of the main room, and back into reality. It will give the researchers and crafters a place to relax as well, without having to be far from their labs. I'm thinking that a second illusion to expand the crafting area would be good as well. There isn't a lot of room to have dozens of workers down here. Dana nodded, then yawned. You work on that. I'm going to bed. Carl laughed and swept her up in his arms. No, we're going to bed. I will take care of the space in the morning. It's not that big of a rush job. Lotus woke Carl sometime the next morning by poking him repeatedly in the face while pacing in place. What's up? You're awfully excited this morning, Carl asked, while adjusting Dana in his arms. Dave says that we've got guests coming soon, Lotus explained. And that has you so excited? Lotus shook her head. Tessa is making chocolate chip raspberry pancakes for breakfast. That made more sense. Now that he was awake, Lotus ran out of the room, headed for the kitchen on the main floor, so Carl carried a drowsy Dana to the shower to get ready for the day. They were ready just in time, as it happened. Dave was knocking at the door as Carl came down the stairs, chasing the smell of pancakes. Ah, good morning. Have you eaten? We have breakfast ready. Dave shook his head, and a small pair of fluffy ears poked past him, sniffing the air. Oh, you're evil. Carl laughed, as he realized that Dave had brought him a royal-ranked bunny kin girl. Plus, whoever else was outside the door. These are the rejected potential crafters I told you about. They couldn't raise the tax fees or their ranks fast enough to stay in the guilds that they applied to, and they've been doing odd jobs around the city. I hired them to do a deep clean of some of the houses in the compound last month, but I think that they're perfect for your guild, as they were all hoping for crafting jobs. Dave explained, then chuckled as the girl poked past the other side of him, still sniffing the air. Come in, there should be plenty for everyone, and we can keep cooking once the chaos ends. Dave smirked, but the girl didn't realize the danger that she was in until a squealing green missile grabbed her and spun her in circles. You're here to join our guild? That is wonderful. What trade skill did you want? Do you have a class? What class? Oh, we're going to be such good friends. Lotus' excited rambling and the sudden manhandling caught the girl off guard, and she wasn't sure how to respond. But after a few seconds, Ophelia picked both of them up and physically separated Lotus from the applicant. We discussed this. What did we decide? She asked the errant cleric. Even if they're adorable, no manhandling without asking permission, Lotus sighed. Then she looked at the girl. Do I have permission? You're so fluffy and small. The girl looked terrified as she turned to Dev. Where did you bring us? The druid laughed. It's just one green dragon cleric. She will calm down in a minute. This is the Darklight host, the new crafting guild who has joined our Nara Group Guild Alliance. They are willing to take in young members without trade skills, train them, and help them advance. They don't care that you don't bring any existing marketable crafting skills to the guild. They'll train you from the ground up. The bunny nodded. That was an incredibly rare thing in Zalaz, where everyone wanted instant gratification at the very highest levels of skill. Investing years into an apprentice whose loyalty and progress you couldn't guarantee was a lot to ask when space was this limited, and the head tax was so high. Ophelia put the girl down, but kept Lotus in her arms as the cleric took out a rolled pancake and offered her a bite. Please, do come in. We will meet everyone over breakfast. But first, do we have any idea what skill everyone hoped to gain? Carl asked. The cool one, they all replied in unison. Ophelia laughed as she munched on the pancake, then licked Lotus' fingers clean. It looks like you've got your work cut out for you then, Monster Man. You got the cool skill, she joked. Better question. Who has a class or skill that can create solid objects permanently? Carl tried. Again, all their hands went up. Carl activated the nameplates in his system interface and tried not to laugh. Every single one was in a pale yellow color, and when Carl inspected them, they were listed as Phantom Path Rogue. What is the skill that creates something solid and permanent? Carl asked. The bunny held out her hands and two items appeared. A kitchen knife and a broom. Really? The girl nodded. It can be any sort of non-magical tool. I can even make daggers and short swords or bows. Well, that wasn't as terrible as Carl had feared. Plus, it should have remarkable synergy with the skills of a rune master if the addition of the runes didn't cause problems with the created tools. But the fact that she had thought of household tools first told Carl that this group was not made up of people who should be sent into a dungeon. Dev led everyone inside, while Carl took count of the new applicants. There were 12 in total, all royal ranked. They all had the same class, which was odd, as it was an uncommon subclass, but more importantly, they were all small for their species and young. None were full-grown adults, and most were dragonkin boys, but there were 4 bunny girls that the others seemed protective of. Tessa had heard the chaos, and was already working on bringing out more breakfast for everyone. She kept food stored in her inventory, so most of it just needed heating for a short-notice meal. Even when it was for a dozen starving students. All right, everyone, meet our new students. Everyone, introduce yourself, Carl insisted. And they all panicked. Dev chuckled. Welcome to part 1 of the Why They Have Issues in a Guild Setting show. Every single one of them has major social anxiety. Carl smiled at them. That's all right. I can actually see your names with the system interface. Though there are some issues. I don't know if some of these names are a joke of some sort, or if I don't get the pronunciation. There are 4 girls, all named variations of Lala, and 8 boys named variations of Ahmed. The bunny girl who had been brave enough to peek around Dev nodded happily. Lala is the name of our goddess, and Ahmed III is the current king of Sholaha. There are plenty of boys named after him because it's supposed to bring good fortune and strength, she explained. All right. We will find individual nicknames for everyone as we go. But first, get a good breakfast because I'm going to introduce you all to runecrafting and start your training while I renovate the work area, Carl insisted. Dev smiled as he took a seat at the table. You don't mind if I hang around for that, do you? I'm intrigued both by your confidence that they can learn a trade skill, and by what you might do to your villa, he explained. Not at all. Normally, I would call it a guild secret. But as we're in an alliance, there's no harm in you knowing. As long as you know not to spread it too far, Carl agreed. Now I'm definitely not leaving. What could you possibly do that would shock me to the point that it would matter to other guilds? Dev asked. Carl stood up and reached out to touzle the hair of all 4 bunnies, then activated, follow me, little one. Beast Master Champion Carl offers knowledge, skill, runecrafting will be transferred to the fluffy bunny Lala. Dev gave Carl a confused look as the bunnies leapt up and hugged him while crying but smiling. What did you do? He asked. Taught them the basics of runecrafting and gave them the trade skill. These are my bunnies now. Carl replied, then stuck out his tongue at Lotus, who rolled her eyes at him. Of course, the Carl would steal all the bunnies. Then Carl moved on to the others, and taught the dragonkin the runecrafting skill, preparing them all for their first lessons of the day. Dave sighed. If I had known it was that easy to learn a crafting skill, I would have done it ages ago. Just to have a little something on the side. Everyone in the room except Carl laughed at his mournful tone. It really isn't that easy. I actually have a specific skill that lets me teach guild members a single skill that I know. Carl explained, then belatedly sent guild invitations to the dozen recruits. The shock on their faces doubled, as they were being invited as full members, and not just apprentices hanging around hoping for scraps. Are you that confident that you can make them into valuable crafters for the guild, that you would take them as full members right away? It's considered a great shame for full members who are forced out, Dave asked. Carl chuckled. I am confident in their skills growth, and if they're slacking, I can set a bodyguard on them to keep them training. Or I can just assign them to the task of keeping Lotus from getting bored. But their growth should be smooth enough as well. As long as they make it to Overlord in the next few years, they can do 90% of what the guild needs. And I know that we can make that possible with the appropriate application of alchemy and mana overloads. Dave chuckled. There were likely more than a few workers' rights laws abuses involved in his plan, but Carl was certainly confident it would work. I will ask two of my companions, Tien and Lotus, to stay here and watch the new arrivals for a moment after I get them started. Dave, I am headed to the second basement to do some renovations, and I think that you will want to see this part, Carl announced. Lotus cheered while Tien laughed, having seen through Carl's thoughts. He could make all sorts of basic items, and while he wasn't a master at fancy decorations, they also weren't common-grade non-magical tools. So, he could make the base items for the new arrivals. Carl took out a notepad and wrote down a string of runes for enhanced sharpness and physical damage. Everyone, inspect these runes closely. You should be able to read them now with the skill that I have given you, and I want you to write them down on a blade of your choice. It doesn't matter if it is a dagger, a kitchen knife, or a sword. It really doesn't matter. These are just practice, so don't be too hard on yourself if they don't work out quite right the first time. If the ones you can make yourself don't work, Tien will help you get them right. The Beastkin and Dragonkin apprentices looked doubtful that the little ball of fluff being affectionately mauled by the Green Dragon cleric could actually help them. But when Tien flicked his tail, a dozen flat-sided daggers appeared on the table. Alright, start with his creations. I am going to prepare the workshop. Carl motioned for Dave to follow him downstairs, into the second basement level, where the labs were. Oh, this one is more of a secure facility. Ours was set up as an open floor-plan textile factory with dozens of tables where they had sewing machines set up, Dave noted. That's not a terrible idea. We could give them individual work tables, but I have something more interesting in mind. Carl hummed to himself as he focused on the vision of the garden and began to inscribe an arcane element gem. It wasn't as good as an illusion gem for the purpose, but they were short on those, so he left them all to Opal, who could make the best use of them. The arcane gem was sort of a catch-all for any sort of spells, and while it didn't give any sort of boost to what was written on it, it also wouldn't interfere with the spells. He had picked a larger stone, as the illusionary domain was a complex ability, but it didn't have to be powerful to just give the appearance of an outdoor receiving area. Then, he took out a totem-ranked earth stone and inscribed it with the Gargoyle spell. Dave watched in silence as Carl covered the two stones in runes, wondering what sort of defensive array the monster man was setting up for the workshops. Then, Carl activated the two spells together and placed the stones inside an earth magic created plinth by the door to the stairs. Unless someone actually destroyed the plinth, or the illusion, they would never find the core of the spell. But the area appeared to be massive, compared to what Dave knew it to be. How does this work? Do we just run into the real rooms and then feel around for the doors? He asked, admiring the garden, where a group of 12 small griffin-shaped gargoyles were playing. If you exit the garden from one of the three openings, you will find yourself in one of the hallways, in the actual room. Then you can move freely through the actual basement. You just need to pass through the garden to get to the real room. But I'm not quite done yet. There is one more addition to make this room perfect, Carl explained. Then, he went to the back of the garden, where a small open area was surrounded by curved benches. Carl created a replica of the system stones using earth manipulation, but covered in the runes for portal. The spell was directly linked to the illusionary domain in the library of the guild house, so as long as it remained active, you could just walk from one to the other. Emma, one of the alchemists working in the labs nearby, came out and waved at Carl. "Welcome back, Master Carl. Is Miss Remy coming back to train us for a while?" she asked. Remy came out to visit her students, now that someone had reminded her. "I will visit for a while. The portal is going to remain open to the new villa that we acquired, so we can move back and forth as we need. I have so much to teach you, and the Carl has new students again today, so he can do a skills class with the rune people," Remy explained. "Oh, more crafters. That's a good thing. They're working us to the bone here. No matter how fast we finish things for the market, they just get bought out instantly. We had to delist most of the stock for the common items from the guild store so that we actually had stock for the in-person customers," the alchemist explained. Carl smiled at her. "Sorry for the trouble. They were a bit short on craftsmen here, but we will get caught up soon enough. There are only 8,000 Alliance members, plus some associates, so they'll all get the essentials soon." Dave, who had been standing silently to the side, stepped up and looked through the portal. "That should be an illusionary world as well, right? Where did you link the portal to, and how long do you plan to keep it open?" Carl nodded. "It's an illusionary domain at our guild house in Drode, and I was going to just make the portal self-sustaining, so that anyone who stepped on the platform could open it at will. Give me a moment and I will make a matching set on the other side, so that the portal from here will have a security system." Dave looked confused, so Carl explained. "If either side is blocked or the activation sequence is locked, it will stop the portal from activating if they're linked. So, either side can just put the magical equivalent of a lock on the door if there is trouble. Then, we don't need to worry about intruders invading from the other house, while guild members can just move back and forth." Dave smiled in understanding. "Brilliant. And if intruders want to get in, they have to get past these gargoyles, who I suspect aren't as friendly to strangers." The little griffins seemed to take after Thor, and they were begging for head pats from the druid. "I think it's your nature affinity. The gargoyles are normally much less interested in strangers. It will be difficult to keep the green dragon cleric out of here, though. So, they won't get bored." While they talked, Carl was quietly using earth manipulation to add tables and benches to the labs outside the illusion, filling the workspaces so that the new group could split up to work on the projects that they needed. "That is magnificent. The level of versatility that your class and crafting skills give is beyond anything that I have come across before." Dave sighed as Carl let the portal close so that Remy could get to work with her students. "It really is. When I was young, I used to hear the phrase, Jack of all trades, master of none. Normally, it was used as a derogatory for someone who couldn't hold a job. But in a way, that is what my class is, except it's good at nearly everything," Carl agreed. Dave shrugged. "Every guild master has a little something that sets them apart. For you, it's got to be the fact that you have an answer for every situation. Most of us protect our guilds with pure brute force, but you pull them in by having something to offer everyone. It's brilliant, really, all the advantages of a larger guild, but with that small guild family feeling. When you've got 200 official members in a branch, plus apprentices, employees and hang-arounds, it's impossible to know everyone on that level. So, the big guilds feel more like an employment contract, even though technically, they all are." Carl led Dave back up the stairs, followed by one of the gargoyles. He hadn't specifically limited them to the illusion, and the spell caused them to want to protect the property in general. Lotus watched the small creature fly around the main floor, inspecting its territory for the first time. "Did you make tiny flying gargoyles?" she asked, verifying what she was seeing. "Cute, aren't they? They're set to guard the basement area, where I put a protective illusion, but they'll keep guard on the rest of the house as well," Carl agreed. The griffin had perched on the banister at the top of the stairs on the third floor, where it could watch everything happening in the common areas of the house, and Lotus was giving Carl a suspicious look. "You made them fly so that I can't catch them, didn't you?" Carl put a hand over his heart. "I made them featherada and furry with fluffy tails and shiny beaks, and still, you're suspicious of my motives." Dave smirked as he watched their interactions. Carl really had mastered handling a nature cleric. His didn't even look like she was high all the time, and Eve hadn't even known it was possible to stop them from getting bored and stoned when they didn't have anything to do. Maybe that was the trick, just plan far enough ahead, and you could keep them from getting sidetracked. For example, Lotus had already gotten past her dismay and was creeping up the stairs to go inspect the gargoyle, who was currently watching her with great interest. They were guardians of the house and the people who belonged in it, It really had no reason to run away from her. If she was right next to it, the golem could be sure that she was safe. What it did do was back away from the railing, so that the enthusiastic cleric didn't fall down the stairs. Dave tapped his chin and nodded in satisfaction at some internal thought. Since I'm here now, I don't suppose that I could get bumped to the front of the line for a new set of gear. I've had terrible luck with armor, and while I've got a number of excellent accessories for my class, the armor sets that you made for the others would be a definite upgrade for me, he asked suggestively. Oh, so there was an ulterior motive, beyond bringing me the new apprentices. But fear not, you were actually at the top of the list for new gear anyhow, as Ray was already working on a design that a druid would like before she got sidetracked making cute things for the other myths. Ray nodded in agreement. It's a good suit. I know that you're a bear tank, like our berserker, but the armor was intended to look good for casual wear. I have it finished already, we just need Carl to do some upgrades and then hit it with a spellstone to make it really shine. Carl wondered what the druid might actually need. He had limited invulnerability and crushing blows already, and Carl had taught him bestial regeneration. Those were the core skills of any tank. So, Carl decided to go with something that would give him a bit more enjoyment out of battle. Gravity Slam. When he was finished, the armor was completely enhanced for damage reduction, avoidance, strength, agility and regeneration speed increase. The only part of the set of armor that wasn't purely defensive was the spell on it. That way, it would do the most it could to boost the druid's tanking ability, while leaving him the versatility to use accessories to decide if he needed to take less damage or do more of it. Item created, Totem rank, Totem grade, Protector's Armor of Dominance. Adds 10-50 points to damage reduction, 20% bonus to agility. Increases strength by 5% per rank of the wearer. Additional effects, Self-Repair Level 2, Gravity Slam. Dave stared at the armor with an awestruck look on his face, and even Ray hummed in appreciation. You should call your wife over so she can see this before you equip it. I'm sure it will set her mind at ease knowing that you're so well protected, Ray suggested. Dave snorted in amusement. And have her show up with all our kids? I'd never get her back out again. I swear I love that woman to bits, but she drives me insane some days. Ray shrugged. Letting a family of humanoid badger children meet Kara seemed like a fun idea. At the very least, she could wear them out for the evening, so the mother badger could sleep. Dave shook Carl's hand and then equipped the armor before he set out payment on the work table. Then, he headed out to go show his family his new equipment. He would look for more pieces later, but for now, he had something to show off to his wife. That left Carl and the new apprentices without supervision for the first time, and he could really start training them. More than the simple examples that he had them working on while he did the illusions in the basement. Will we be able to do things like that one day? Lala asked. Carl smiled. If you can't, I would be disappointed, but I don't expect that to be anytime soon. You've got learning to do. And some of those abilities won't be available until you're an overlord or totem. So, you've got some time, and we can start getting you on the basics that the Guild Alliance has been requesting. I know that it's a bit of a rapid transition, but we've got 1,000 people clamoring for new items. The faster we can get through the first rush of requests, the better. The bunny nodded. That makes sense. Like when you do a deep clean of a house. You don't start with the corners and closets, which need the most work. You start with the common areas and bedrooms so that they notice your work faster. Then you do the hard parts when they're in a good mood, so they can see you working hard at the difficult parts. Carl chuckled. If you did the hard parts first, they would think you were lazy or incompetent. But if you did the easy parts first, they would have something to compare it to. Alright, since you're royal rank, we will have you make items for the warriors of the overlord rank. They're the most requested items, and I've already messaged the Drode Guildhouse to let them know that I will be having you make the simple items, so they can focus on the more ornate ones. You're at the same power level, for the most part. Some of them are still commanders, and most are royals, just like your group. But they're mostly sculptors who were trained in runecrafting. Carl created a chalkboard and drew a picture of a bracelet, then the runes for skill damage and strength increased to the largest possible degree. That was what would make the warriors happiest, and they could wear one on each arm. That meant they were going to need a huge number of them, but they didn't have to be particularly decorative. Then Carl drew a second bracelet and the runes for self-repair and external focus. That would approximate the mending spell that the clerics could use to fix gear. The second one is for you to keep for yourselves. It is used to patch damaged items and gear. Not as good as a professional, but it will keep them together well enough. You don't need it today, but you will soon. Once you have one, you're on the warrior bracelets. Royal rank equipment is low for overlords, but with this set of runes for skilled damage and stacking strength, it should come out as an epic item, and that will make the bonus enough that they will take it anyhow, he explained. Then, Tien created a whole pile of silver bracelets in the middle of the table for everyone to pick from. In theory, Carl could let them do the writing, and then upgrade the items himself, as the metal was capable of holding totem-ranked enchantments. But that was a higher price point than what the overlords could easily afford. What are these directions? One of the dragonkin asked. The stroke order. Instead of having someone show you directly, the number and arrow tell you the order. He smiled as he understood, then began to carve the metal to begin his first attempt. Then, Carl turned to Ophelia, who had her arms around Lotus to keep her from interfering with their work. Why don't we have Remy help everyone pass the bottleneck today? Then we can find out about the Overlord ranked dungeons and let you all get some battle experience a rank ahead, he suggested. Noctia frowned. She was still too close to the start of Overlord for this to be likely to work for her, but she wanted the potion anyhow. Just in case she could be a totem already. Remy came out with a whole tray of potions that had everyone's names on them, as well as a pair of activated healing totems. Just in case. Dana stared suspiciously at the tray. She had not forgotten how this went for her, but she couldn't be sure that this wasn't the same potion, as she had been half awake and hadn't really examined it. I'm sure that this version is fixed. Definitely more gentle than version Dana. No worse than a mana flush from the shrine at the guildhouse. Remy promised. The major difference was that a mana flush was voluntary, and you could stop it if it got too intense. But the potion came with the advantage that it would help train your body in more powerful mana, instead of having to understand it in advance, as was needed to break through with a mana flush. Ophelia patted the little cleric. I say we have Lotus go first, in case something goes wrong with the rest of us. She's the only one who can resurrect, but we've got more healers ready for her. Tien stood up and fluffed his tail, making the workers laugh. But Lotus had faith in him. The little fox had incredible healing skills. Alright, let's get this going. Lotus decided, then grabbed her own potion off the tray and downed it in one long gulp. Good volume, questionable flavor. Tastes too much like herbal medicine. Lotus noted with a bitter look on her face. Remy shrugged. There was nothing she could do about that. Added ingredients would alter the potion's effects. Then Lotus surged with gentle power, and began to glow green and gold. That was new. Lotus glowed more brightly by the second, and her power began to grow rapidly before pausing at the bottleneck to Overlord. Then, it pushed right past, and the glowing effect began to fade. The work had stopped completely, and everyone was staring at the cleric. Nobody had warned them that the Dark Light host could do crazy things like that. If they had known it was an option, they would have asked to be alchemists and learned how to make that potion for themselves. Lotus sat down on the floor, staring at nothing, but with a huge smile on her face as she recovered from the effect. Tessa cleared her throat, and Lotus gave her a thumbs up, but didn't say anything. I think she's just overwhelmed. I will go next, Noctia declared, and grabbed the potion with her name on it. She began to leak a dark black mist as the potion took effect, and her power soared, but it was clear that it was going to end far short of the totem-ranked bottleneck. It just didn't have the aura of totem-ranked energy that would be necessary for the breakthrough. Remy frowned. I think that the ingredients simply aren't powerful enough to go from Overlord to Totem this way. Maybe if you were right at the bottleneck. But I might need better ingredients. Noctia shook out the tingling feeling from her arms, then cast a cleansing effect on herself after the effects of the potion ended. That's fine. I can feel the increase in my mana pool and spell power. When I transform to dragon form again, I suspect that I will be more powerful than I was before. That reminded Carl. He had a guild item to equip. Eternity's Blessing, artifact grade. Mythic rank. Equips in guild inventory. Activates the guild skill, Eternity, granting guild members the physical stats expected to be present at the peak of their life, at their current rank. He had gotten it as part of the settlement of the duel, but he had completely forgotten about equipping it in the guild inventory. He pulled up the interface and placed the item, then frowned at the system notice. Authorization lacking. Guild skill active for members of the Drode branch only. Well, that ruined his plan to surprise Supreme Lady Matilda, but it was good enough for his people. Not that they actually had any old and decrepit members, or small children. The new assistants were young, but not young enough that it would be a huge change in their stats. Ophelia and Tessa took their potions, and Tessa began to glow red, while the berserker just gave off an aura of powerful oppression. So, the glowing effect wasn't a new feature, it was a side effect of using it on dragon priestesses. One of the Lala bunnies pulled at Carl's sleeve as the girls recovered from the potion. "Sir, is it possible that we will be able to buy that later?" she whispered. Carl nodded. Remy just needs to grow a new batch of ingredients. She only had enough for these few potions. But once she has the materials, you will be with the other crafters in line to get your ranks advanced before we offer it to anyone else. Well, if someone found out about it and brought Remy the ingredients, she would make them one, then keep the rest of the batch for the guild. But that was unlikely. Many of these plants were effectively extinct, as rare as they were in the real world. The new apprentices cheered, even though they knew that if they went in order, they were like 20th in line. That was still relatively soon. It was also motivation for the commanders to work on their own growth in advance so that they could be royals before the potion was ready. That way, they could be monarchs right away, make really good stuff, and get some respect for their work. They got right back to work, turning out bracelets to prove that they had the skills to be worth the guild using a rare and powerful potion on. Because if they had to buy a totem-ranked advancement potion at retail prices, they would be old by the time they could afford it. "Should we call someone over to find out about the dungeon options?" Ophelia asked as the potion effect ended. Tessa gave her an incredulous look. They had literally just finished reaching Overlord, and already the berserker was thinking of ways to go find a fight. That was devoted to battle, even for her. Did the advancement or the potion trigger some level of her berserker rage? Really, Ophelia was just eager to test out her skills, but there was no space in the house for her to transform. Dana smiled. "I will contact Hugo. He said that there are options for Overlord-ranked dungeons, and he can explain them to us. I would ask Dave, but I think that he will be busy for a while now that he's finally returned to his own house." In her space, Kara laughed. Dave had been hiding from a whole house full of badger chaos for too long. He would definitely be busy for the day. Dana paused as she sent the message. "Hugo will be over in a few minutes with members of his Overlord-ranked team. They are apparently short on healers, so they want to make a proposal for us to go with a larger team. The dungeons that allow larger teams give better rewards, so they would like to invite us to do a few of those with the Alliance before we go to do the individual runs on our own. Though, I suspect that the clerics will get at least daily requests to join dungeons now that the Alliance is about to find out that they're all overlords." Noctia snorted in amusement. Tessa and Lotus surely would. But most people weren't nearly as comfortable hanging out with a black dragon as the Darklight host was. Nobody here seemed to even notice the black dragon's death aura that she naturally gave off. Hugo arrived within 10 minutes, accompanied by a group of 6 Overlord-ranked warriors with powerful builds. "Miss Dana, thank you for the update. I brought the primary tanks from the 25 and 40-person Overlord raid teams. Both teams struggled to keep enough healers, as they run multiple times a week." Hugo greeted her as one of the gargoyles opened the door for him. "Is that a gargoyle?" one of the warriors asked, then paused halfway through reaching down to pet the small creature. "Indeed it is. They're friendly if you're friendly, though," Dana agreed. The warrior smiled and ran his hand down the gargoyle's furry back as he followed the group in. "So, the Darklight host has 3 clerics, a mage subclass and a bear tank berserker at the Overlord rank now. Ask what you need to know," Hugo informed his warriors. The warriors looked at the group and decided to start with Dana and Ophelia. "What are your specialties?" a dragonkin man with scales down one side of his face asked. "I am a mystic blade master, so my specialty is a pair of golems with auto parry and greatly increased attack speed. I can fight either at short range or long, but the golems are best up close," Dana replied. "My new class is Ursine Avenger, and it's actually specialized in group damage reduction and self-healing in giant dire bear form," Ophelia added. "Group damage reduction?" the tank asked. "I have limited invulnerability and a skill to redirect a portion of group damage to myself. So, I can tank a portion of the damage that the whole group would normally take and shrug it off, as long as the transferred damage pulses aren't more than limited invulnerability can deal with. If it gets too much, I can turn that off, but I am quite durable and I have bestial regeneration as well, so I don't need too much healing." The warrior chuckled. So, you're saying that you're actually best suited as a main tank, but you prefer an off-tank, or support warrior role. Alright, we can work with that. Ophelia smiled. Being the main tank came with requirements of knowledge and guidance. They were the team leaders by default, as they were responsible for keeping the monsters under control. So, she wasn't at all upset about a role as supporting damage reduction and crowd control. I'm a healing tree. Lotus informed the group of tanks proudly, then laughed at their confused expressions. Tree of Life. Healing transformation. I specialize in large area and long duration healing, she elaborated. Tessa nodded politely at the group. I can heal as well as any other cleric, but Red Dragon clerics specialize in combat buffs, increasing the damage and defense of the group. I am a capable combatant when needed, but I don't lack for healing. Finally, Noctia shrugged. I'm an Overlord-ranked Black Dragon. I can heal, I can kill. Both pleased the goddess. I don't have as many area healing spells as Lotus, but I do have significant area damage abilities. Now that she thought about it, she should get Carl to teach her those healing totems. They would be incredibly useful in a dungeon setting. Hopefully, she could use them, as they were a nature-oriented spell, and she was generally considered the reverse scale of all things natural. Quinn, the warrior who had been doing the questioning, smiled at the group. Well, that's a pleasant change from most of the other clerics. The White Dragon clerics are we heal. What more do you want? And the healing shamans are always out of mana. Lotus shrugged. We've all gotten so used to having eternal lightning on us in this group that we don't even have to think about mana in most fights. Even the mages struggle to run out with that level of regeneration. But even without it, my spells are very efficient, and I've got a huge amount of mana cost reduction and added healing on my gear. Is that something you can do while in another group? Quinn asked, confused. Lotus shrugged. Maybe. We can ask the Carl to make us something with the spell on it, so the healers don't run out of mana. Usually, Thor casts it. The behemoth. The warrior looked confused. You have a behemoth tanking for the group? Lotus frowned. Of course not. Tessa rides him into combat. The golem's tank. Carl resisted the urge to laugh as the whole group of overlords tried to determine how their whole battle strategy worked. How could they have golems doing all the tanking while they had a behemoth and a giant dire bear in the group? Where did they even deploy? Oh, next time, we should have Raymaker's Spectral Knights tank. There are a bunch of them, and they've got shields. Lotus added helpfully. Carl patted her head. We're talking about you and the others joining Overlord-ranked missions, and Ray is a totem now. It would be a bit unfair to let her loose in an Overlord-ranked dungeon. Quinn chuckled. Just how many summoned helpers does your group have in total? Lotus quickly counted on her fingers. Dana's 5, Carl's 5, Ray has 2 plus the dozen or so undead, then Remy has 2. So, 20. Quinn blinked slowly at her attempt to do math. It was a good thing that the green dragon had chosen this one, she had given up on the calculations halfway through. So, with just the 6 of you, you've got a whole raid team worth of fighters? Or, at least melee combat golems? Lotus nodded. But some of them are advanced ones that can use magic from a distance. The warrior sighed. If only they were all still overlords. We could steamroll the dungeon. Hugo shrugged. I'm sure that the totem rank teams will be plenty happy to have him once he finishes with the backlog of orders that we placed. The warriors rolled their eyes at him while he wasn't looking their way. There was no we as far as they were concerned. They hadn't gotten a chance to make custom orders like the more powerful members had. They just bought out what they could from the guild store and hoped for the best in the next round of restocked items. Quinn and the other Overlord-ranked warriors conferred quietly for a moment, then made an offer to the ladies. We can make enough spots in a 25-person run, if you're confident that you can do the job. Then, once we have seen what you can do, we can work out how to arrange things for future runs, he offered. Tessa nodded. That works for us. We're good as a 5-person team, though we might be a bit short on damage compared to some teams. So, I think that you shouldn't have any issues finding teams that we could fit with, even if it was just for the larger teams. Quinn nodded. If you won't need a new team for the 5-person dungeons, then we can just slot you into the larger teams for the time being. We need the healing, and there's always room for more classes that aren't warrior. The others nodded in agreement. Warrior skills didn't leave a lot of versatility. They were all using the same set of basic skills, and very few of them had managed to find a way to gain an advanced class. Out of those who did, they were mostly paladins, which still made them main tanks, but with a bit of side healing. That was useful, but not really a change from the basic warrior template. Alright, when does the next group go to the dungeon? Dana asked. They were all advanced now, and eager to test out their skills as a group. Especially without Thor and Carl buffing them and the group to invincibility. Not that they were unappreciative of the protection, but sometimes you needed to know just what you were capable of on your own. Tessa had already explained that to Thor, who was eager to come along with them. Letting Tessa go to battle without him just didn't feel right. The next run is tomorrow afternoon. It takes about 2 hours, and we prefer to go after lunch when the morning rush has died down. There is a toll on the way out, so we use the group loot function of the system interface, and it drops all the loot at the end for the team to sort, Quinn explained. Tessa shrugged. That makes sense. It's easier than having to go through everyone and risk someone starting trouble or pretending they got less than they did. The collectors surely know what their share of the run's loot should be. Wonderful. If you would like to join us, I will let the others know, and we can shuffle the team to give some of the members a day off. They've been working overtime to make up for the healer shortage. Normally, everyone only goes twice a week, so they don't burn out. But some of the more highly demanded classes, like tanks, healers, and golem spec mages get much more frequent requests. Especially healers. We will apologize in advance for the fact that you're likely going to get a message every day requesting one or more healers for alliance runs. Lotus winked at him. If they're desperate, they can come over to plead their case. We can have cake and coffee. Quinn laughed. I can see how this ends now. The warriors come to plead for a healer. The nature priestess gets to meet new people and throw a tea party, and then someone goes off to do the run. Lotus nodded in satisfaction. If you show up at just the right time, you might even get to test new and experimental potions. Quinn frowned. Why does that sound more like a threat? Lotus shrugged. Remy is at 0 deaths so far. Plus, she's come up with some really cool things. Like the scent repellent soap, the anti-aging cream, and even a cure for baldness. One of the warriors cleared his throat, and Lotus giggled. There is stock in the guild store. You can buy a bottle if you need. It's a cream, and it works really well, so don't go overboard. A small container of cream appeared in the man's hand a second later, and he took off his hat, revealing the fully bald top of his head, despite his apparent youth. The man slathered the entire small tub of cream on his head, while Lotus laughed. I take it that is a prank product? Quinn asked. It is when you use it like that. Just watch. Over the next 10 seconds, thick black hair began to sprout from his head, while his body heat softened the cream, which began to drip down his forehead and cheeks. But the man was so intently watching the sprouting hair that he didn't bother to do anything about it. His baldness was long gone, and the new hair growth was rapidly exceeding the length of Lotus' own pixie cut. But the real changes were in his eyebrows and his scraggly, youthful beard. As the formerly bald warrior began to focus on the fact that he had used too much cream, he decided to wipe it away. First on his face, not realizing that his beard growth was only moments behind the hair on his head. Then he panicked and tried putting it back in the container. However, the cream expanded as it warmed, and the little jar rapidly filled with creamy liquid. While he tried to salvage the situation, his beard began to sprout, first a youthful goatee, then a bushy mountain man beard, and finally into full dwarven majesty. The magic of the cream is used up after you apply it. No need to try to salvage it. Lotus informed the panicked warrior, who now sported more hair than most of the beastkin, despite being a half-blooded dragonkin. Bro. That beard is epic. One of the other warriors informed him, trying and failing to take the situation seriously. How long does this effect last? The now hairy warrior asked, not calming down at all. It's just hair. If you don't want so much, just trim it. But the hairline should last at least a few years. It just resets it back to your natural hairline, so you'll lose it again naturally, but not right away. Carl explained, as Lotus was laughing too hard at the man's still growing hair. Lotus brought out a tray of small sandwiches and placed it on the table. If we've got a few hours before the run, we have time for a snack. Come, sit down, and let's talk about the dungeon, she insisted. Hugo motioned to Carl, suggesting that they should leave. Carl nodded and gestured to the new crafters. Let's bring you down to the basement and get you working in your proper shops. Guildmaster, would you like to join us? I will be spending some time working while the others head off to test their skills. Of course. It's always interesting to watch a master in action, Even if I don't know exactly what you are doing, Hugo agreed. When they got downstairs, the gargoyles greeted them happily, bumping up against the new arrivals for attention, and Carl realized that their personality certainly wasn't set by the spell, as the group at the guild house were very silent and serious, sitting on the walls watching for intruders. These ones were happy to meet people, as long as someone from the guild was with them. "This is our workspace?" one of the new arrivals asked in wonder. "Actually, this is the landing area. There is a portal to the Drode Guild house over there, and this area is security before you pass through to the work areas or the villa. If you exit the maze, you will be in the actual room," Carl explained. "What a fascinating use of the illusionary domain spell. What happens if someone breaks the domain?" Hugo asked. "Then they get to deal with the defensive barriers and a dozen enraged gargoyles. The other end is a single target platform to our guild house, so I'm not expecting too much trouble through this portal," Carl agreed. Hugo smiled. It would be quite the convenience for the warriors, though. The ability to go all the way to Drode in a single jump. The great disadvantages to being a warrior: you're at the mercy of the mages to get around more quickly. But as I can use the portal spell, it's more about the amount of the world that I have seen than the actual distance," Carl agreed. Hugo shook his head in response to Carl's comment. "No, I meant that the Naraledum Lake region is notoriously hard to travel in and out of with magic, due to the instability from the dungeon portals. Most mages have to go to Sholaha City first to get far enough away to use a longer range spell. Well, that or go to Kiesdala in Nulnalgod. But that attracts too much attention when it's a mythic group going somewhere. So, we usually send assistance when we need something, and that is a gigantic headache. But with your people in the Alliance, we can likely request someone as a personal shopper, to deliver to your house here for our people to pick up. Even if there is a substantial delivery fee, it will most likely be cheaper than getting it locally for anything under Overlord ranked, and who needs to do that much expensive shopping?" Carl nodded. "I get it now. Because of the fees, everything is balanced around the income from totem and mythic dungeons. So, even the most common of items are expensive." Hugo nodded. "If we pick them up in Sholaha, we can save a bit. But who has time to search out a powerful mage to go get toiletries and new socks? Plus, you need to be good friends to convince someone to go shopping for socks with you." Carl laughed. "We've got staff at the guild house, and I can hire one or two more so that they can do all the shopping you need. It might make the front room look a bit like a general store, but I would prefer to only send guild members through that portal, as it leads to a secure location, and the guards there wouldn't react well to strangers." Hugo shrugged. "That's fine by me. If they don't live here, they don't have to be paid the full local rate, either. It will make delivery cheaper. I can give you a map of the compound, so they can do door-to-door deliveries as well. I'm sure that our Alliance members probably tip better than Drode food delivery workers usually get." Carl sent a brief message to caretaker Joe, informing her of the situation, and the demoness was quick to respond that she could add it to the morning routine. "Hire 2 more shoppers. Mara is too small to do all the deliveries, even with a cart. There are 1,000 guild members here who need random stuff. You can let her deliver it to the house here if you want." Mara, the small gecko lizardfolk girl they had taken in as the caretaker's apprentice, was under 1.5 meters tall, and not yet 10 years old. While she had the enthusiasm, she was not well suited to carrying supplies up the stairs. It was a moment before Joe replied. "The kitchen staff have someone in mind to be our full-time errand runner. They have a class, so they can put the items in inventory, and then Wendy has volunteered to do the deliveries. She's quite excited to see the new location, and all the people who have been on the road." Wendy was a commander-ranked member of the runecrafting team, so she was actually quite busy. But she was also very fond of seeing new things and learning new magic, both of which were common here. The assistants had mostly finished exploring the garden, and were headed out the sides of the hedge maze, while Hugo waited for Carl to finish his silent conversation. "I've got it all sorted. They'll hire 2 shoppers, and then my apprentice will bring the goods here to make the deliveries." "You have an apprentice? Not just guild crafters, like these ones?" Carl smiled. "Well, I am a bit neglectful. But there are a few who are closer than others. One of the sculptors and one of the runecrafting apprentices. You'll see when she arrives." "Do you have an initial shopping list?" Hugo looked sheepish as he held out the paper. As he had said, it was a bit embarrassing to ask a powerful mage to go shopping for necessities. Carl forwarded the list to Joe, who promised him it would be there within an hour. There was nothing on the list that couldn't be bought in bulk within a 10-minute walk from the house, as the shops in the area specialized in loading full merchant caravans. There would be a small extra fee, as the shoppers needed to go in and out of the city, but Carl was happy to cover that, and it would still be within the budget that Hugo had set. It was a concerning amount of product, though. Hopefully, the shoppers had a class that let them store bulk goods. But Carl wondered how Wendy was going to deal with it. Well, that could be a test for her, since she volunteered. But Wendy had a secret weapon. She had purchased 4 storage rings to supplement her inventory, and now she had the chance to show them off as she loaded them up with deliveries. "What are you making next?" Hugo asked as Carl led him toward the exit of the maze. "First, a gift for my apprentice. Then I'm going to start on the armor that our Grandmaster blacksmith just finished. I transferred him plenty of high-end materials, and he spent all night making a full suit of plate armor with fire and poison resistance capped out, per the request of most of the totem-ranked tanks. If this is satisfactory, he will make the metal armors that the mythic warriors requested. It will just take a day or two per suit." Hugo looked a bit embarrassed. "I know that we're holding up production, but I'm not going to apologize for the request. Don't feel bad. The shop is always busy with something. Plus, I've now got an overlord-ranked nature cleric who can make wooden weapons when we need them. The magical wood holds runes very well, and I can make a half-dozen an hour if I need," Carl explained. The transfer was made to the store's storage, but it wasn't just the one set. One suit of armor was obviously made by Ashbringer, but there were 10 more made to a slightly lower quality standard, out of the same materials. "Ashbringer, did you learn a new trick?" Carl asked. The demon laughed as he replied. "I could only wish. But no, I hired a dwarven forge in the outer city. Their levels aren't high, but they're dwarves, so the craftsmanship is pretty good and the price is reasonable, as they're still considered journeymen. You can deal with the upgrading of the pieces, and the material alone will give it a solid base. We all win. The armor is made on a budget, with a bit of extra material. They get their skills and ranks improved, as they have the dwarven smith as their class." The Darklight host was slowly taking over Drode. "I will give you permissions to take apprentices into the guild, if you want to make them part of our team permanently. One Grand Master will not be enough forge workers to keep up with demand. Not even for the Alliance. Once they start actually using this armor, they're going to put it through hell, and that means sending it back for regular repairs," Carl reminded him. "Alright, I will think about it. How many spaces do we have?" 100 in total for the branch, so we've got around 70 left. Don't worry about a shop worth of new workers if they want to join." The garden vanished as Carl stepped through the arched exit of the maze, and he was left standing on one side of the large room, where the runecrafters were sorting through all the wooden accessories that had been made by the orcish druids at the Drode house. They were simple, but they had been working on their creation skills, and the outer surface looked like entwined vines. That was likely because that was how they were actually made, before the inner surface was smoothed to be used as bracelets and rings. But it was good enough for their royal rank bulk items. Carl moved to an empty table and brought out the suit that Ashbringer had created. "Oh, that is nice. I can see why your smith takes his time, even though he could stamp out plates with magic much faster," Hugo noted. Carl nodded. "Yeah, it also helps the armor's base stats before I start modifying them. Poor craftsmanship with expensive materials is mostly just wasteful. If we were making royal-ranked armor, he would have the ability to just press them out in a die. But if we're going to make it into something decent, we all need to put in the work." Hugo watched silently as Carl worked, covering the entire inside of the armor with runes. The armor was just so receptive to the magic that he decided to make it a totem-ranked and totem-grade item for the mythic warriors. If he could get their work out of the way first, it would be best. They were the major income source for the Alliance, so everyone benefited when they got more efficient. Carl finished and nodded in satisfaction at the suit in front of him. Item created, totem rank, totem grade, indestructible plate of the stalwart defender. Adds 1400 points of damage reduction. Reduces damage taken by 2%, 10% bonus to movement speed, 20% resistance to poison and fire element attacks. Additional effects: self-repair level 7, earth shield, elemental barrier skill. Hugo hummed as he stared at the armor. That is truly impressive, and it comes with its own barrier skill. That's not something that most warriors get, so how are you going to decide who gets it? Carl smiled and took out the list from the other night. First come, first served. And if there are any complaints about that, I will blame Dave. At the very least, he can take a punch. Hugo laughed, knowing that the same was true of Carl. Well, that makes sense. What happened to the plan of making armor for the totems first? Carl shrugged. The combination of metals just worked out too well, so I went all out. In fact, I'll likely do the same for the other sets that I have today. They're not as fancy, but if they get the same stats, I can just give this one to Raj, and claim that it's because he's guildmaster, and not because I only had one like it in stock. Hugo gave a full-bellied laugh, holding his sides. I think that's a trade secret that you're not supposed to share with others. But I am certain that Guildmaster Raj will approve of getting the fanciest of the suits. Come to think of it, there were 2 other warriors among the guild masters. Well, supply issues would have to serve as an excuse for everything. Wendy arrived just after Carl finished with the first suit of armor, and Carl got a flood of messages. I'm here. Oh, there's Griffin puppies, does Lotus know? Where are you? How do I get out of here? Carl laughed, and Hugo gave him a strange look. The shopper is here with the first batch of delivery orders, Carl explained. The massive mage smiled at what they were likely to be experiencing in the maze right now. What sort of shopper did they send? He asked instead. A teenage demoness. She's a commander-ranked mage, and always eager to see new spells and places. I promised her dad I would keep her safe, but I can't see anyone here attacking her while she's making deliveries, Carl explained. Hugo shook his head. It would flag them within their guild for attacking an alliance member. Nobody would risk being expelled to steal someone else's shopping. Carl went to the maze to meet Wendy, who was wrapped around a gargoyle, nuzzling its face. Ah, you made it. Welcome. I've got a map of the delivery locations for you. Did you separate everything by individual orders? Carl asked. Wendy nodded, but didn't look up. Yeah, they're all in paper bags, except a few big ones that are in boxes. I put names on them, I just need to know where they go. Carl passed her the map of the various guild manors within the complex, and Wendy smiled. There was only one house per guild, for the most part. So, she could just drop off an entire pile of shopping with their staff, but still get to meet new people. Then she realized Hugo was standing beside Carl. Hello, Guildmaster Hugo. Oh, you're a mage. Totally didn't expect that. Hugo chuckled at her candid response. I get that a lot. I don't have the traditional mage build, but I have excellent compatibility with new magic. Wendy smiled. New spells are the greatest thing ever. Do you have cuddly golems? Dana has the cuddly golems. Hugo looked confused, so Carl explained. Her greater golem spell summons a pair of dragonhounds. Hugo nodded. I don't actually have the greater golem spell. I will have to get your Dana to try to explain it to me one day. Do you have golems as well? I suspect that you will be quite the powerful mage when you grow up. Wendy nodded eagerly, and then called the pair of juvenile Sero-patterned golems. Oh, defensive golems. Great choice. So many mages focus entirely on offensive skills, but the world is overrun with warriors, and they're almost all attackers. Nobody wants to be the one taking the damage, Hugo joked. It was a lot of trust to put in other people. Not just the healers, that they wouldn't let you die when the monsters got past your defenses. But also in the damage dealers, that they wouldn't slack and leave you in a bad spot. When they weren't taking the damage, and they weren't going to be blamed for the lack of healing, many didn't feel the urge to put real effort into the battles, and would just coast along doing just enough to not get yelled at. So, if the mages could back the tanks up with some defensive golems, it took a lot of pressure off, and made it much more obvious when the problem was the lack of damage. When the tank wasn't having problems holding the group, and all the monsters were occupied, it was hard to argue that the time taken to kill it was anything but the responsibility of the damage dealers. When the tank was doing his best to keep everything attacking him, they could say that they had to do what they were doing to not bring the monsters to them. How about I show Miss Wendy around, and then I will come back to see how the armor is coming, Hugo suggested. Carl nodded. I will do my best to have at least one more finished by the time that you two get back. You might as well bring Raj and someone else if you happen to see them on your route. Thank you for looking after my guild member. Hugo nodded. Wendy was definitely going to talk his ear off, but the young mage's enthusiasm was refreshing. Everyone who came here to attempt to join a guild for the dungeons was at least a little jaded by life. But she lived in a crafting warehouse and what sounded like a magical library. How exactly did a library in the guild house have a whole city outside the window? It had to be an application of the illusionary domain spell. But that explained why Carl was so confident about the security of the portal. When you broke an illusionary spell, you tended to end up in the equivalent location in real space. So, if you were in a city that was below a tower in the illusionary domain, you would end up buried in the ground somewhere near the guild house. That could very well be instantly fatal. Walking with Wendy was a new experience for Hugo. Everyone was somewhat intimidated by his power and position, but Wendy had no filter, and she greeted every mage that they passed, and even asked them random questions about magic. "You really do love magic, don't you?" Hugo asked. Wendy bobbed her head repeatedly in agreement. "Very much so. I've learned my whole skill tree already, and 9 new spells from books or from Carl. If I keep up this pace, I should be able to get to 100 by the time I reach my 18th birthday." "Is there a reason for wanting 100 spells?" Wendy shrugged. "Not really, but it's a nice round number, isn't it? 100 spells just sounds pleasant to say." "Oh, I see the first house. Are they all inside this big building?" Hugo nodded. "Yes. It's safer to have the whole alliance stationed inside this one house, though most of the alliance's guild members live elsewhere or have bases in other cities." "What did they order?" "A bit of everything. Towels, toothbrushes, our specialty soaps, alarm clocks. Just general household stuff. The orders of big stuff will have to be filled later. The shoppers didn't have room for them. But most of the guilds only ordered daily necessities," she explained. Wendy knocked on the door and Guild Master Raj answered, having sensed Hugo outside. Then, he was nearly buried in paper bags. "Sir, your delivery is here. That's everything that your members put on the list," Wendy announced proudly. Hugo chuckled. "You need to wait and ask him where to leave the bags. Nobody wants all their shopping set blocking the front door." Raj laughed at Wendy's expression, then looked up at Hugo for an explanation. "Who might this tiny agent of chaos be?" he asked. Hugo patted Wendy on the head, and the girl smiled as she returned all the shopping to her storage items. "This is Miss Wendy, the delivery agent for the Darklight host. She has all the common items that the guilds requested to be delivered from Drode, and the Darklight host will message you later with the total," Hugo explained. Raj chuckled, as all the items were commander rank or lower. The total would literally be pocket change for a mythic raid team member. Wendy smiled and handed guild leader Raj a piece of paper with a number on it. "That's the total, per customer order, so you can collect it from your guild members." Now he couldn't resist, and pulled the small mage into a hug. "You are absolutely adorable. Here you go, payment for the order, and you can keep the change as a delivery fee," he insisted, passing a small bag of coins into her hands. "Just place the orders along the wall in the main room, so everyone can come get their orders," he added as Wendy laughed and pocketed the money. Doing deliveries was a lucrative trade. Plus, there was new magic everywhere. Wendy was swarmed by guild members as she set out the orders, but nobody tried to interfere with her work. "You forgot to order the good soap," one of the warriors joked. The man beside him held up a stick of descenting deodorant. "I did one better. It's on the out-of-stock list from the guild house, but they managed to find me one for the order." One of the others sighed as he opened his bag. "Damn, not everything on backorder made this shipment. How often are the deliveries coming?" "Once a week is the schedule for now. If it gets too busy, we might be able to come twice a week and still get most of the items," Wendy informed him. A female cleric of the White Dragon came over and ducked to give Wendy a hug. "The Darklight host are devious geniuses. Sending this girl to do the deliveries. How could we be mad even if the orders were wrong?" Wendy giggled, then took out a small wooden token with a hole for hanging it as a necklace charm. Then she wrote the rune for "Lucky in Love" on one side and empowered it to the commander rank, the strongest she could. "For you, lovely priestess." The cleric stared at it for a moment, then took the talisman from her. "What sort of skill is that?" she asked. "Runecrafting, of course. Though I am not at the level of the Carl. He's way better, but that's only one rune, so it's easy to get right. It's for good luck," Wendy explained. The cleric held the simple wooden disc in her hands, just now realizing that it held an incredible value, as only a handful of crafters on the entire continent could manage what this young girl had given her. "Can we keep her?" the cleric asked, looking at Hugo. The big mage laughed. "No, she's already a full guild member. But I'm sure you can convince her to visit more often. Perhaps after she finishes visiting my guild's library. We have quite a few obscure magical tomes." Wendy's eyes lit up. "Magical tomes?" Raj's guildmates chuckled. The pure innocence of this tiny demon was impossible to resist. There was no question that the guilds would likely try to poach her from the Dark Light host in the future. Just not yet, as she was still only a commander, it would be hard to find a proper spot for her. Their guilds were already full, and someone would have to be ejected if they wanted to actually make her a member. But in the meantime, they could build goodwill. Lots of them. But first we need to run off and do the rest of the deliveries. Miss Wendy will be back next week, Hugo added. Oh, right. Raj, talk to Carl when you get a moment. He should have a suit of armor ready for you soon. Raj practically sprinted out of the house as Hugo and Wendy discussed magical theory on their way to the next guild manor. While Wendy wasn't technically an obsession demon, the big mage was beginning to discover just what it meant for a demon to share an interest in their favorite topic. Wendy already knew more about the fundamentals of magic than most of the mages in his guild did, even if they had a wider variety of spells and far greater power. If anything, she should likely be rerouted away from combat pursuits and towards magical research, using her runecrafting skills to attempt to forge new skill books. Once the first one was written, the inscriptionists could duplicate it. The problem was the first one. In theory, every skill could be turned into a functional skill book. But for some reason, very few of them ever were. Either because the ones who could use them weren't the same people as the ones who could make the books, or simply because it was just too difficult. The knowledge of how to create a truly unique skill book was lost before recorded history. Hugo planned to bring that up once they were in the library, where she was surrounded by knowledge. The Dark Light host was already in their guild alliance, and it didn't matter how powerful an inscriptionist was. Only that they could make the books. It might not be practical to recruit this adorable mage yet, but he could help her build a base of skills as well as a stronger bond to his guild. They went to the other warrior-led guilds next, so that Hugo could inform them that Carl had armor incoming, and Wendy managed to charm the mages and clerics at all of them. To the point that Hugo was beginning to wonder if she had some sort of passive skill equivalent to fox charm. Dark Light host members were all a bit strange. He wouldn't put it past Carl to have taught her one. While Wendy and Hugo made their rounds, Raj ran to the Dark Light host villa to meet with Carl. Dana greeted him at the door, and silently pointed at the stairs to the basement when she saw the excited look on the guild master's face. Raj sprinted down the stairs, then found himself blocked by a large set of wings as the gargoyles blocked his entrance to the garden. I promise, I'm just here to meet with Carl. He has armor for me, he informed the puffed-up little griffin. It lowered its wings, but didn't let him enter until Dana came down the stairs behind him and stroked the creature's feathered head. He's just excited about new toys, he's not trying to rush past you. Good job guarding the garden, Dana whispered, while the gargoyle purred. Even the gargoyles here were a bit strange, Raj thought. Normally, gargoyles weren't active all the time, only when a condition of the spell was breached, and they needed to defend their assigned property. But these ones were certainly active, and he was reasonably sure that a pair of them had been playing chess in the garden before he came in. The board was still set up. Dana led Raj to the exit of the maze, then turned away when he walked through. The gargoyle in Lotus' bedroom had informed the cleric that there were more people coming, but Lotus didn't want to come down and deal with them in person. Not when she finally caught one of the gargoyles in a spot it wasn't trying to leave. Guild masters, I will lead you to the workshop. Carl is working on the armor suits now. Please follow me into the basement. Guild Master Raj is already there waiting. The other two warriors sighed in regret. First come, first served worked much better when you were the first person in line. But Carl had turned out good equipment so far, so there was little chance that they wouldn't be satisfied with whatever he turned out for them. If it was totem ranked and epic grade, it would be an upgrade. But he had been turning out totem grade equipment for the mages, and most of them hadn't seen a piece of that quality in person before. There was a small chance that they would drop from the mythic dungeons, but anyone who got one kept that information to themselves. Even the guild masters and the members of the mythic teams wouldn't actually tell anyone outside their own group what quality of gear they had. To others, it would be fashionable epic grade armor, and the world would be jealous. But in combat, they would have the advantage of the larger bonuses and the extra skills that had pushed the equipment to the next grade of quality. From what they could tell, the major difference was that they didn't have to give up a core bonus to get the added skill effect on totem grade equipment, as would happen on epic grade gear at lower levels. The three suits sitting on the table when they entered the workspace were very close in quality, every bit as good as what the Dragonkin crafters turned out in the Sholaha region. But they did notice that one was detailed in the demonic style, and two in the dwarven. Welcome. I have prepared armors for you. Now, it doesn't really matter which one you pick. Functionally, they're all identical. But I made Guild Master Raj wait for your arrival so that you can discuss it among yourselves. Carl greeted them. The new arrivals took a closer look at the suits and found that Carl was telling the truth. They all had identical bonuses. Indestructible plate of the stalwart defender. Totem rank. Totem grade armor. Adds 1400 points of damage reduction. Reduces damage taken by 2%. 10% bonus to movement speed. 20% resistance to poison and fire element attacks. Additional effects: self-repair level 7, earth shield, elemental barrier skill. Raj ran his fingers over the much flashier decorations of the set that Ashbringer had made. So, wearing this, we will all be able to use a new skill? He verified. Carl nodded. Yes, an earth barrier. It's quite useful in combat as you can not only use it like your existing guard skill, but you can also use it as a flexible barrier over your armor. It should activate at your own rank, though it may not gain the effects of the mythic blessing, so it might take full damage from totem rank targets. I haven't had a chance to verify that yet, as the totem and mythic blessings are new to me. Raj shook his head. That won't be a problem. Even when we use items or skills at a lower output level, our blessing still applies. It's more of a secondary effect added to our actions than one that has to be part of every skill we use. Are you sure that you need to be even more flashy? The warrior with tattoos all down his arms asked, as Guild Master Raj didn't take his hand off the armor set that Ashbringer had made. You know me. I like to make an impression. Besides, the stats on the armor are all equal. Raj replied with a shrug. He had a point, but he wasn't the only one who liked to make an impression when he entered a room. If you want to wait for fancier suits, I can order them now, and reassign these to other warriors on the mythic teams. I intended to make the three of them identical for the main tanks, then give the other armor sets a damage buffing skill instead. Tell me, do any of your people use blunt weapons? Sharpness adds significant damage to blade strikes, but I have other options if they're not edged weapon users, Carl suggested. Raj nodded. We have a few who use axes, and one who uses an epic grade dwarven war pick. Normally, that is considered a blunt weapon, though you can use the backside. Carl nodded in understanding. Few used the backside other than the dwarves. The design was a modified mining tool, with a spike for pulling rocks, and a blunt side to hammer rods into soft stone seams to create blasting holes. In that case, I can make most with sharpness, and I will make him a special one, Carl agreed. The other two guild leaders stepped to the table and picked up the dwarven-made suits, then equipped them, so they could see what the armor looked like bonded. This isn't bad. Plus, it goes well with the guild tabard. I should wear that more often. Seeing guild leader Carl in his with the golden rings was pretty impressive. Ivan, the tattooed guild leader, joked. With a thought, he equipped his guild tabard, which was black with silver emblems, and two silver knotted rings around the outside, similar to the inner golden ring on Carl's. That would symbolize 2 guild champion victories as a totem, against other totems. So, you had to earn your spot as guild leader, Carl noted. We all did. Around here, you don't get to be part of a major alliance without at least one challenge under your belt. A golden challenge is rare, given that almost all the guild challenges are at totem and mythic. But every guild leader has at least one before they're nominated. Each of them took out their chosen weapon and moved through a few combat motions, checking that the armor didn't impede their flexibility. But it was all designed by a master, and there was little to no binding at all. However, the hard stops of the armor's mobility were not so far back that an arm forced to extend to its limits would tear major tendons without having to destroy the armor first. Raj sighed, but his eyes were excited. I like it. We're going to have to test this out later. But we should let you get to your work because I know that we have a lot of members waiting on new equipment. Carl chuckled as the warriors rushed out. They were definitely going to try to arrange an extra run through the dungeon today to test out their new armor. But they weren't wrong. He had a lot of work to do, and without another totem-ranked crafter, there wasn't much that Carl could do to push the responsibility onto others. They were already making all the gear for him, and he just had to write the runes and empower them. He might be able to trick Loris and Wendy into writing out the runic phrases for him, and then he would empower them, but that would almost certainly end up with worse results, or a lower maximum rank, as intent and skill proficiency mattered, not just the perfect writing of the runes. So, he got right to work on the other 7 sets of plate armor that Ashbringer had provided for the day. Item created, Totem rank, Totem grade, Agile plate of flickering blades. Adds 300 points of damage reduction. Increases all damage done by 2% per rank, 20% bonus to attack speed and skill activation speed. Additional effects, self-repair level 2, sharpness, slashing, stabbing and disintegration type abilities increase in damage by 10% per rank. Carl nodded in satisfaction. Self-repair level 2 should reduce the frequency that they would need to have the armor repaired. If they took a lot of damage, they would have to wear it around for a month to have it fully self-repair. But if the armor only took minor damage during battle, they should be able to wear it indefinitely. That should cover the majority of the warriors in the mythic team, so Carl sent a message to the 5 guild leaders, informing him that he had 6 more sets of warrior armor for blade users, and that he would start on the one for the mace user now. It would be identical, except that it would have shatter on it, as crushing blows was a more common warrior class skill, and he might already have it at mythic rank. Dave did, and he was a druid. With practice, Carl only needed a third of the time to finish the last one, as he had the first of the pattern. Like copying notes off the chalkboard when he was in school, repetition was the key to efficiency. Are we just bringing every famous person in the fortress to the house today? One of the bunnies asked as she worked to add runes to another bracelet. I promised them that I would make armor for their mythic raiding team right away. I got the mages and most of the rogues earlier, so now we're on to the warriors. The crafter nodded, then gestured to her pile of practice items. What are we even going to do with all of these? Carl laughed. They were all royal rank bracelets with increased skill power and mana storage inscribed on them. Simple, but devastatingly effective for general use. We're going to put them up in the Guild Alliance shop at the end of the day, of course. It's your first day at work, but look at all the progress you've made. So, keep the best one for yourself as a memento of the day you learned a trade, and then the rest will earn you commission when they sell. The bunny smiled. Do you think it will be enough to redecorate our rooms? I always wanted a fancy room with a princess canopy bed. Carl chuckled. The amount they would get from 20 or 30 of those bracelets each would do more than simply redecorate their rooms if they went shopping in Drode. I will send you shopping with the apprentices from our guild house on your day off this week. Then you can fully redecorate your spaces. It's only 2 more days away, Carl offered. That put them in a much better mood, and Carl began planning the other items that they were going to need for the store so that they didn't overload it with these ones. When they only had a few people working in Drode, it was just enough to comfortably keep up with the demand for basic useful items for the city, and for the trade caravans. Now that they had 1,000 new alliance members, they would have an initial surge of purchases, but after that, Carl would have to consider what they should sell to other guilds. These items would be in great demand, simply because they were useful. But not for the most powerful members. However, that didn't mean that other guilds wouldn't want to buy them in bulk. The rest of the day was a steady stream of mythic guests being escorted down by Dana or Lotus, who took it as an excuse to play with the gargoyles. Who were beating her at chess. But by dinner time, Carl had everyone's armor passed out. That should have been everyone on the mythic teams, all 60-some of them, including the mages, clerics and rogues, who had gotten their armor at the party. Now, he could relax a little, and start making armor at the epic grade again, which was much faster to write. It felt wrong to think of totem-ranked armor as a regular stock item for the store, especially after the limitations that Drode had placed on them selling military equipment in the city. But here, it really was regular stock, as the majority of the dungeons in the region dropped Overlord and totem-ranked gear, so epic-grade totem-ranked gear was among the finest items they could possibly get, but purchasing it would save them years of visits to the dungeons, given the terrible drop rates. Ray was thinking the same thing, so she was making cute outfits for everyone. She had new totem gear for her girls, but she had also spun up hundreds of outfits for the store. Ray had a plan for these as well. They didn't need to be epic-grade fabric for strangers. They just had to be better than what they already had when the piece was finished. So, if she made them rare grade, and then had Carl draw a few runes into them, they would bump up to just barely epic grade, and everyone would be happy with minimal effort. Carl wouldn't even need to do a full inscription on them. All he had to do was add more spell power and skill power to the clothes, and they would improve. She had tested the boundary, and having him add those bonuses with runes was way easier than improving the items on her own. Rare grade could be spun as she wove her silk, so she only had to make the outfit. At this point, That took under a minute to weave an outfit, and she could do it right up to her own rank, so totem-ranked clothing was cheap and easy to mass produce. She wasn't sure how Carl was going to respond to being asked to upgrade 300 outfits when he woke up in the morning, but surely, everyone watching the guild store would be happy with her. Happy giggles, only half stifled, caught Carl's attention when he came down to the main floor the next morning. Ray had piled all the clothing she wanted him to work on today on the side table in the main room, and the crafters were the first ones out of bed, other than Tessa, who was making breakfast. She seemed extra happy this morning, almost glowing with holy energy. Carl wondered if it was because they had taken a bunch of orphaned craftsmen into the guild, or if the excited holy energy was because the ladies would be off to an overlord-ranked dungeon today. Given the nature of the red dragon, it could be either. The staff looked longingly at the pile of clothes as they ate. Then Ray came downstairs, and handed them each a small paper-wrapped parcel. New uniforms for the crafters. I gave them to the other staff half an hour ago, she explained. Everyone opened their parcels, and Carl tried not to laugh. Ray, make something pretty for Dana when you get a chance. I have a big idea once we get the first rush of crafting settled here, Carl informed Ray while his mind was on clothing. Ray had made the new crafters all matching black pants with white shirts, but the bunnies had short sleeves and cute frilly fronts on them and buttoned up the front, where the men's shirts were all laced tunic shirts, with ties to keep the sleeves rolled up. The Dragonkin boys looked at their outfits with deep appreciation. It was sturdy, practical, and it had the Darklight Host Guild logo on the chest, so that everyone they met would know that they were real guild members, even without checking the interface. Lotus gave Ray a very obvious double thumbs up of approval when she saw the new bunny outfits. They were just frilly enough to enhance the cuteness factor, but not so overboard that they would be likely to change to go outside, or hindered in their work. A knock at the door caught everyone's attention, and one of the gargoyles escorted Quinn into the house, nudging him in the back of the legs to keep him moving in the right direction. Good morning everyone. I came to see if you were still in for the dungeon today, and to see if you wanted to hold a strategy meeting before we go. It's better if we go over everything before we bring new members in the first time, he explained. Dana motioned for him to wait a moment while she inspected the new uniforms. I don't see why not. We've got some time before the scheduled dungeon run, and we didn't plan any other major events for the morning. Carl will be working on equipment all morning anyhow, she agreed. Carl stared at the pile of clothing for a moment and then sighed. I would join you, just for the information about the dungeon, but I will get it from them after. It looks like I've got a lot of work to do today, and it's going to take all the mana and energy that I can spare. Ray laughed silently as Carl wondered how to even begin with this pile of clothing. There was simply so much of it that he wasn't sure what he should even be trying to put on it. If he made it all the same, it would seem like he couldn't actually do much. But the more that he varied the effects, the less likely that it was to be useful for the classes that would want it. So, he eventually decided that he would sort it into 3 piles. Spell power and mana cost reduction. Skill power and mana regeneration, which was useful to cloth-wearing combat classes and effects that weren't considered spells. And finally, mana cost reduction and mana storage. With those 3 basic categories of epic grade totem-ranked items, he should cover the shortcomings of most cloth-wearing classes. If they wanted something more specific, they could custom order it because Carl only planned to upgrade half this pile today. 50 outfits for each group. The rest could wait for someone to come looking. It would all be for outsiders and wealthy overlords anyhow, as he had already equipped the totem-ranked mages in the Alliance. There weren't many of them, with only 60-some total totems in the Alliance. Ray realized as Carl started to work that she could have just made them all overlord ranked, and then they would sell faster, and she could decorate more of the people in the fortress. She had taken a brief trip last night to see what she had to work with while they slept, but with the mythic members on guard, she had decided it was better not to sneak right inside, even while incorporeal. They might misunderstand. The mix of clothing was fairly well suited to the members, and had much more male clothing than she would have preferred. But Ray had simply extrapolated this guild's information and assumed that the rest of the city was likely to be balanced the same way, with most of the stronger members being males. If that wasn't true, then she could make more pretty things next time. She needed to ask how big the city was. So, she shadow stepped out of the house and down the street, looking for someone who looked like they left the fortress a lot, and would know the answer. Going up on the roof hadn't given any good answers because everyone lived in fortresses, unless they were living in servant hovels. There was a lot of trade, though. It appeared that there were 10 times as many transient visitors to the dungeons as there were actual people living here, and that would be a great source of income. Plus, it would spread her fashion. Ray returned to the roof and looked around at the market area at the edge of town. There was a whole group of spider priests and associated warriors like the ones that had attacked Carl. But these ones were setting up camp among the visitors, so they shouldn't be assassins. Perhaps she should ask them, if they followed the spider goddess, they should understand that she would happily kill and eat them if they were rude. That would make it much easier to talk to them. She didn't bother to transform, and simply moved herself so she was standing under one of their tent awnings before assuming a humanoid form to speak to them. "Madam, might we help you with something?" a black-robed cleric asked suspiciously. "Yes. I just moved to the city, and I am doing market research. I wish to sell things like this. How many people do you think will buy them?" Ray explained as she held up a dress Carl had just finished upgrading. It was similar to the ones that Morgana liked. Black, floor-length with long sleeves and lace at the hems, and a corseted waist. "That is beautiful. Do you make them yourself?" the cleric asked. Ray nodded in agreement. "If you were a spider, you would be able to smell that it is my silk." As she said those words, one of their group's women turned around, revealing 4 eyes on a chitinous face. "It is her silk. She is a blood destruction demonic spider. But she smells a bit off. I think she might have been using divine beast blood in her advancements," the beastkin mage woman informed the cleric. "Oh, that makes sense. The red patterning made me wonder what sort of spider she was. But the goddess is generous with her children, it could have been a blessing," the cleric replied. Ray smiled. The man wasn't wrong, but he hadn't answered yet. Ray shook the dress slightly, and the cleric smiled at her. "If you can reliably make totem rank, epic grade cloth armor, I would say that you could likely sell a few hundred or 1,000 a month to those with the resources. Not everyone gets lucky in the dungeon, and most who come here arrive very low on funds, as the city is expensive to buy access to," the cleric explained. Ray realized that she had miscalculated. She thought that these visitors were wealthy people, not poor people hoping to make it big in one of the many dungeons. "What if I made them overlord ranked? Would that be more affordable?" she asked. The mage nodded in agreement. Overlord ranked items sell for less than 1/10 of what a totem ranked item does. Most totems could afford a single upgrade every visit to the dungeon if they stayed with Overlord ranked gear. Ray smiled, and the mage giggled. "You really do want to cover everyone in your silk, don't you?" she asked. "It's nice. They're almost cocooned, and it makes them smell like mine." Now the cleric was laughing as well. They had wondered why a totem-ranked demonic beast would take up a trade skill. But it made perfect sense now. She was staking her claim on the world and asserting her dominance in her own field. There weren't many craftsmen who could make their own raw materials to that extent, and with the distinctive fashion of the dress she had on display, it would be hard not to recognize her work. Even if she hadn't discreetly hidden an embroidered image of herself on the lapel. From the next camp over, a hesitant obsession demon approached. "Pardon my intrusion. Did I hear that dress is for sale?" she asked. She had examined it, and as a shaman, it was precisely what she had been hoping for. Skill power and mana cost reduction would make all her abilities more powerful, including her healing spells and totem constructs, as well as her spirit warriors. It was an all-around improvement on what she already had, and the group could stop complaining that shamans weren't great healers. Ray examined the demoness, who had light violet skin, as was common for obsession demons, including Laura's, their sculptor at the guildhouse. Black would look good on her. "Yes, this dress is for sale. What can you offer me for it?" Ray asked. The mage and cleric stepped back to see how the spider would do in negotiations. The species was notoriously volatile, and even a wrong answer could lead to a massacre. There was a good reason there weren't any others doing what Ray planned. The shaman held open a small bag of magical stones and raw metals from the dungeons, then set a stack of raw hound hides on the grass beside her. Totem-ranked fur and leather would help Ray's projects immensely, and the woman had offered her 20 pelts, plus a bag of rocks for Carl. That was a good price. "I like your offer. Here is your new dress. Try it on, and I will alter it if it doesn't quite suit you," she insisted. The obsession demon equipped the dress, and the cleric noted that it actually had clear threads woven into it that flickered with mana like ghosts in the dark when the effects on the dress were activated. It was stunning. Ray nodded in satisfaction as she took her payment. "You look good. It was a pleasure doing business with you." She informed the shaman, then returned to the fortress to go gather more items from Carl. She had sales to make.